Saylor's a real slime ball. I've looked into a little bit of his history. He's everything that I've tried not to be in life. He reminds me of every car salesman and every slimy, fast-talking slickster that I've ever met. And it's got it written all over him. But I understand. But if it's going to be beneficial for me, I'll probably hold my nose and pay attention for a while.
I know that's how I felt too. I was like, here we go. I gotta watch it though.
I hate this.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Morning. Yeah, definitely give it a watch because I think it's going to be highly valuable information to understanding the mindset of perhaps maybe even more CEOs of the future, but definitely Ryan Cohen currently.
Well, the bad part about it isn't it, and it's FUD, but this could, if they all continue to follow this stuff, this could add years to us seeing any money, because the only people this benefits are the corporation. This benefits the business. These long bonds, these long convertible bonds could be great for GameStop, and maybe even if Adam Aaron tries it, but it's not going to do anything for the stock price.
It actually will though.
How's everybody doing, guys? Sorry, I have to stay mute. Because work-wise and too many people. But how's everybody doing? Everything's good. Everybody good?
Doing good, John. How you doing?
Busy. I'm okay. Busy, and it's okay. I wake up in the morning, at least.
Yeah.
Every morning you have to wake up, man.
Absolutely.
It is what it is. Anyways, I'm going to stay mute. Happy to see everybody, man.
Yeah, it's good to see you too. I had a guy walked into GameStop the other night, and he was just kind of looking around. And I don't know why he mentioned it. He said something about I just got laid off from Wells Fargo. And I was like, well, you don't say. I said I'm kind of expecting Wells Fargo and Bank of America to not be doing too well in the future. He gave me this look like how did you know? and I said, well, I just know.
He's like, what the fuck does a manager at fucking GameStop know about banking?
I'm like, well, I'm not a manager, but he did. He goes, yeah, that's interesting insight. He goes, did you hear about the guy that died at Wells Fargo? And I was like, no, I didn't hear anything about it. And he's like, well, I can't really say much. I was like, dang.
Yeah.
He apparently he brought up some issues to corporate, and then went on vacation or something like that. And when he came back, some other guy that he was working with was dead. They found him on the second floor, just dead. And then he got terminated. So he's like, yeah. He's like, things are kind of scary right now for me.
Well, I saw a video where there were people carrying their boxes and all their belongings out of the Department of Education, and I know that's not banking, but and they were all crying and shit. People were interviewing them, and I put in chat. I said, Casey always said we'd know it's on when we see people carrying shit out in boxes. I said, I know he wasn't talking about government, but I'll take what I can get. Like, this is a good place to start. If it starts at all these fucking, agencies, these bloated agencies carrying their employees carrying their shit out, maybe eventually we'll get to some banks.
Yeah. Well, I understand where you're going with the what you said earlier about this not helping out shareholder value and price of the stocks, but in actuality, it really does help us out, especially if we're one of the leading companies. We don't even have to. AMC doesn't even have to be a part of one of the leading companies. They're along for the ride no matter what, because all of our stuff's tied up in ETFs. But if BTC does start to rapidly increase in value, that raises the capital that they have on hand. Gosh darn it, I'm tired still. I haven't had my coffee yet, damn it. The treasuries that they have on hand, And so if that's going to raise the
paper value, the paper value of their treasury will go up.
Right. So, and if they allow that to happen, or if it happens, which I do believe will, then you're going to suddenly see the price of the stock go up, because that's how everything is deemed as value, is based off of, you know, how good their books look.
What do you think about this fact that they're buying it at the top, though? I mean, even if Ryan Cohen buys out, I mean, anybody knows that Bitcoin right now is closer to the top. I mean, it's at $88,000 with an all-time high of 107. I mean, that's kind of counterintuitive to how you're supposed to invest money. You know, even if you're a CEO of a corporation sitting on a cash hoard that's big, you think he would want to wait to quote unquote buy the dip on Bitcoin. Why? So jump in it's at fucking all-time highs.
GME is going to become a holding company, and this is where that video is going to come really helpful and handy in answering that question that you're asking. If they become a holding company, then they're going to be able to issue and lend their position to other people for value. So essentially GME ends up becoming like Berkshire Hathaway. And they just become a holding company of value.
I thought about that.
And that's...
they're just like a family fund or something. Not a family fund, they'd be bigger than that, but they're just an investment firm.
Yeah. And they can acquire things.
Well, it wouldn't be without precedence. I mean, Walgreens, one of the biggest pharmacies in the world, drugstore chains. Didn't they buy like a boot company or something years ago? Isn't that why to this very day I think they're called Boots or something, their ticker symbol, because I think Walgreens owns a boot name. I don't know. I know this wouldn't be the first time that a company like that got involved, swallowed up another company, or did some sort of mergers and acquisition, or evolved, if you will, into a completely new entity that was separated from what their original business model was all about.
So if I was watching some other video, I don't know where it was that I was seeing this, but somebody was mentioning two of the biggest car companies in the US, and I don't remember which two they were naming, didn't start out as car companies. They started out as something else first.
Right. Yep.
And turned into car companies eventually, but they actually were, I want to say like one of them was Ford or something. I can't remember which one it was, but it was really kind of an interesting listen. Fortunately, I was doing it when I was going to sleep last night, so I didn't retain anything. But other than the fact that it was car companies.
That's always what's been the threat for Wall Street from Ryan Cohen, was it to sit on I don't know how many billions. Well, they got $6 billion or something. I can't remember the exact number, but I know it's
4 point something. Yeah.
Yeah, $4 billion. That's an incredible war chest. That's what we used to call it in the old days. That's a war chest that's second to none. That opens a lot of doors, man. I mean, what do you want to be? King of the fast food industry? Whatever you want to do, you can do it with that kind of money. It's just a matter of good decision making. And I always said that's what the threat was. That this guy's like, he's sitting on a weapon of mass destruction for Wall Street. It just depends on what direction he goes with it.
Yeah. But it forces Wall Street to have to buy, and that's what they don't want.
I remember when Sandy and I sold our biggest business, when we left the closing table in the parking lot, I barely made it outside into the parking lot, and I broke into tears. Yeah, hard to believe a big, prick like me actually has emotions. But I just had just overwhelmed with emotion, both happy that we got it to the closing table, but sad that part of my life was coming to an end. And tears were running down my face. But just prior to that, and she held me and hugged me until it was all good again. But a big part of what triggered it was right at the very end. I guess the people at the closing table could tell that I was getting ready to melt. And the guy that was instrumental, one of the guys he's the buyer, looked across the table, and he said, that check right there is going to open a lot of doors. I think I said something like, this is a big door closing in my life. And he's like, well, that money in front of you is going to open a whole lot more. And there's something to be said about that. you get Ryan Cohen's at this place where, you know, that one chapter might have been closing as far as GameStop being, you know, what they were in their halcyon days when they were at the peak of, you know, buying CD games and all that. But that door might be closing. But again, they have a cash hoard in front of them that they probably never dreamed they'd see all at one time. I mean, it's rare for any business, any life, when you go through life to see a company have that much cash, not a loan, not a line of credit. I mean, that's spendable dollars, and that's a powerful force.
Yeah, and don't forget that Roy and Kitty posted a picture where, you know, his valuation of his money alone was $1 billion.
Right.
Yeah. So he's at that same kind of point too, where it's like he's right on that threshold or that the cusp of you know, turning into something entirely different than what he was.
And there's something to be said about that. If you're flexible and you're nimble, you can capitalize on opportunities that might be missed by organizations that are weighed down with all sorts of red tape and bureaucracies when it comes to, you know, doing something. But there's a hazard to that as well. You know, if Ryan Cohen gets up one day and decides to roll the dice like a drunk at a casino and just says, put it all on red, and then this conversation, I mean, red being Bitcoin, he could be hero or zero.
Yep.
I asked somebody yesterday, and I'll ask you, if you were Ryan Cohen, how much of that hoard would you put in Bitcoin, KC? The other person said 10%. But if I put a gun to your head and said, you're in charge of this, here's $4 billion, how much do you want to use for Bitcoin? What would I love what he's doing. He's forcing somebody else to take on the issue. He's forcing somebody else to take on the debt of a 5-year debt of buying into it, and he doesn't even have to touch his principal amount that he's just got sitting there collecting money. Right. So if I'm hearing you right, you're saying just whatever the amount of money he raises from those convertible bonds.
Yep.
Put that in. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay. I like that. I like that. I can see there's a safety in that. You're like, never. It goes back to the old saying of never eat your seed corn. You know, never touch your principal. You know, work with the extra, work with your interest. And in this case, the money coming in from the convertible bonds would be extra, be found money. So that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's really the smartest thing to do. And then, I mean, because what's keeping GameStop afloat currently is the interest that they're making on the current money that they have. So,
well, can I? I'm not a technical analyst. I never pretend to be. I'm just the guy that makes dirty jokes. While you went through all the TA, but let me ask you: would you interpret what we saw yesterday, that spike in GameStop? And then, more importantly, the drop afterwards. Was that drop afterwards a signal that people are saying to themselves, I'm getting out because I can get in this cheaper later?
No.
That's what I saw. Really? What did it mean? What am I to make about the fact that this news came out and it dropped so precipitously?
I think institutions are trying to cause fear.
I mean, I was proud that I bought this at $26, 6 months ago or something, 9 months ago, and it hit 28. I mean, I could have booked a $2 gain and then bought right back in. Right now, it's sub 25. I can actually remove $1 from my cost basis, and I'm wondering if bigger money didn't do exactly that.
I would say that it's every time you see moves on a stock price, and this is the determination that I've come to, is just understanding how the algorithms work. When you see a stock price do something, it's the exact opposite of what you're thinking has happened. So if the price is dropping, somebody's buying.
So you think they're pulling the strings on the puppet strings on Wall Street to get the price down so that they can fill these monstrous orders at a tastier price.
So that they can pocket the difference. Yes. Absolutely.
I wish I could do that when I buy houses, Casey. When Sandy and I are getting ready to buy a house, I wish I could drive by it and throw rocks through the window and break all the windows so they lower the price just the day before we buy it. I'll be like, look, man, you guys got to shave, 20% off this sales price. That house has 4 busted windows in the front.
Or you could hire somebody to do.
And I call up and have the.
Yeah, you could hire somebody to do some kind of environmental study nearby.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, and they're doing a class 3 environmental study across the street, and it's got all kinds of problems.
Yep.
We might.
And who's gonna remember that environmental? And all you have to do is tip somebody just a little bit to falsify the information and make it look like it's bad.
Yeah. Or sometimes just the threat.
Yeah.
The impending threat, the possibility of it, make them hedge. Yeah.
So then they sell at a cheaper price because they're like, I got to get out of this thing before my neighbor does.
I buy a house.
You buy a house at a lower price, and then next thing you know, the story's gone, and there's no problem with environmental.
I cut the grass and paint the house and fix the one broken window, and I put it up for sale for 50% more than I paid for it.
Yep.
And they're asking what about that environmental study? I'm like, yeah, nothing ever came of that.
Yep.
Yeah, that's been debunked. That was big news, back
5 years ago.
Yeah. I might have a new business model for my real estate shit going forward.
I'm telling you, this kind of stuff happens in real life, though. This is the real life kind of stuff that happens.
It drives me nuts, man.
And this is how people make good money. This is how they make big time deals. They're dirty like this. It's just really, really dirty business. Yep. It's a war out there, man. It's a serious war.
You remember the old joke? You remember the old joke, Casey? If you can't figure out who the sucker at the poker table is,
it's you.
It's you. Yep.
Didn't you put out a tweet during Kitty 5 that's like the Scott's position will go down in value?
Yep.
I remember that. So that's kind of what we're talking about right now.
Yeah, the big buy came from RK rather. Sorry, RK just made a huge purchase and he was targeting for today. And look at GME, 12%. They got to buy those shares at a cheaper price than what he paid for them. Every time there's big orders going through, it's the exact opposite of what you think it is.
So you think he's out of his second disguised position?
His second one being Costco?
Maybe a third. I was thinking the other one might have been Home Depot, but I could have been wrong.
Yeah, this current one, I believe, is Home Depot. You all are trying to give me like flooring advice, and I'm sitting there trying to tell you something.
Oh, I was trying to hit back to you. Like I know where you're at. I didn't want to put it out there.
I didn't either.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It was fine. What I was trying to say is that it only needed to go up $7 more on Home Depot, and it was at 360, and you need to get to 367. Here it is at 363 right now. They got basically like $4 more, and that thing starts taking off. And that should be probably prior to next week, and then he starts selling his position because he'll be profiting at that point.
Now, do you think tweets lead you to find the disguised positions, or are you finding another indicator, or you don't have to?
Greg.
I'm blown away, man. I read Greg's tweets, and I'm like, this guy just doesn't seem legit. Like, I guess I'm missing something.
You really have to read into his tweets. They're way more disguised than you would think.
Like his toilet picture yesterday with the ice in the water.
Yeah.
I'm thinking like that toilet's disgusting. There's no way Brian Roaring Kitty would have a dirty toilet.
Do you ever copy the pictures and then look to see if they're like you realize that pictures can just be made with AI now, right?
Yeah. I saw the one with the fingernails.
You can grab a stock picture of anything you want to, and then tell AI to add, like that picture. I think you commented on a picture about how I was an artist. That ape picture in the background with ape holding the bananas. That ape holding the
picture
banana.
of a chicken.
Yeah, you had to zoom in on it to see it. But I was trying to get the AI to create a picture of the chicken with the Citadel's logo hanging off its balls. And then
I didn't look close enough. That's fun.
Yeah, if you look real close, you'll see it down there. But yeah, that ape picture though, the ape picture that was the background on that entire thing was generated by AI. Did I lose you guys?
No, we're right here. I was just trying.
No, I was driving. I didn't want to get a whole bunch of noise here.
Some guy named Mike Playful said AMC should have bought Bitcoin in March of 2022. It was $39,000 instead of HYMC. I was just pointing out that it doesn't matter. That's water under the bridge. It's backseat driving is no different than saying, I mean, you could say the same thing. Well, if Adam Aaron had bought NVIDIA or the Mag 7, but it's not a CEO's responsibility to be some sort of a day trader to support their company. I mean, that's what I said yesterday. I mean that, Casey. I mean, the same thing with Ryan Cohn. I'm like, well, I'm not trying to piss all over this, but like, what's he, like a fucking day trader now? What, they're just going to lay everybody off at GameStop and let Ryan Cohen sit at home and scalp whatever he wants with this cash hoard? It's ridiculous.
That's what the institutions have turned this into, is a game.
Yep.
And now CEOs are smartening up to it. And they want their control back, and they see a way to be able to get control back of their companies. I mean, if you think about it, imagine being a CEO of a company. You know how narcissistic they have to be that position, right? Mm-hmm. They want that control. And to have somebody else come in there and tell them how they have to run their business is not something that they like to hear. And you walk in there and say,
you have to be somewhat of a control freak in any of those because it demands it. The position, it's almost a requirement of the position that you have to be somebody who isn't just okay with making decisions. You have to be the one who wants to make those decisions.
Sorry guys, sorry Pirate, I have to get out. I'll try to jump in after.
All right.
Take care, John.
Thank you guys. Thank you. Have a nice day. I tried to jump in after. Bye.
Later. I'm gonna head out here, guys. I put out a tweet, a post on X, and then I also posted a DD section, and then asked that you guys play that and listen to it together today at some point or another. So
yeah,
I think it's really important.
He put that in. It's in KC Shaw's Discord, and it's under the DD section, not his general. But he put a thing in there that he thought might provide some really good content. So later on today, we've been running, I don't know, 35, 45 people in here. We get our numbers up a little bit. Maybe that might provide some content. But this is your ship, GrayLeaf. You sail it as you see fit.
Yep.
But he was kind enough to provide that as some content we might enjoy. Watch it together.
Thanks for stopping by.
Maybe have a discussion on what we see. Yeah.
Not a problem.
Popping in to see us, man.
Not a problem. I'll talk to y'all later.
See ya,
Thanks,
Casey.
We appreciate it, man. That was fun. I couldn't figure out who was streaming this morning or what was up. GrayLeaf was showing up late to work, and I didn't know. I'm like, I think it's GrayLeaf's turn or Papa Max, and I did my searches, and I thought, well, I don't know what the hell is going on. So I just kind of hung out in Papa Max's Discord, here at the back of the caboose, I thought, well, eventually somebody will pop in, audio or UPS driver or tech we love. Somebody will show up here, give me somebody to visit with this morning. And lo and behold, KC just popped in. I thought, all right, man. So got to have some time catching up with him on his thoughts regarding all of this madness. But his main, I think his main objective was to let us know that he had stumbled across that video that he thought had some actionable intelligence in it, if you will. That's what they think of it. And then he told me it was on X, and I said, well, man, it might be hard to find there. If you don't mind, put it in Discord for us. And he was kind enough to do that. So even if we don't get a chance, if GrayLeaf doesn't have a chance, it's not on X, GrayLeaf, it's on his Discord. But if GrayLeaf doesn't have a chance to play that later on, you can seek it out on your own. If you're a Discord member, go to KC Shaw's Discord. Not in his general now, where we just put all the general fit. It's one of the little subheadings there called DD. Find it easy enough, and he seems to think that there's some value in watching that. I'm sorry, I interrupted somebody. My apologies. I think it was UPS driver. I'm sorry about that. I was going to say,
hey, no problem. Your follow-up question and the knowledge that you were adding to is pretty impressive. That's stuff that I'd have to die for a day to think about, and you were right on top of it. I appreciate that.
That's all right. Thank you very much. You kind to say so. Well, she said she took a lorazepam and hit the snooze button. She hadn't been able to sleep for 3 days. Whatever your excuses are, GrayLeaf, it's coming out of your pay. Contract specifically states that you will be up and running by 8:15. So the way I see it, you owe us a half an hour. And the last time I looked at your contract, you were getting $1,000 an hour. So you owe somebody $500. Good morning, Dynamite.
Yeah, thanks for it's good back and forth. I was like, this is above my pay grade. I'm listening.
It reminded me of the old days, man. I'd like to think that Casey and I complimented each other well, kind of like any other garage band. Sometimes you'll get two people, whether it's Keith Richards and or just pick whatever rock and roll group you have. Sometimes as a solo artist, they're not nearly as entertaining as if you have them paired up with the right partner. And I'd like to think in some small way that Casey and I complimented each other. I miss them every day. In true rock and roll fashion, I think I pissed him off on a daily basis too, but that might have only added to it.
Casey would draw a line and you would just set your toe across and see how he would react.
Yeah, I was guilty. Look, I'll admit it, man. I'm an asshole. And there were many times where I knew that he would let me get away with things that he would have instantly banned other people for. And true pirate fashion, I took advantage of that from time to time. Probably a poor reflection on my character. Hey, but it is what a pirate does. We had some fun, though. As they said at the very end of the movie True Grit, the girl with the one arm came to visit Buffalo Bill and Wild Bill Hickok, asking where the titular character was. And she said, we had some lively times. And I'd like to think that Casey and us, we all had some lively times, as they say.
Famous pirate quote. Casey, I know you don't like to talk politics, but
But man, we weren't just it wasn't that he just didn't like talk politics. It was against his stream rules, like no politics, no politics. And then it became a game where I had to wait because I didn't want to be, I'd already had too many misdemeanors. I didn't want to be charged with a felony for breaking the rule. So I had to wait for somebody else to bring the topic of politics up. And then if he didn't chastise them, or even more egregious, if he joined in, if he took part in the debate, I'm like, okay, it's on now. And then he was unable to shut it down. So I would eagerly wait, sometimes on a daily basis. So please bring up Trump or whatever, heck, just anything political, so that I could pair off into one of my rants, but yet I could inoculate myself, if you will, from taking responsibility for it. Because I'm like, UPS drivers brought it up first, and Casey, you and Tech was arguing about it, and so it's not.
Yep. I bring up politics all the time. Yep.
I respected him for it, though. I knew what he was trying to do, and the spirit of his rules was that he didn't want to offend anyone. And he knows more than any. I mean, his dad worked in the White House, in the Oval Office from time to time. So he knows how incendiary politics can be. And Mrs. Pirate always took up for him on that too. She was like, look, he's trying to provide a stream that has entertainment and some educational value, and it benefits nobody if you ostracize people. If you give people a reason to leave just because the topics are piss them off, and it's not, the channel wasn't never designed to be centered around politics. But I was always took the other side of that argument and said, politics and American government, there's not a single other catalyst that plays more, that has a bigger effect on your money. That was always my argument, my counter argument. I get it that politics are incendiary and politics are divisive. And people would come on and they'd be like, politics suck, let's not talk about politics. I'm like, you fucking moron. There's not a single thing that can make the stock market go up or down faster than what goes on Pennsylvania Avenue. You don't realize that? But the fact that it makes you uncomfortable that we have to argue about this stuff, it's like an ostrich sticking its head in the sand while all the fucking lions are around. I'm like, pretending it's not there doesn't change anything. Yeah, half hour into the day, AMC just lost $3. We're at $2.99 for Amy. And GameStop is at $24.97. It just slipped below that 25 mark.
Yeah, no, government would like you to pretend they don't exist.
Exactly, yeah. So they can go about doing whatever they want to do without drawing any attention that might call them, to be responsible for it. Exactly.
Pirate, I didn't look into the huge details about it, but Biggums was talking about the parking meters in Chicago, and something about like a 75-year contract or something. I don't know. It sounded like exorbitant.
I read that. It's older news, but it's pretty nasty stuff. The city, the city owned all the parking spots. The city installed parking meters, making people pay. It's pretty bad because you get taxed to pay for the city streets, and then they charge you to park on them. That's another subject. But you're right. Those parking meters that they put in generated fuck tons of money, tens of millions of dollars every year, and they sold. So then they set it up like a corporation, like an LLC. I don't know how they went about doing it, and they took it from the city. Literally sold it. And they didn't just sell it to an American businessman, they sold it to an overseas entity. So now all the people that park in Chicago put money into those meters, and that money goes overseas to a foreign country. It's nasty shit. And they did it under the guise of they needed to raise money because Chicago, being under Democratic control for generations, is bankrupt. All their unfunded liabilities, because they paid like the fire chief like $2 million a year. And then he gets half of that for the rest of his life after he retires. You got all these crooked politicians that are they've just destroyed the financial health of Chicago. So they're constantly looking for a way to raise money for today's. They just need it for just this month. So they sold out their parking money for years just so they could run their government for another 12 months or something. It's crazy.
Yeah, and something about like they still get paid if there's construction or a parade or something. I'd be like, we're not having any parades.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. And it was like, and it gave them, I don't know, one chunk of money. Like, it's like any other business deal. They got a nice big fat check the day they sold the rights to those parking spots. So I can't remember if it was somebody out of the United Arab Emirates, or it seemed like it was a company out of the Middle East. But at any rate, they took a nice big check. They deposited into Chicago's treasury, and then that helped them, cover some of the shortfalls because they're spending 10 times as much money as they have coming in for all their overpaid government workers. So everybody got a few paychecks, and maybe it, helped them. It's like getting a stimulus check when you're out of work. But the funny part is now the revenue that they got on a regular basis, it's like chopping down an apple tree to have a fire to keep warm. You get this magnificent apple tree out in your yard, and it blooms, and every year you get a pickup truck full of apples off of it every single year. And then you have a particularly cold winter and you're out of firewood, and somebody suggests, well, let's just chop down the apple tree. Well, yeah, you can chop down the apple tree, you build you a fire, maybe you'll stay warm for what, 2 weeks? A week? But now you don't have any apples for the rest of your life. It's that same kind of short-sighted thinking. These people are crooks, man. They are crooks with a capital K. Look at you. You got me going already.
Well, I'm just, well, Bigum, I watched that this morning. I watched it like his stream from like a day or two ago or something. If Bigums didn't mention it, I wouldn't have ever known about it. So,
Yeah, that story's been out for about a week now.
You know what I mean? When people say don't talk politics and stuff,
it's bad. Yep.
It's like, well, don't tell me history, like.
Yep. Well, it's crazy because the politics is about power. The power is about who gets to make the decisions about Wall Street, the Treasury, whether we're going to print more money or not, quantitative easing, who's going to get appointed to, all these big positions that have a real material effect on your checking account. I mean, it literally comes right down to your own wallet. And then people say, well, I don't want to intermix politics with it. I'm like, well, you're a dumbass, because that's one of the biggest determining factors on whether your stock goes up or down. I beg your pardon. I should have muted myself. Give me a minute here. I step away from the mic. I feel a coughing fit coming on. Crazy times we're living in, man. There's not a day that goes by now I don't see some district court judge trying to run the country. They think that somehow they got a $20 black robe, and they sit behind a bench and they get to pass judgment on the guy with his third DUI. Now all of a sudden they think that they can tell the president of the United States what to do. It's ridiculous. I've seen all kinds of crazy shit about how these judges want to demand that he rehire people or institutions he's shutting down. Like, what makes a district court judge think that he has the power to tell the president who he can under the executive branch, who they can and can't hire, or what funding they can or can't approve? It is batshit crazy, and it's coming to a crescendo. We're coming really quick to an inflection point where the Supreme Court is going to have to weigh in, and they're going to have to decide, who runs this country? Does the president? And I get it, we have separation of powers and all that, blah, blah, blah. But ultimately, the president's supposed to be the captain of the ship. So we're going to have to decide. The courts are going to have to speak on this. I personally feel like all of it is just a way to eat up the clock. 4 years is a really short time to be the man in charge. I've said it before that it'll take Trump 4 years to just turn this aircraft carrier around. So every day that they bog him down or slow down his policies benefits them. So what you have here is you have a clear example of judges. These are biased judges. They're supposed to be non-political, non-biased, but every single one of them are working towards putting stumbling blocks in front of Trump. Now, the counter argument to that would be from the left is that no, he's clearly acting illegally. We don't have a king, blah, blah, blah. So these judges are somehow or another protecting the average person. But the reason that argument doesn't hold water is they didn't do anything when Biden did this. If you have a judge who doesn't get off his ass, doesn't lift his ink pen a single time for Obama and for Biden, and then for Trump, they do 64 injunctions. You're like, at some point in time, you see the bias is implicit, not implicit, it's obvious. And it troubles me. I noticed yesterday that I saw a press release that Canada was they froze some money that was owed Tesla, I guess, towards the Canadians were offered some sort of an incentive to buy electric vehicles. And now that they're pissed off the Canadian government's pissed off at Trump and by extension, Elon Musk, they've frozen the funds, and then they're no longer going to offer the rebate towards electric vehicles to encourage Canadians to buy them. And then they also, I hope I'm not getting this wrong, implemented a 25% tariff on automobiles, meaning that if Elon tries to send a Cybertruck to Canada, there's a 25% penalty. And then, of course, for every action, you have an opposite and equal reaction. In true Trump fashion, he announced yesterday, I think, that he is going to institute a 25% tariff on all vehicles coming into the United States. And once again, Trump's like, my dick's bigger than yours. We're just going to, we'll charge Korea, Japan, everybody who sells vehicles, makes vehicles and brings them in the United States, they're all going to pay 25%. And I'm like, do it, please do it. So the battle lines are clearly drawn. A lot of people are, I say people, a lot of countries, and more specifically, these countries' leaders, Canadian prime ministers and all the rest of these people, they're fucking around, man. Like I said, you poke the bear and you poke the bear. And I think they forget their place. I know it's uncomfortable for people to hear who aren't American citizens. They see it as, it's just another rude American. Yeah, maybe, but it is what it is. Time to time, they need to be reminded who the big swinging dick is, who the big man on campus is. And for the time being, it's the United States. And it's not just by a little, it's by a lot. And I can already hear them now. I can hear the eye rolling from our listeners that are from around the world. And I'm sorry if it's bitter to hear. All this silly shit I hear about, like, for instance, Yemen. Yemen saying that they can stand up to the American military. I'm like, are you kidding? We have a budget bigger for shit paper in the military than they do for their entire armament. So I see all this shit where they come on TV or X and they're like, yeah, we're going to do this to America, or we're going to do that. I'm like, really? You sound childlike and naive to me.
Hey, Pirate, you know what? I think of it like a bunch of short children thinking it's okay to bully a tall, strong man,
Exactly. Running around, taking little cheap shots, a little poke, all that kind of shit. And they keep, like I said, poke the bear and poke the bear. And then when you get mauled, when you get disemboweled with one swipe of that giant bear's paw, then now
it's the bear's fault.
It's victim. Then you're a victim. Yep. And the victimhood kicks in. Oh, how could you? I'm like, well, you slapped me in the face 6 times. I break your nose and knock 4 of your teeth out. Now I'm the bad guy. Did you forget you slapped me 5 times in a row? Some people have to learn the hard way. Yeah, exactly, Mike. Until the strong man swings his bear paw. Exactly. And that's what we're seeing. One would think if anybody had a brain in their head that the way you would do it was to create an alliance. You come in, you bend the knee, you go see the king. If his army and his if his guard and all of his body men if you can get an audience with the big man, you go in, you plead your case, and you say, listen, we want to do business with America. You got your country. We have states, you take Texas or Alaska, for instance. We have individual states in here in our country that are bigger than most European countries. Just one state. You think those people would recognize what that means? Just think about that in terms of the scale of you compare it, like you said, little children to a giant. You think that they would realize that, come to understand it, and say, well, I want to be in the warm embrace, or I want to be in alliance, have them with the ability to do business. And if we're doing business and we have strong business relationships, then you can count on us for military support. Does anybody think that we're friends with the Saudi Arabian, the royal family? Because what? We like the way their white robes and their headdress. Do you think that's what it's for? Fuck no. They're a business partner with us. The Saudis have long, since the days of Aramco and the discovery of oil underneath those oceans of sand over there, they have been a business partner. The Americans helped and make them incredibly rich. We helped them exploit the natural resources they have, and then we turned around and bought most of it. We're like, we'll help you get it out of the ground, and oh, by the way, we'll even buy a great deal of it. So it's not like they thought we were attractive, like it was love at first sight. There was mutually beneficial, and that created a bond that has just stood, all this time. So that's how it's supposed to work. It's not like we looked at Saudi Arabia and thought to ourselves, well, here's an equal, and we'll just be friends and do business. No, there was resources there, and it was beneficial for us to have good relationships with them. They recognized that their country would be better off if they were in good standing with the United States. So what you have now is this comfy, cushy relationship with the Saudi Arabian, with the royal family, the Saudis, and the United States. For the life of me, I don't understand why the rest of these countries don't look at that and see that as the template, the example, like, well, this is how it's done. I couldn't help but notice that there was some chatter that I think somebody from Argentina or one of the South American countries, or excuse me, maybe the Congo, the national, what do they call it, Free Republic of the Congo, or whatever, National Republic of Congo, has reached out to the White House saying that they would be willing to do a sweetheart deal with all of their minerals, rare earth minerals and everything they have, silver, gold, copper, in return for America bringing some stability to the region. Now, this wasn't put out by the CIA or put out by Washington. This was their government reaching out to us. And I remember thinking when I read that, this is how it's done. This is what a smart leader does. You'll come to the White House and say, we want to be a trading partner with you. We want to be a friend to the United States. We want to do business with you. And we will ensure that you get a really great deal on everything that we do. And by the way, can you keep warlords from doing an ethnic cleansing in our jungles? No, and that's what happened. That's why we went to bat for Saudi Arabia against Saddam Hussein. It wasn't for anything else than the oil. So, and it makes sense. I mean, there's people saying no blood for oil. I'm like, well, what if it wasn't oil? What if it was corn? Or what if it was, plutonium for your nuclear reactor? You know, at some point in time, a country has to act in its own interest. And if its own interest means going to a foreign country and helping them remain stable and safe so that we can have a nice lifestyle here in the United States, that's kind of the mandate. Andrew Morgan said, look at what El Salvador's president is doing with Trump. Perfect relationship, mutual respect. Yeah, exactly, Andrew. That's what I'm talking about. That is how it's supposed to be done. It has nothing to do with us controlling El Salvador or making them a puppet state. All the haters always like to bring all that out. I'm like, it doesn't have to be nefarious. Just because you have a good relationship with another country where both countries win and benefit from having good relationships doesn't automatically mean they're like some subject, or like we've colonialized them, like the people are fond of saying now, that somehow or another that we're just taking over that country. It's naive. I haven't had my pastries this morning. I got 2 muffins. I got a chocolate chip muffin, which I'm not really that fond of, but the blueberries are my favorite. I have one of each. They're small. It's come as no surprise that just the sound of those packages opening brings Diesel even faster than calling him. I've told Mrs. Pirate she's had trouble sometimes when he's outside because he doesn't obey her like he does me. She'll call him and he refuses to come. I said, you should just carry one of those plastic wrappers in your pocket. If you want him to come, all you got to do is rattle that plastic wrapper and he'll come like he's on the string. $9:30. Market's been open for 1 hour. Nothing dramatic so far. It's a little disappointing. I was hoping we'd have a little fireworks. I kind of excited, guardedly optimistic, if you will, that we might see something worth whooping and hollering about. But it doesn't appear to be the case, at least not yet. I know those Bollinger Bands are tightening up on GrayLeaf's screen right there. The 2 white lines, for those of you who I'm sure everyone here knows. So that would indicate that something's going to happen one way or the other. Beg your pardon. Please forgive me. Take a quick peek at Bitcoin here and see what it's up to. Ooh. 86,556, down 0.15%. The last 24 hours, it's given up $128. A crazy fucking Ben yesterday, he comes in, he's like, Bitcoin's going up. And I look and it's in the red, and it's in again the red today. I'm like, God damn it, Ben. Where are you getting this crazy ass information from? I can't help but think it's maybe wishful thinking. Something tells me that Ben might hold some Bitcoin. I've grown quite fond of everybody in here. So I don't want Bitcoin to fail. I mean, the people who have embraced it, ones that I hold dear, become friends with over the 4 years, I hope they see incredible profits from it. But I'm not going to lie about it when the topic comes up or when I asked about my opinion of the whole thing. That doesn't mean that I'm wishing any ill will towards anyone. Yeah, Mike. Yeah, he does work from home, so there's that. Fucking Goomba.
Bitcoin scares me. I think it's just a money grab from Americans.
Yep. I think it, pure and simple, I think it is a Ponzi scheme flash. It's all the greater fool theory. That, and I've said it 100 times. That doesn't mean you can't make money right now. There's a lot of people who got incredibly rich off of Bernie Madoff. If you're not familiar with it, read up on Bernie Madoff's story. Do you know how long Bernie Madoff was in business? He did that shit. He ran that Ponzi scheme. It wasn't something that happened over a course of like 8 quarters or a year and a half, 3 years or something. Hey, man, he did that shit for years and years and years. And in order for it to work, the people who got in on his Ponzi scheme early, they got paid. They got paid on the regular. That's what made it work. People going around Manhattan and New York and the polo grounds and the country club and on the golf course saying, my guy gets me 10% every year. Market's down, doesn't matter to him, I get 10%. Market's up, doesn't matter, my guy gets me 10%. And you're like, God damn, Pirate, I respect you, man. You've been my golf buddy for years. Can I get in on that? And you're like, yeah, I'll give you your number, but he won't even fuck with you unless you have at least $1 million to put in. I got that. Okay, fine, man. And you know that was how it worked, man. Another guy comes in. Well, what nobody knew was that my friend on the golf course, he puts his $1 million in Bernie Madoff's fund, and Bernie's using his money to pay me my checks every month. That if I got my money in there and he's getting me. So it's the same thing. A Ponzi scheme only works as long as new money is coming in. Because the new money is flowing to the old investors. And the old investors are the salesmen. They're telling everybody this really works. It's true. I can show you my statements. I got the money. We spent it. We bought a beach house thanks to Bernie Madoff. But for every guy who gets in early at the bottom of those kind of pyramid type schemes, those Ponzi schemes, the people at the end, they get filleted. They literally get shot, field dressed, gutted, and eventually butchered. There's nothing left for them at the end. And that shoe hasn't dropped yet. And I believe that's what Bitcoin is all about. I'm sorry. I just believe it. But hey, if you're one of those people, just like the people who got in early with Bernie Madoff, if you can get in, ride the wave on your surfboard, cash out, and go on and spend that money and get yourself a beach house before all of the thing comes crashing down, just go with God. Just go into it with open eyes. Don't kid yourself about what you're doing. That turn. Oh, Dynamite says the effects of that are still happening today. Bobby Bonilla, I believe he was a baseball player, wasn't he? A pitcher or something, a good hitter. Bobby Bonilla is still paid by the Mets for a bad deal the Mets made with Madoff. He retired in 2001. He still gets 1.9 million every July 1st. That's funny as shit, Mike. I love it, man. That's some pirate shit right there. I love it. Orly Plover said he started buying into Bitcoin in the low 30,000. Yep. Good for you. You're one of those guys. Mrs. Pirate and I almost, I'm like those guys that say, I almost joined the military. We almost became, Bitcoin enthusiasts. We had gone so far as she set up the account, did everything through, I think, Voyager. And I was going to buy one coin. I wanted one whole coin. It was about 30 grand, 35,000. Had the money sitting right there ready to go. All she had to do was click the mouse. And for the grace of God, at that time, we thought, just something happened and we got busy. We got distracted, other things. The next thing you know, Voyager went out of business. People couldn't access their money. They couldn't sell or buy. They couldn't get their principal. Couldn't close the accounts. A little bit of that went a long fucking way for me. And everybody's like, well, that's not Bitcoin. I'm like, yeah, I get it. But the idea that to get this Bitcoin, you have to buy from somebody like Voyager. And I get it. There's Coinbase and all the other places out there. I'm just saying, for me personally, I saw that as a shot across the bow. I'm like, okay, this is an eye-opener about how sketchy this shit really is. Now, to be fair, if I had bought it and put it in a cold storage wallet, I think they call it, kept it at home and had my keys or my key phrase or my code, we would have a coin right now for like $30,000 like Orly Plover has, and it would be worth 88. And that's a win. I fully concede that point. But I don't regret not getting into it, because I don't know how a sane person could look at and watch what happened, watch Voyager collapse. I mean, what do? Go to Mrs. Pirate and go, yeah, just find another place. I'll be like, in the back of my mind, I'd be like, well, what if these motherfuckers go down? Yeah, I'm like, no, thank you. No regulatory authority, no SDIC insurance, And then that whole time you get into Sam Bankman fraud with FTX and all of that. And I'm like, man, I'm all about swimming with the sharks, but you're swimming with the sharks here and they're spreading chum and blood in the water. Oh, maybe I just pussied out. Could be that simple. And that's okay too. I don't mind missing an opportunity, but what I'm not going to do is lose my principal. Casey and I talked earlier about eating seed corn, eating your principal. I get the whole concept of opportunity cost, the fact that, if you could have done better elsewhere. That's all philosophical. I'm talking about hard money. If I've got $100,000 in a coffee can, I don't want to see that evaporate, not even 1 penny. Now, if I can do something with that and it makes me 1%, 10%, or I double it, triple it, 3-bagger, that's different. That's all fine and good. But the idea is, it's kind of like a Hippocratic oath with a doctor. Do no harm. Even if I just break even, I'm pissed off about the time I put in it. But what I don't want to see is my principal erode.
Swinging from the crow's nest, apes together strong. We taking back the booty in the pirate's chest. Apes together strong, 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 Apes together strong. 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 Bang that drum, that hit that kick, that snap for that. Bang that drum, that hit that kick, that snap for that. Bang that drum, that hit that kick, that snap for that. Bang that drum, that hit that kick, that snap for that. Bang that drum, that hit that kick, that snap for that. Bang that drum, that hit that kick, that snap for that. Bang that drum, that hit that kick, that snap for that. Bang that drum, that hit that kick, that snap for that.
Ira, did you see where DoorDash is doing eat now, pay later stuff?
Morning, Thomas. Good to see you this morning.
Pirate.
Yeah.
I think UPS was asking you, did you see the order now, pay later for the DoorDash?
No, but first of all, let me apologize because I snuck off to go to the bathroom and grab some ice.
Well, that's cool.
I should have said I was going to be away. Sometimes I take a chance on that, and I apologize for that. No, I haven't seen that, but we were making jokes about it yesterday, or somebody, or my family and I, but how many of these people are buying, DoorDash, fucking Burger King, and then they're paying my son to go pick it up, and they're giving him a tip, and it's all on a fucking credit card. I'm like, what are these people going to have, like, payments? They're going to, I think somebody else beat me to the joke. I think it was on X or Twitter. They're like, there's people out there that are going to have to make payments on their fast food deliveries, like, because their credit card bill gets overwhelmed with that kind of shit. It's crazy, man. It's absolutely crazy.
Well, yeah, because that was DoorDash rolled that out recently. They said you can eat now, pay later.
Pirates in the crow's nest. Said that you're a know-it-all. Baby, you don't know yet. Tell me where you're going.
Well, I have some experience with this, the concept of offering credit, and I can tell you, the tree care company, the arborist company that Mr. Pirate and I owned, when I instituted a policy that we would do in-house financing. I've discovered, I thought I did it as an experiment because it was expensive work. I mean, our average ticket was like $1,000, $1,500, and this was 15 years ago. We didn't do stuff for 20 or 30 bucks. And you would go to the house, you'd meet with a family or the man or wife, whatever, and you'd look at the project and you'd give them a quote. And you could just tell that they wanted the work done. It needed to be done. Let's say for instance, it's a 90-foot pine tree and it turned brown because the pine beetles killed it and all that. It's dead as a hammer. Well, that you don't have a choice in the matter. That tree's dead. It has to come out. Now, whether you let the limbs fall out of it one at a time, bounce off your roof, or you run the risk of the stump getting rotten and the whole tree toppling over. Either way, it's going to come down. What they have is the ability of time. So when they're pushed into a corner knowing that they have to take action, they call companies, we go out, and you're like, yeah, I'll do this for $2,000. Well, now they're like, we don't have $2,000. Money's tight, we're paycheck to paycheck. So I've recognized really early on that there was an opportunity here. So what I started doing was I would try to sell the work, and if they seemed amicable to it, but I couldn't close the deal. We called it getting the go-ahead, where they say, well, go ahead and get us on your schedule. I couldn't get the go-ahead. What I would start to do is, as I would leave their property, just as I was leaving, the last part of my sales pitch would always be, oh, by the way, I don't know if I mentioned it or not, but we offer 90 days, same as cash, free of charge. We don't charge any interest. You can pay, you don't have to pay anything monthly, but in 90 days, you have to pay the whole bill. So you have 3 months to pay this. And I can't begin to tell you, I'm going to say like half of the people would stop me. Oh, really? You didn't tell me that? Well, when can we do this? So I recognized really quick there, if you offered financing, you could capture more of the market. So we started doing it, but I wanted to be paid immediately, obviously. So I wouldn't even broach the subject until I felt like there was no other alternative. It was like my last ditch effort to get the job. But what I can tell you, Tech, was that our numbers exploded. There wasn't just a little bit. Our workload went way up because I was getting far more work than because I was just offering financing. Now there's pros and cons to everything. What we saw was that you had collection issues. Some of these people would let the 3 months go by and they hadn't paid anything. Mrs. Pirate would eventually call me in on a rain day when I wasn't busy. She's like, yeah, you got some people you need to call. She's like, here's a list. There's 3 of them that owe us and they haven't paid. Then I'd have to get on the phone and call the guy and be a dick. And then 99% of the time I get the money. The downside, the true con, I didn't mind making a few calls. Now, most people would pay. Again, most of them would pay it, but it did add in the extra. I had to become a bill collector sometime. But over the course of the 16 years, I think 8 years we offered credit. Over that last 8 years, there were probably 2 or 3 people that just beat us out of the money. Just never paid, refused to pay, and we never collected. So you book that loss. but that loss was nothing compared to the extra money that we made by offering financing. It's similar to this whole self-checkout. When you go into Walmart and people are doing this self-checkout, and you know that there are people that are just fucking robbing them blind. Well, yeah, they're getting their theft, their shrinkage of groceries that are going out of that store that aren't paid for. It goes up, but that's nothing compared to the savings they have by not paying a bunch of women to run those cash registers. The same concept. So I had to wrap my head around it because I'm an emotional person. I took it as a personal attack that I came to your house with my guys. We worked like monsters for you, and you're going to stiff me for my pay. And for me, it was like a personal. It was a matter of pride. I had to get over that and just approach it very, very business-like and say it just comes with the thing. It comes with the territory. If you're going to offer credit, some of the people are going to default, but it doesn't matter if in the end of the day you're making far more money. So I can understand why DoorDash and all them is doing the old eat now, pay later. It's crazy, man. It's a crazy concept.
Yeah, if it works for them. Yeah, it's like for you, you beat out a lot of competitors, right?
Absolutely. That's a good observation. I give you credit for that. And that was in our business, it was highly competitive. Back then, it was a phone book. People, if you had a home and you had a big tree and you needed it out, you'd go to tree removal. You went through the yellow pages and you'd go with the biggest ad that popped out. There was a whole game psychology to it. And you'd call that phone number and they'd answer the phone. Trees Plus can help you or whatever. And then you'd give the address and they'd give the whole story. I have a dead tree. How much does it cost? Well, we got to send a guy out. But because it was free, they would just call a minimum 3 or 4 companies. I've pulled into driveways to give an estimate, and I saw one of my competitors pulling out. We all had either magnetic signs on our trucks. My trucks were all eventually lettered. I paid somebody like Yucca to print the vinyl decals and put them on. We were all lettered up. But even if it was just a guy with, we called them jacklegs, even if it was just a jackleg with a pickup truck and not even a magnetic sign on it, you recognize who they were. So I'd be pulling in the driveway at 3:30, and there'd be a guy pulling out. I'm like, well, this fucker was just here giving a bid. And then as I'm leaving, give me my price. As I'm leaving, here come another one. It'd be Trees Unlimited. And I'm thinking to myself, well, this guy's shopping this thing to death, and he's looking for the absolute cheapest price. So that's where, again, you get into some salesmanship where you got to explain to the client that the cheapest bid isn't always the best, and you got to explain to them what can happen on that. For instance, a lot of companies we competed with didn't even have insurance. So I'm like, the guy might be cheaper because he doesn't have an insurance bill to pay this month. What happens if the wind blows and he knocks the chimney off of your house with that tree? Is he going to just get in his truck and drive away? Is it worth getting a 20% discount on the job for that risk? So anyhow, but yeah, there was a lot of competition. So if we offered financing and the jacklegs couldn't, jackleg, a guy working out of a pickup truck with a chainsaw, he can't offer financing. He's barely getting by incorporated. So you're right, a lot of those didn't offer that. And sometimes, even though my price was higher, I offered the financing so they would give me the job. You're exactly right.
Yeah, that was the next point I was going to say. Is like I went with the cheapest to remove our tree, but if we were really strapped for cash and somebody offered finance, then maybe you'd pay a little extra for the financing.
Pay a little extra because time. It gives you 3 months to pay me versus the end of the day. Like, I'm going to have this done, Tech, at 4 o'clock. You need to send your wife down to the bank and get my money now. Whereas if you don't have it, you're like, I'm done, Mr. Tech. Thanks for the job, and we'll see you. Have a good day. And I get my truck and leave, and I did the job, and you haven't paid a dime, but you got 3 months to cough it up, or you're going to see me again. But yeah, it gave us an advantage. So I don't know, man. The whole concept of people paying somebody else to go get them a Coke and a cheeseburger. Look, I get it with pizzas. They've had pizza delivery boys from the very beginning. But pizzas, for starters, pizzas are incredibly profitable. The cost to make a pizza, that's why there's so many pizzerias. The cost, the cost of the flour, the tomato paste, the cheese is the most expensive part. So I had a friend who was in the pizza business. The markup, the margins on pizzas are incredibly high. So I could understand why they would have a pizza delivery boy, and then I could understand why the pizza delivery boys were paid. They didn't even, most of them didn't hardly get. They're like a waitress. Their wages were made up for in tips. But a pizza always costs, a little bit more, so you can kind of understand that. But to think that somebody will, my son went and picked up a iced coffee from, I don't know, Burger King. Fucking Burger King. And one iced mocha coffee or whatever it's called. And delivered it, I don't know, 6 blocks. You could walk the 6 blocks. And I just never thought I'd see the day where somebody would pay a delivery boy to take one single beverage to a house. And to this
Ask
day,
him how
he
much
claims, he told me that guy gave him like, I can't remember what the tip was. It was like $8 or it was some crazy shit. And he said, just viewed on a ratio, it was the single biggest hit. He's like, I delivered like a $3 drink and got an $8 tip. But the idea that someone would pay, $11 for a fucking iced coffee from Burger King and have somebody pay to bring it to them, it's just like, that just the laziness of that. Now I get it. Maybe you could argue, well, maybe the guy's in a wheelchair. He's not ambulatory. He doesn't drive. I know there's probably some exceptions. I've heard the arguments made where somebody says, well, if it's an attorney and his time is worth $200 an hour and he works from home, he doesn't have time to go pick up a Jimmy John sandwich, so it doesn't mean shit to him. I get it that there's those exceptions. What I find it hard to understand, Tech We Love, is how there's that many exceptions. See, I would argue that high-paid lawyer whose time is worth that high, that he's rare. See, I don't think that the bulk of the delivery, Uber Eats and DoorDash, I would argue that the bulk of their clientele are not high-earning individuals who just put a premium on their time. I'm not believing that shit. I don't believe it for a minute. This is about convenience. It's another example of the easy button generation. And it's the very same people. Here we go. I'm going to do here we go. You're like, Ronnie's on a rant. This is the same bunch who goes on Twitter and goes, my money's not going far enough. My generation, Generation X and the boomers, they pulled the ladder up behind them. They got theirs and they don't want the rest of us to get paid. I'm like, you know what we didn't do? I didn't pay somebody $11 to bring me a fucking cup of coffee. You know what else we didn't do? We didn't go through Starbucks and pay $6 for a fucking cup of coffee. So save all that shit. And it's the same thing, they do it over and over again. Oh, our money just doesn't go far enough. And we're not going to see the level of financial success that the older generations had because the deck is stacked against us. I'm like, do you guys realize the stupid shit you spend money on that we never, even if it was available, we wouldn't have done it? Crazy. GrayLeaf says she's sitting here now streaming with no coffee. She wanted an iced coffee. She's like, hell yeah, I'd pay unless we're broke. Yeah. But see, GrayLeaf, this is personal responsibility. You make your own coffee. You want your own iced coffee, you make it. But when you oversleep, see, you gotta take responsibility. You fucked up. You overslept. You had to go to work today. You showed up late to work. Now you're gonna go without coffee. Yeah, I don't know. Our money doesn't go as far today as it used to while they're holding $1,000 iPhone 11 at 17 years old. At 17 years old, I couldn't afford an $80 pair of Nikes. Nike gym shoes came out, this white gym shoe, it was leather, which was incredible. I'd never seen a leather gym shoe. It was white with a red swoosh on the side. Looked amazing with a nice pair of jeans. All the cool kids had them. I was like, man. Meanwhile, I was wearing a set of Chuck Taylor's high top, old fashioned canvas gym shoes with a rubber bottom. I think they were $6 a pair. Got one pair for a year at school. When school started, my dad would take us out and get us one pair of the cheapest gym shoe that money could buy. Dad, man, I'd really like to, and my friend, his family were a little bit better off. He got a pair. Every year at school time, my friend Jeff, he's got these. I'd like to have those. So I had to go out with a lawnmower and cut fucking grass, earn $80, cutting yards at $8 a piece, go cut 10 yards, take the money and go with my friend to the mall at Coleraine Avenue in Cincinnati. It was called Northgate Mall. I can remember like it was yesterday, going to a little shoe store, hand over what I essentially worked an entire week for one pair of gym shoes. $80. And that was an item that you could argue was necessary. I mean, you can't go barefooted. But what we didn't have, yeah, Mr. Pirate said you could wear the Chuck Taylors. That's true. So I had an upgrade to an item that was already a necessity. But I think, the idea of being 17 years old and having $1,000 iPhone 11, fuck, are you kidding me? To get one pair of Levi's, if you got 501, you got your choice of straight leg or boot cut. With the gym shoes, you really wanted the straight leg. And if you got the button fly, oh, goddamn, that's for the rich folks. But at that point in time, one pair of Levi's was $30. $30 to $31 for a pair of Levi 501s. DoorDash jeans, they had this concept of designer jeans. Somebody else had the idea that, well, if they like blue dungarees or blue jeans, if they really like them that much, and then of course you always had your Wranglers. I think Kmart sold Wranglers, but they were kind of viewed as the cheap knockoff of jeans. Of course, the cowboy boot guys liked them. They were kind of a Western thing. But the idea was DoorDash come out and said, we're going to do a designer jean. So all they did was make a set of leather jeans made out of denim, and then put a fancy stitching on the back pockets, just a fancy stitching. And then they did an ad campaign, and they were selling those for like, I think at one time they were like $80 for a pair of Levi's. A pair of DoorDash. So if you had a pair of DoorDash jeans and a pair of Nikes, you were looked upon as you were top shelf. That was the shit. And I don't know anybody who had like 5 pair of DoorDash. Hell, I didn't know anybody who had 5 pair of Levi's. If you got one good pair, that was the idea. You'd wear them. And if you were smart, or poor, you might have to wear those for 2 days. Wear them to school, come home, take them off, and hang them over a chair in a corner so that you could wear them for a few days, and then eventually you'd run them through the washing machine. But yeah, nowadays, it's nothing for these kids to have a closet with $2,000-$3,000 worth of clothes in them. 6-7 different pairs of shoes, $1,000 iPhones, $200 haircuts. These girls getting nails put on at $100 a whack, and eyelashes. I think it's $200 to have fake eyelashes put on at 17 years old, and then going on the internet. My money doesn't go as far. I don't know what happened. Yep. Mrs. Pirate said they're not working at 17. Their parents are paying for it. Well, that's even worse. Yep.
I remember wearing Wrangler jeans in high school and walking into class, and the kids singing, "Here comes Wrangler, he's one tough customer." And I would have to act like I didn't hear him because I was so embarrassed. Robinhood had, I guess, the investors released last night. They're going to get into banking, and instead of you having to go to ATM to get your money, they'll deliver it to you. How do you think that's going to work out?
Who's doing that?
Robinhood.
Yeah, I don't know about all that.
I guess they have a Robinhood Gold card. It costs like $200 a year.
But why? But why UPS? Why would you? Why would you deliver cash to somebody in an economic environment where everything is going cashless?
That was one of the replies on the tweet last night.
It's stupid. It's like they invented the car, and you're going into horseshoeing or blacksmithing. Like, dude, you're talking about delivering people their cash, and everything's going cashless. It's like you're going the wrong direction.
Well, I personally hope it fails, but I thought it was kind of weird. All these guys that I listened to on a space call after the market closes, and all of those guys who were like tech traders or stock traders, they were all there. Like, to me, like, they're all paid influencers.
Yeah, GrayLeaf is she's confessing the truth. She's like, she's got coffee beans, a grinder, cheap French press, heavy cream, and those frozen whiskey balls for ice. Yeah, she can whip up a frozen coffee in no time. She said GrayLeaf does not go out unless it's a must. Yeah, that's I've adopted that lifestyle. I've become quite I like to think of myself as some sort of maybe a warrior monk. I don't care to leave the house any longer. I'll go if I have to. Yesterday I had to run to Ace Hardware. I'd run out of bits. There's a real specific type of screw that you use for that composite material I'm putting down around the pool, and it requires an oddball type bit. It's just not like a screw bit that you can put on a gun. They give you one when you buy the box of screws. Of course, it's cheap and it didn't last very long. And I saw it coming. I knew it was going to have to happen. So I had to leave Camelot and drive to Ace Hardware. I'll do it if I have to, but if there's any other option, i.e. Mrs. Pirate or my boys are around, I'm not leaving the house. Ooh, 4-leaf clover. That's funny. He says he started working full-time at 14 years old, cupping worms for a bait company. Count 16 night crawlers, toss them in a cup, mix dirt, fill the cup with dirt, put a lid on it, toss it in a crate. Take the crate to the cooler, repeat. I respect that, 4-leaf. He said, that's how I bought my first electric guitar. You are my people, man. You are of my tribe. Family that took me under their wing, they, and Mrs. Pirate points out, they weren't entirely philanthropic. They made money off of me. So it was my best friend's dad, but in the end, I kind of, in my nostalgia, I talk about him in saintly terms, but the truth of the matter is, they got a lot of free labor out of me. I mean, there were times where Friday would come around and the mom had the checkbook, and they'd be like, how much do we owe you, Ronnie? And I'd just kind of shrug my shoulders like, I don't know, whatever you think is fair. For the truth of the matter is, they should have just paid me for the 5 days that I was there. But I always felt like, I'm naive thinking that if I'm not laboring all the time, that somehow or another they shouldn't be paying me for that. So I didn't understand the ways of the world. But I remember one time where, if they didn't have anything that needed, they had a little dump truck that I would drive, and if they didn't have anything that needed delivered, there was no driving to be done. They would from time to time, instead of just sending me home, they would find busy work. But they taught me how to jack up a dump truck, to take an air tool take all those big heavy lug nuts off, take the tires are huge, 1020s, big tractor trailer tire, take the tire off of the truck. Then they taught me, it was flat already, they taught me how to take those were split rings. Like you take a sledgehammer and you pound on the tire to break it loose from the bead. You take the retaining ring off with a giant like crowbar. It's very labor intensive. You're prying this huge ring off. It's under compression. You snap that off, and then the two parts of the rim. These were, in the old days, they had 2-part rims. There was an inner part and an outer part. They fit together like a puzzle. Once you took that retaining ring off, then you could pull the rim apart. So the rim would come off of the tire. Now you have access to the inside of the tire, and it had a liner in it. You pulled this big rubber liner out. That was heavy, set it off to the side. And then there was an inner tube in it. You take the inner tube out, fill it up with air, then run a garden hose over it to see where the bubbles were. You find the bubbles, then you had to go over, dry it off. You put some, you had a little, we'd set fire to it. You'd squirt a little bit of glue on it and then light it, and the heat would vulcanize the rubber and make it soft. Put a patch on it. Take your little roller wheel and roll across the patch several times to make sure that it had positive contact and squishes all the glue out. Didn't even wait for it to dry. You figured by the time you got finished with the rest of the process, it would be dry. So you put the inner tube empty back in the tire, lined up the little valve stem. Then you put the rubber boot, the protector liner that went between the rim and the inner tube. You put that in. Then you push the two pieces of rim in, one from one side, one from the other. These rims weighed about, I'm going to say 75 pounds a piece, 65 to 75 pounds a piece. Maybe 50. You push those two pieces together, and then you had to lay that retaining ring on there, the very same ring that you had to pry off with a crowbar. You pounded it on. You get it started on one edge, and then take like a 5-pound beater hammer or sledgehammer and tap it down. You go in a circular, semicircular around it. You'd get like 2 or 3 inches at a time until it finally snapped in place. Then come the dangerous part. You'd stand the tire up and hook an air hose to it and air it up to 80 pounds. Well, if that ring wasn't seated tight, when you got up to about 60 or 70 pounds, that tire would explode because the pressure is too great, and it would blow the ring out, and it could tear your head off. They make a safety device that they use in tire stores. It's called a tire cage. You're supposed to put the tire in the tire cage when you air it up, so that if it does explode like that, it won't rip your head off. But we didn't have a tire cage. Hell, we're lucky to have a concrete slab to work on. But can't remember the exact number. I think I changed 17 tires. I know there was a 7 in it. I don't know. Sometimes I tell the story it's 27 tires. Other times I tell the story it's 17. I can't remember. I know it wasn't 7. But that was what their thing was. They're like, you can go home today or you can change all these tires. Now, to be fair, I changed 2 or 3 tires on the trucks that were flat, and the remaining 14 tires were laying in a pile. So I didn't have to remove and install those. But on the few trucks that were flat, I had to put them back on the truck, start the lug nuts, and then tighten them all down, and then take the jack out. And they gave me $8 an hour, $8 per hour. And of course I had taxes taken out of that and all that other shit. But yeah, it was, it wasn't, I wasn't like sitting at a desk doing IT support for like, hi, this is Ronnie, can I help you? No, it wasn't none of that shit. $17 years old, 16 years old. That wasn't my first job. That was one of my upgrades. That was an upgrade job. I'll always be in that family's debt, though. They taught me so many things. Body work. His dad would buy an old piece of shit dump truck that wasn't fit to be on the road. Wore out, piece of junk, could barely ride. He'd bring it home. We'd sand the whole thing down. They taught us how to sand it, do fiberglass body work, fix cracks where somebody, bumped into shit with it. Learn how to use Bondo and fiberglass and all that, and then paint it, make it look halfway presentable. Learn how to paint, tape off vehicles, do modern, a little bit of repair work. That was my first exploration into repairing, vehicles, anything besides a lawnmower. So I'll always be grateful to that family. Jay Brown says $8 was good money. His first at 16 was $3.50 unloading trucks. Yep. First time I ever took a job was $3.35 an hour. Minimum wage in 1979, I think it was when I started working, it was $3.35 an hour, and it was $3.15. It was $3.15, and they just raised it because I remember one of my friends telling me how lucky I was that they just changed it to $3.35. But it was amazing that I would work. I mean, I worked like a rented mule for an entire hour for $3.35. I remember one check that I got was for like $80, and it was for like an entire week. And it might have been, there might have been some rain time in there where I got sent home. Maybe I didn't have enough hours, but I can remember cashing a check. It was $80. But the point I'm trying to drive home was it was for real work. You imagine if you want, a lot of the families giving me $8 an hour to change those 17 tires. But imagine if they took those tires to a tire store. And back then, if they charged you $10 to change a flat. Well, I changed $170 worth of tires. Not to mention all the other things that you would do while you're there. Move this truck, move that bulldozer, load this bulldozer and chain it down, go check the oil in this machine, help us look in the radiator. So the idea was that the family would give me the $8 an hour, but in the end, they benefited from that. They weren't running a first aid organization or a charity. They're running a business, and I was lucky to have weaseled my way into that. 59 years old, and there's not a week that goes by that I don't use some sort of skill set that had its infancy could be traced back to my time with that family. GrayLeaf said that she made $99 a week for 36 hours. Yep, that's me too, GrayLeaf. We are the same. I remember it like it was yesterday. And to be fair, I get it. The price of things were cheaper. I mean, you could go to McDonald's for lunch with $5. You could eat lunch and leave with change. $3.80, $4, just under $5. You could yourself a decent lunch. Taco Bells, Antigos, any of that. So I understand that things were cheaper back then as well. But there's no escaping the fact that the work was real work. What passes in these modern times for work to me is it's amazing. GameStop's still falling, folks. I'm giving you the old stories and boring you with trying to bullshit you into thinking that I was some kind of hard worker. And meanwhile, GameStop has fallen down to $24.33. Yeah, Jay Brown, it was almost like an internship. But the simple fact was, it was my best friend. It was a guy I went to school with, elementary school, 3rd, 4th, 5th grade, all that. And he always had a really cool bicycle, and sometimes he would let me, take a turn on it. He bought one of his family, they were all motorheads. They had race cars and hot rods. His dad took us to the drag strip and all that stuff. But they bought him a little Evel Knievel bicycle. It was really cool. During the 70s, Evel Knievel was big. White bicycle with a red, white. If you know anything about Evel Knievel, very patriotic. Everything was flags and stars and red, white, and blue. But he got this little bicycle. It was, and he would let me take a turn on it every once in a while. I didn't have any bike, much less an Evel Knievel bike. And then eventually he ended up with a little dirt bike. He skipped over the mini bike. A lot of people remember you could get these little mini bikes. They called them mini bikes because all they had was like a lawnmower engine, just a Briggs & Stratton. You pulled the string to start it, and then it had a simple little throttle, twist throttle, and you rode around on that little motorcycle. But he had a proper dirt bike, a little bitty, like a Honda, that had suspension, forks. It had a Kickstarter on it. And very rarely, I mean, because his dad forbid him to let anybody else ride it, but I was the one guy that was an exception. I would go hang out with him for 8 hours, and then he'd ride and all that shit, and I'd hang out in the woods or whatever. And then maybe, well, like once an hour, I might get a 2 or 3 minute go around on it. But hey, it gave me a chance to go ride a dirt bike in the woods, even if it was for just 2 or 3 minutes at a time. But our friendship grew, and I hung around with him, and as a consequence, I'd end up in his garage or helping him wash his bike at the end of the day and all that. And before long, I just become a fixture in their family. And I guess it was kind of like anything. They're like, well, he's not going to go away. He's going to keep coming here, so we might as well put him to work. And the rest, as they say, is history. Now, he said his first paying job was digging a ditch, and then the guy hired me to work in his auto shop, 1983. That's cool.
I had one of those Evel Knievel bikes.
Get out of here, man. Really?
Yeah, I got a scar on my nose. I went to try and do a wheelie, and instead of pulling up, I pulled my face down right on the crossbar and split my nose wide open. And I remember that bike just turning red with all the blood gushing down on the gas tank and all that.
The closest I came, I had a few bikes, maybe two or three, but we would go to the dump, or in our neighborhood, there's trashy lots, and you'd find an old bike that somebody had abandoned or threw out. And it was, flat tires, no chain, the chain was all rusted up, handlebars were stripped out. And we'd drag that home, and then, you'd go about fixing it up, trying to get it, get a new chain for it. Back then you could, order bikes. And then if we were really industrious, we would go and we'd shoplift it. Now, we couldn't buy it. We would go to the local hardware store and steal a can of spray paint, rattle paint, and then you could shake it up. And I can remember taking the wheels and feet off of it and spray painting the whole bike. And then my one friend found out that you could buy pinstriping. You get this little pinstriping. It was like a decal, and you could pinstripe the bike and all that. And that was the closest we come. Was that what we had to do was go ahead and make a bike, but. And that was just so we'd have something to ride. But my friend I just found it. He sent me, I don't keep up with a lot of my friends from high school, but this guy here, we talk maybe twice a year. But he sent me a picture, and he just had a simple caption under, "Do you remember this?" And I'm going to post it in Papa Mac's Discord right now, and then maybe GrayLeaf can share it with the class. But yeah, I'm sitting here like hanging out with you guys like I do every day. I get a little notification. His name's David, and it's from Dave. And I'm like, oh, my buddy sent me something. And all it said was, "Do you remember this?" And it really made me smile. It's funny how just a simple photograph like that can bring you so much pleasure. I said, yes, I do remember. His dad was old school hot rod guy, and he had a Harley Davidson. He had a Harley Davidson Sportster, which is really the smaller bike that they made, but he had it all souped up for drag racing, for a quarter-mile drag racing. And he had some cars throughout the years, but his oldest son, my best friend's older brother, they had a 1969 Camaro. They painted it white, and on the side of it in gold leaf, it had the words "Anticipation." And if you remember the music from the late 60s and early 70s, there was a song called, "Anticipation is making me wait," something along those lines. But it was a very popular song, pop culture, and top 40 music. So he painted that on the side of the car with gold leaf letters, and it had giant flicks on the back. It had a big block motor in it, and when we'd go to the drag strip and those lights would go down, he'd dump the clutch, and the front end of that car would come 6 inches off the ground. I mean, it had that much power. He would bet people that he could jump a Coke can with it. You could set a Coke in front of it, and then he could drop the clutch and the front of the car would literally hop over the Coke can. But it was incredibly fast, and we all got to go to the drag strip. So his older brother was like 6-7 years older than him. He was an oops baby. But they would drag us all to the drag strip, and because they paid for the right to drive the car on the track, the quote-unquote crew didn't have to pay to get in. So it was a way for us poor kids to get to go to the drag strip without paying. And not only did we go to the drag strip, but we got to hang out in the pits. But you had to lend a hand. You had to carry a fuel can or go fetch his helmet for him. Help push the car around if it needed to be moved, push it out. We carried it there on a trailer. He had an old backhoe that he drug around. We would unload the backhoe and then put the race car on the trailer. So it was kind of like a poor boys race team. Wonderful time, wonderful memories. But yeah. Andrew Morgan, cool points, Edgewater. You're exactly right, Andrew. He's my boy from Cincinnati. He said Edgewater. For those of you who aren't familiar with the greater Cincinnati area, there is a drag strip. Been there since, I don't know, the late 50s. It's long enough to land an airplane on. It's called Edgewater. The reason I think they named it that is because it's built literally on the Great Miami River. If you're familiar with the geography of that area, the Ohio River is right there in Cincinnati, and it's fed by some tributaries. There's the Great Miami and the Little Miami. There are two small rivers that come together there, and the land that drag strip on. I mean, as you're going down the drag strip, you can look over your right shoulder and you can see the water. So yeah, very cool place. Friday nights, they had a thing called Run What You Brung. It was called Test and Tune Night. You could run anything for like $15. You had to have a helmet. Their insurance made you had to have a helmet. That was only safety gear. You didn't have to have a roll bar. You didn't have to have dead men kill switches. None of that shit. If you had a helmet, you were good to go. And you'd see guys out, and they did bracket racing where you could take like a minivan out there, and it didn't matter who was first to the end of the track. It was who could come closest to their bracket. So you could take a minivan out there and claim, you're going to run a 30-second quarter mile, which is, you can almost walk it that fast. But if that was your bracket time and the guy you were racing had a Corvette and he said he could do it in 13 seconds, whoever came closest to their bracket time would be the winner, not necessarily who got there to the end. And it was a fun way of letting everybody participate. And then a lot of times they wouldn't even do bracket racing. They called it test and tune. You could just line up. So like if I wanted to race Andrew Morgan, for instance, we would just get in a line with each other and we would wait until we could go out together. And then you'd line up. That's called a Christmas tree. If you don't know, on a drag strip, those are the lights that are in the middle. Starts from yellow at the top, and then both vehicles, you creep up very, very slowly until you break an electric beam. And there's a laser show. When you break the first beam, a little light bulb comes on. It says you're pre-staged. And then I would slip the clutch on my motorcycle and let it roll forward another 2 inches, and then the second light would say staged. That meant I was ready to go. I was perfectly at the starting line. And your opponent, the guy across from you, he would have to roll his motorcycle or car up until it did the same action. Once both cars were staged, when that second car light went to stage, that computer would give you like a 2-second delay, and then that Christmas tree would start at the top. It'd be a yellow at the top, and it would descend down. Yellow, 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 green. When it hit that green, you could go. If you left before the green light come on, you automatically got disqualified. So you could, myself and Andrew Miller would pull up there with our 2 motorcycles, and we would pre-stage, and the lights would go down, it turned green, and you'd let her rip. And then the first guy at the end of the track had bragging rights. And then, of course, it was all timed. They had a giant scoreboard up there, and they would tell you your top speed. When you cross the finish line, you were running 120 or what have you. And then underneath of that, it would tell you how many seconds it took you to run that quarter mile. That's how quarter mile drag racing works. And they would tell, it would be right up there, just like for the big boys. You ran it in 16 seconds, 16.3 seconds. And Andrew was at 17 seconds. So that was, you both, and it was kind of cool. Then as you went through the lights, the runway went on, the runway, that's airplane shit. The drag strip would go on farther because you needed some space to stop. You don't just go from 120 miles an hour to standing still in 10 feet. So you get off your throttle and start getting on your brakes, and then you'd peel off onto a little access road, and then you'd come back down, and they had a set of aluminum bleachers where all the girlfriends and wives and kids could sit and watch. You'd come back behind the bleachers, and there was a parking lot there and all that, and a snack bar. And then they had what was called the pit area, and that's where everybody had all their cars and trailers and stuff. But it was a wonderful place to hang out on a Friday night. You'd get off work, you'd run home, jump in the shower, put on, nice outfit, hoping that maybe the girls would be there. Then you'd take whatever you had, whether it was a motorcycle or car, if you were one of the drag racers. And I couldn't wait to get out on that track. But it was a wonderful place to gather just socially. There was hundreds, if not thousands, of people who never drove anything on the track because it was a big social event. And then on Saturday nights, that was when they did the real racing. You paid, then you paid like $25 to race. But if you won your class, then you got a trophy and blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. So, but Friday nights was fun night. Saturday night was all business. And it was a wonderful place to go and spend time. Good stuff. But his family, like I said, they had that 69 Camaro. And then eventually they got rid of the race car, and we all got into motorcycles. We were always into motorcycles. But his older brother, he was the one who got me into drag racing motorcycles. I shared the pictures with you guys. But his older brother had the motorcycles are just like cars. They were broken into different classes. You got Top Fuel, you've got Pro Street, there's different classes that they have. And his brother didn't get all the way up to Top Fuel, but he ran some stuff that was pretty exotic, all fiberglass body, all that sort of stuff. And I was enamored with that. So I did it as well. I was one of my youthful indiscretions. I spent way too much money on that shit when I should have been taking care of business. But no, we built motorcycles with wheelie bars on the back and car tires and slicks, and run them on we'd go to the airport and buy aircraft fuel because it was hotter than street gas. And it was a wonderful place to go and hang out. We got to do it on the cheap, because of his family.
Did your stomach ever turn like sitting at the Christmas tree?
No, man, I loved that shit. I could have been a professional driver. Vance and Hines, Terry Vance and Arnold Hines. Those are two men who they became self-made multimillionaires by selling custom exhausts for motorcycles. Those guys, they raced, and I thought it would be amazing to be able to try. It's like being a NASCAR driver or a Grand Prix driver or Formula One or driving into Indianapolis 500. You got to have money, man. That's kind of a rich boy's game. You got to have fine trucks and drivers. You got to have a support team. But I'm telling you, there was nothing like pulling up. When it was your turn, you waited in line. You pull out there on the track, and it's all illuminated. And it's all at night. And you get out there, you pre-stage, then you do a burnout to heat the tire up. The reason you do a burnout is to make the tire hot and sticky, so that you get better traction. And it's called leaving. When it turns green and you leave, that hot tire, you want it to be sticky so that it grabs instead of spinning. But you do your burnout, and then you pull up and pre-stage, and then that light goes down. And even if you don't race, sometimes you race against nobody but the clock. Especially if you were checking out, you just changed your motorcycle and you wanted to tune it in. But yeah, my stomach never turned, but I'm getting goosebumps on my arm right now talking about it. And I haven't been to a racetrack in 35, 40 years. But yeah, that light would turn green, and there was, something magical about it. There's no speed limit. There's no, that was why I never understood about guys doing all the stupid shit on the streets. I'm like, there's a place you can go where you can run as fast as you want. I mean, I've seen some wild shit at the drag strip. But yeah, an idea that you could roll out there, and then they would time you, and you could tell, like, I'm getting faster. My bike, every time I'm getting faster. And then you say, well, I wonder if I could do this, and all sorts of things. But yeah, it was a magical experience, and it was a wonderful place to hang out.
I used to race motocross at Budds Creek. It's a track here in Maryland. And I remember sitting at the starting line each time the gate was going to drop, and I thought I was going to throw up. I was like, this is crazy.
Now, the nostalgia is triggered for me by two things. Primarily the smell of burnt rubber. even if somebody's driving down the road and they don't see the lights, like say for instance a tractor trailer's next to you and he doesn't see that the light just changed to yellow, and he gets on his brakes. Everybody's been there where the trailer's kind of dragging the tires a little bit, or a car. And it's not necessarily a burnout, but and it emits that little bit of hot rubber smell. If I get a whiff of that, my mind immediately goes back to that racetrack, because that was the predominant smell. They say smells can trigger memories faster than anything. Or if I am around somebody who does a little burnout at a stoplight, not so much the sound of the tire spinning, but the smell of that burnt rubber. And the second one is a lot of guys would use fuel that had it was soybean based, I think, but it had a really sweet odor to it. It was distinct from any other type of gasoline or aircraft fuel or whatever. And if I
Cam 2?
smell, what's that?
Was it Cam 2?
Yep,
I remember that.
Yep,
smelling good.
yep. You're exactly right. Purple Cam 2.
Yeah, that
Cam
smells
2,
so
I
good.
forgot. Yep, it had a real sweet. That's the only way I could describe a sweet smell to it. And if I smell that to this day, my brain immediately transports me back to those wonderful nights on that drag strip.
If I smell a two-stroke, I just start smiling. I'm like, man, I feel 18 again. I was at Bud's Creek one time, and Joe Gibbs parked next to me for the whole day. That was pretty cool. He was the coach of the Redskins and then started his own NASCAR team.
Yep. Did GrayLeaf, did you get a chance to share the picture of the Evel Knievel bicycle with the rest of the class? Is she here right now? She might have gone. I know she was craving coffee. She might have stepped out and get herself that coffee that she's been talking about.
During COVID,
Dynamite said, we used to cut off our mufflers, now they cut off their dicks. Exactly, Dynamite. You know, we're like, I'm going to take this muffler off of here and put some cherry bombs on here and make this thing sound good. Now they're all like, yeah, I'm going to go get my dick removed. I think I'm a girl. I got distracted, GrayLeaf. I didn't know if you shared the picture of the Evel Knievel bicycle or not. I have a habit of erasing my photographs after we share them. I didn't want to erase it if you hadn't shared it yet. Sometimes I miss what goes on the screen. Yep, there it is, folks. Thank you, GrayLeaf. There it is. Any of you guys remember that bicycle? Did you ever see one of those? But in my social circles, that was the shit right there. If you had one, if you look at the back, that's a little shock, like hooked to that black seat. So if you jumped a little wooden ramp or whatever, that rear shock would work just like a real motorcycle, take some of the ass beating out of it. But the main thing was the aesthetic. You know, it had a little styrofoam crossbar protector like a real dirt bike, it had a little fake fuel tank. And I'm telling you, man, it was just like if you were 9 years old and saw that, you were like, man. Yeah. Thank you, GrayLeaf. You're so very kind to do that. But yeah, it had a little license plate holder on the back of it. If you look under the back fender, you could get a little license plate and put your name on that. And but yeah, my friend he just sent me that out of the blue and said, do you remember this? And I was like, man, I absolutely do.
do you remember the Honda Kick and Go?
No, I remember the name, but I can't remember what it was. Was it some kind of a scooter where you
It
pick
was a
your back
scooter.
leg up, pumped your back leg up and down,
Yep.
and it had
Yep.
like a centrifugal motor that made it go?
It had a chain.
Yeah, we thought those were kind of gay.
Yeah, I had one. we had a Honda car dealership in our town, and they actually sold a couple motorcycles and the Honda Kick and Goes and all that.
You just have to remember, like I said, that bicycle there. I mean, if you had a brand new Huffy, just a average run of the mill Huffy bicycle with normal tires on it. I mean, if you look at that bike right there, the Evel Knievel bike, it's got little knobby tires on it. Like you could go through the sand. I mean, it was literally meant to look like a dirt bike. But if you had just a Huffy from, at that time, Kmart, you go to Kmart and they had a whole line of bicycles. If you just got yourself a $35 Huffy bicycle, and man, if you had some sort of chopper forks or ape hanger handlebars, then you had bragging rights. But just to have a store-bought bicycle that was in good repair, that was just unheard of. Like I said, the most we could hope for. I mean, it was a big deal for us if we could come up with enough money to go to the hardware store to buy inner tubes. See, those are the things that kids don't struggle for today. We had to take a tire, you run over a nail or whatever, you'd have to take the tire and a screwdriver and pry the tire off the rim, then dig the inner tube out, patch the inner tube. You had to have a patch kit. If you had a patch kit, you were the shit, man. You had to, glue the inner tube back on, then put the inner tube back in the tire, and then the trick was you had to try to remount the tire without pinching another hole. Oftentimes you'd use a screwdriver to try to pry the tire back onto the rim, and the screwdriver would pinch the inner tube and you'd just punch another hole in it. It became you were like a surgeon, man. If you had a buddy who was really good at changing flat tires, he was respected in the group. He was really respected. And then what happens was you just do your best to keep two tires that would hold air. We had guys that knew that they could only ride for like 2 hours before their tire went flat. Guys would carry a little pump with them. So to go from that to I got a brand new bike from Walmart, from Kmart, and the tires are, stay up, they stay aired up. You were like a cool kid, it's like having a new car. And then then you take that and you look at my friend David, who shows up with this thing. He was like a god. GrayLeaf says we have 34 people. Should we show Casey's video soon? Yeah, I would second that motion, GrayLeaf. That's a great idea. I'd kind of thought about it, but yeah. Look, you're the captain of this ship, GrayLeaf. We're just your crew. So you sail us into whatever waters you see fit. Yep. Malye said his old man had a small air compressor. The friends loved that. Oh, I'll bet you were the most popular motherfucker going. Yeah, if you had a home air compressor, you were the shit. Yeah, my friend's dad had one. It's like you were something special. Dynamite says the kids today don't even know how to ride a bike. Yep, I get it, man. And don't even get me started, Dynamite, on how far we would travel. These helicopter moms, these people today that, their kids, shit. Man, I'm telling you right now, we get 3 or 4 of us on bicycles, and I am not exaggerating. We could go 6, 7, 10 miles in one direction. Be 10 miles away from our house, getting into just everywhere. It was a way, and the days would fly by. Somebody posted something in X the other day that said, and we would come home tired, filthy, and happy. And I thought, yeah, that sums it up.
Closer observer, it sounds like a stockpile of the most valuable asset.
But by the end of the day, you'd come home, you'd be dirty, tired, but you were happy.
I'm delighted to have the opopportunity to speak today.
Well, I'm
the
going to
word
stop
strategic
talking.
Bitcoin reserve to the casual observer sound like a stockpile of an asset. To a closer observer, it sounds like a stockpile of the most valuable asset the human race has ever invented. But I'm here today to show you how the strategic Bitcoin reserve represents a strategy for United States digital supremacy in the 21st century. The president, with his vision, has established a strategic Bitcoin reserve as of last week and has declared that America will be the Bitcoin superpower. That is prescient. I would hazard to guess that the great majority of the people that saw that post don't even know what Bitcoin superpower means. and they haven't really considered it. I was inspired by the words, and that caused me to put together this presentation today. Why is Bitcoin critical to the prosperity of the United States in the 21st century? That is the question we all should be asking. There are many metaphors for thinking about a strategic reserve of Bitcoin. Bitcoin is digital capital. If we thought of it as Bitcoin as digital capital, is this a stockpile of cheese? Is this a stockpile of oil, natural gas, or even uranium, all of which would be interesting? Well, at its worst case, in its narrowest form, you could think about the strategic Bitcoin reserve as a stockpile of the apex asset of the human race. And so what's it worth? Well, over the next 20 years, I think it's worth anywhere from $3 trillion to $106 trillion to the United States. U.S. corporations, like my corporation, are actually recapitalizing on Bitcoin. We've gone from having $250 million of assets 48 months ago to having nearly $45 billion of assets in 48 months. If you look out over the next 20 years, corporations that are accumulating Bitcoin on their reserve, like MSTR, like Mara, like Riot, they're going to have $20 to $40 trillion. So this is a small metaphor, but it's a powerful metaphor. But you know, it's hard to rent out or finance or develop your cheese or your gold or your natural gas buried in a vault. So a more powerful metaphor is Bitcoin is digital property. If you own 5% of Manhattan and your family owned it for 100 years and someone said, how are you going to pay your bills? You wouldn't say, we're just going to sell it. You would say, we're going to rent it. We're going to develop it. We're going to put a building on top of it, a business on top of it, or we're going to finance it. We're going to borrow against it. The same is true with Bitcoin. In 20 years, the United States could be generating $10 trillion per year by renting, developing, or financing the assets in that strategic Bitcoin reserve. The AIs are coming. The AIs don't get bank accounts. They don't get credit cards. The AIs, the artificial intelligence economy, will be built on digital capital, digital property. It'll be a $100 trillion economy. It'll be built on Bitcoin. Well, a lot of people, they think of it as an asset. You think of it as a property, but what we know to be true is that Bitcoin is actually a network, and it's not just any network. It's not an information network. It's an energy network. It's a conservative network. I can send $1 billion from me to you. I lose it. You have it. That is the conservation of energy in cyberspace. So when you start to visualize Bitcoin as a digital energy network, what you realize is that trillions of dollars of digital commerce will flow over that network. The banking system of the world is going to rebuild itself on a digital energy network. We're going to have 40,000 banks that'll be settling with each other in real time. Finally, moving billions, tens of billions, or hundreds of billions of dollars an hour over a pure digital network. Right? So if you look at the world and imagine digital energy moving around the world, and then you ask the question, would you want to own it? Or would you want to ignore it? It's an important question. And of course, you know, I think some of you might have seen the cyber blackout of X yesterday and all the cyber attacks. The last and most important metaphor is when we have open digital energy flowing, it is a commerce network. But when we reverse that digital energy into a shield, it becomes a defense system. Bitcoin's a digital defense system. Bitcoin messages, data authentications, transactions, they're unstoppable, uncorruptible, immutable, immune to tampering by any known cyber threat. You can protect the United States commercial and military and financial systems behind a wall of digital energy. And that's exactly how we will do it. You know, even Elon Musk pointed out, the AIs don't know how to hack Bitcoin. They can spoof you out of your money. They can convince you that there's someone they're not. There's no way to trick an 800 exahash digital wall that's based on modern encryption. The AIs won't get through that wall. What's driving the growth of Bitcoin? It is the most powerful force in the world right now. It's growing nearly 60%. It's become the 8th largest asset in the world. It's about to become the largest asset in the world in the next 48 months. What is it? It's all of the smart money in the world running from risk, running from the past toward the future, from something less secure to something more secure. And they're doing it in the most visible way with their capital. This is a map of the wealth distribution in the world, about $900 trillion. If you break it into uses, half of it is just a store of value. We're long-term, we're preserving our capital for the long term. We just want to keep our money. The other half are assets held for utility. I want to do something with the asset. If you drill into the 450 trillion, you realize the problem is that long-term capital is being dissipated and decimated by fires, by floods, by famines, by tariffs, by wars, by competition, by rust, by obsolescence, by torts, by traffic, you name it, right? What's that cost? That costs 10 trillion a year. There's people go, well, what is Bitcoin's use case? The use case is to not suffer $10 trillion a year of damage from entropy, from inflation, from chaos, from the future. Bitcoin's an asset without the financial risk of a currency, a bond, a stock, and it doesn't have the physical risk of real estate and property. And we're stripping away the counterparty risk to everything. And so we're moving away from risk, and what that means is that as the word spreads that there's an opportunity to keep your money without taking risk, long-term capital is being merged into the Bitcoin network. The greatest digital transformation of the 21st century, it isn't the transformation of music, it isn't the transformation of your photos, your communications, your Facebook friends, or educational videos, although each of those things made $1 trillion company. The greatest digital transformation is the transformation of capital. So it's the transformation of 450 trillion. What's it worth? It's worth half of everything. It's half of everything. That's the transformation. Digital capital is stronger, faster, and smarter capital. It's everything you don't like about the building stripped away, and you've got an invisible, indestructible, immortal, teleportable building. It's a better building. It's global capital. It's everybody that's living in Asia and Africa and South America would move to the U.S. if they could. They'd move their money to the U.S. if they could. They want the currency of the U.S. They want the property of the U.S. They want the security of the U.S. They want the values of the U.S. But they can't have it. So the second best thing they can have is move their money into the Bitcoin network, which has all of the values, protections, and securities of the U.S. Bitcoin is immortal capital. Right? You can keep your money for 1,000 years. A 10 basis point fee works out to a useful lifetime of 1,000 years. All the other long-term capital assets have a life of 10 to 100 years. Find a business you want to invest in that'll be around for 500 years. Find a building that will last for 500 years. Find a bond that will pay off in 500 years. Find a piece of art that'll still be legible in 500 years. And finally, what we all know in this room is that Bitcoin is, and digital capital is ethical capital. It's the only thing in this world you can truly own. If you have possession of the keys, if you have possession of the knowledge of where the keys might be, you own the thing. No one can take the thing away from you. Everything else you have in this world you own at the pleasure of someone more powerful than you until they decide to take it away from you. Satoshi gave us property rights, sound money, sovereign money. It's a network, but what is it? It's the world's most powerful network. 800 exahash. What's the measure of digital power? It's exahash. 20 gigawatts. All the electricity, all the power that fires up the US Navy. It's also got the most economic power. My company spent $33 billion to buy 2.4% of the network. Do the math in your head, you'll realize there's $1 trillion of real money that has flowed into this network, and there's $1 trillion of smart money behind it. It's the world's most global, fault-tolerant, unstoppable network. Each of those ASIC chips is hundreds of thousands of laptop computers. You'd need trillions and trillions of computers to dent this network. And then, of course, many people say, oh, I get it, it's a network effect. It must be a network. Yeah. Well, it's not a Metcalfian network. That's just enough information about networks to hurt yourself. It's not getting more powerful with the square of the number of nodes. It's getting more powerful based upon the amount of mass, energy, and capital flowing in the network. It's a Newtonian network, like the solar system. When the white dwarf comes past your planet, it's going to suck the atmosphere off your planet. A white dwarf is not the same as an asteroid the same size. They're different. Bitcoin is the brightest thing in the financial universe, right? Heat and light. It's the most interesting. It's growing stronger. It's growing hotter. It's growing denser as it draws the capital of the world into its orbit. What capital? Physical capital. People are selling their buildings. Financial capital. They're going to trade out their low-grade bonds, their currencies in third world and in the second world. Foreign capital. They're going to sell their Siberian real warehouses and their Russian natural gas rights. It's drawing antiquated capital, the capital of the 20th century. It's drawing smart capital. Anybody that thought about it and thought, do I want to be invested in something that's going to decay or be destroyed over time by 100 uncertain risks, or do I want to just keep my money in cyberspace? And then digital capital, right? The AIs, they don't get the bank account. As the economy digitizes, people want to move digital money at the speed of light with a million transactions a second. You're not doing it with a Siberian warehouse. You're not doing it with natural gas or gold. You're not going to do it with any 20th century asset. Where is it headed? Well, there's an open source model. You can download it on GitHub called Bitcoin 24. Plug in your own assumptions. Our assumptions? Well, Bitcoin's currently 22 basis points of the global economy. That's $2 trillion. Over 20 years, right now it's been growing about 60% a year. If it decelerates from 60% a year to 20% a year, the average return is going to be 29% a year over the 20 years. That is the base case. That arrives at a price of $13 million a Bitcoin in USD terms, or $280 trillion in the network. Does the world turn upside down? No. What happens? Well, everything pretty much stays the same, except for those that embrace Bitcoin get rich and powerful. Those that don't embrace Bitcoin get weaker and poorer. Otherwise, everything that you see in the world today will still be there in the world in 20 years. Bitcoin is not a threat to the dollar. The dollar is currency. Bitcoin is capital. In the modern world, there are plenty of academic economists. They will just recite ad infinitum. Well, money is a store of value, a medium of exchange, a unit of account. There, I told you. And they just haven't really thought about that past just rote memory. This is why you shouldn't rote memorize stuff in education. Think a little bit harder about what's going on here. If you need money for the next 4 weeks in Argentina, then you're using the peso. If you need money for the next 4 years in Argentina, you're using the dollar. If you need money for the next 40 years in Argentina and you're smart, you're using the Bitcoin. And so the dollar is competing, but is competing against the M2 money supply of the CNY, Chinese currency, European currency, Japanese currency. Right now, we're about 17% of that. We should be able to grow to 30% of that. How? With digital currency. If U.S. banks and U.S. corporations can issue digital currencies backed by the U.S. Treasury, we will expand that supply of U.S. currency by $10 trillion, right? That's a digital asset strategy. That's why the stablecoin bill and the Genius Act matter. It is not capital. Bitcoin is less than 1% of the capital of the world. What does it compete with? Not the dollar. Bitcoin competes with property, equity, and bonds. Property, equity, and bonds. And what is it? It's 1%. And what is it going to? I just showed you the shocker $13 million Bitcoin forecast. That gets us to 13% of the capital in 2045. We have two strategies. Expand our currency to dominate the world with the digital currency of choice. Expand our capital to dominate the world with the digital capital of choice. Why should the U.S. want to be the Bitcoin superpower? You cannot remain a sovereign nation if you lose control of your airspace, outer space, or cyberspace. This is a truism. It's pretty important. We're not talking about making a little bit of money here. We're talking about defending the American way of life. A superpower has to keep the air routes open. You must be able to fly, not just fly from here to London. You need to be able to fly from New York to Chicago. If you look at what happened in the first Gulf War, we took control of Iraqi airspace. Within a week, their entire country was non-functioning. Some people would say within 48 hours they were non-functioning. This country won't function for 48 hours after we lose control of our airspace. How do we protect it? We have Air Force bases, we have military aircraft. This is evolving. It will continue to evolve. Drones, very sophisticated defense systems. We have to keep open our sea lanes. This is a truism for 1,000 years. The Carthaginians knew it. That's why the Romans destroyed them. The Carthaginians had destroyed the Venetian fleet. Every single port in the Mediterranean that was a Venetian port was also a Roman port, was also a Carthaginian port, was also a Phoenician port. Why? Because you must keep the sea lanes open if you would be a superpower. If I cut off your sea lanes, I choke your economy. The Japanese determined this or found this out in World War II. Sea power requires naval bases operating appropriate ships. A superpower has to keep its cyber channels open. What does that mean? It means your communication channels for digital information, but it also means your communication channels for digital energy. I need to be able to move a signal, but I need to move a $10 billion chunk of money. I don't just need to keep the cyber channels open around the world. It's not just I want to move that information or that energy between New York and Tokyo. If I lose control of cyberspace over the United States, I can't move information between New York and Chicago, right? You lose cyberspace, you'll lose your own digital economy. What would you do if your enemy got control of your cyberspace? You saw just, again, yesterday, you can't even log into X. Well, what happens when you can't log into your bank account? Cyber power requires Bitcoin miners operating ASICs, throwing up a wall of digital energy. And you want to hope that more than 50% of that is controlled by you or your allies. What does it mean to own cyberspace? If you want to be a Bitcoin superpower, you need to own the asset, own Bitcoin, but that's only half of it. Owning all of New York City and losing control of the sea lanes and the airspace above New York City is a Pyrrhic victory, right? You won't own it very long, it'll get shredded. You have to control the network, the cyber network, the digital energy network that flows around the world. AI is the future. The computers, the AIs, they're smarter than us, they're gonna think faster than us. At some point, they'll be thinking 1,000,000 times a second, talking to each other, right? And if you want to build the greatest economy in the world, your cars need to drive themselves, the robots need to think, the factories need to think, and your agent needs to be thinking 1,000,000 times a second about how to do something useful for you. Digital intelligence requires digital energy, which has to be secured by digital power in order to engage in digital commerce. When I say digital commerce, I don't just mean buying trinkets on Amazon. I mean moving all of the money and securing all the assets of the world. I mean 950 trillion going to 4,000 trillion dollars of assets. And it couldn't be clearer where that's headed right now. The unit of digital energy is the Satoshi. The unit of digital power is the exahash, right? What are the benefits? to America of the Bitcoin strategy. Embrace Bitcoin, we own the 21st century. All the money, all the capital of the world is moving out of the 20th century. Everything that made sense, every educated financier was educated in the 20th century. They were taught a bunch of bromides, a bunch of rules. All of those rules probably made sense in the 20th century. The way we fought World War II is not the way we fight World War III. Every military doctrine, every financial doctrine, it might have been right at one point. It's not right any longer. Trillions of dollars of capital is going to flow from those physical and financial assets into digital, into the Bitcoin network. Okay, you might say, well, I'm making a strong assertion. Bitcoin is the digital capital network. I'm not just the one making that assertion. The President of the United States made that assertion last week. Explained by David Sachs on Friday night. He said, Bitcoin is the only crypto asset that is truly decentralized. It is special. Maybe in the future, there might be some other digital capital. The US government doesn't recognize any other digital capital, nor do we. And that's because 99% of the power in the crypto ecosystem is in the Bitcoin network. If you want to own cyberspace and own the future, you need to own it. Embrace Bitcoin and strengthen the dollar. We have the chance to establish, own, and control the global digital capital network that is Bitcoin. We can back the US dollar with Bitcoin reserves, the only monetary asset that is competitive to the dollar. If I need a liquid fungible asset to capitalize a company or an institution, it's not real estate, it's not natural gas, it's not art, it's not private and public equity portfolios, it's not even going to be an index of equity. The only asset that I can use other than Bitcoin is US Treasuries everywhere in the world. If anybody ever decides to replace those, they'll replace them with Bitcoin. We should own both. Embrace Bitcoin, attract foreign capital. It's not just we're getting the 20th century money, we're getting the rest of the world's money. If I gave you money, if I took all your money, I dropped you in Africa and I said, you got to invest in a diversified portfolio of private and public equity and real estate art in Africa, or you can put your money into the digital capital network and move it anywhere else at the speed of light, and I gave you a choice to punch the orange button or leave it in Africa for 100 years, you would punch the orange button. Everybody else in the world's figuring out the same thing right now. That's why countries will make laws against it. That's why the Chinese have export controls on their capital. All of the capital will flow into the US. But if you can't physically come to the US, the next best thing is you flow into the digital capital network and you get all the protections of the US. And finally, you embrace Bitcoin, you empower Americans. It's American companies with Bitcoin on the balance sheet. They're going to outlast, outperform, and outlive their competitors. It's American institutions that are holding Bitcoin. They're going to enrich their shareholders. The beneficiaries are us. And the last point, with the appropriate digital assets framework, we can become the bankers to the world. Right? When we export Bitcoin to the world, we're exporting our values, sovereignty, sound money, integrity, property rights. When we export digital currency, we're literally exporting our currency. If we create other digital securities or digital tokens, we'll be exporting our companies, our ideas, our securities, our financial products to the world. We can dominate this industry. So how should the U.S. pursue a Bitcoin strategy? Well, Senator Lummis has given us a clear guideline with the Bitcoin Act in Nashville in July. And what the Bitcoin Act said, it said, let's acquire 1 million Bitcoin over a 5-year period in a programmatic, disciplined fashion, transparent to all. And so let's consider the consequences of this strategy. Well, first of all, last week, the president signed the Strategic Bitcoin Reserve Act or order. If we hold that 200,000 Bitcoin for the next 20 years, Even though you see a flat line on the screen, the flat line is worth $3 trillion. So that's the value of doing nothing. Sometimes people think that you have to do something to make money. Sometimes the absence of doing awful and stupid things is making money. Doing stuff is highly overrated if the stuff is trading or selling your Bitcoin. The Lummis bill would acquire a million Bitcoin or 1.2 million Bitcoin. If you look at the consequences of that over the time frame, it's worth $16 trillion to the nation. If you get a bit more aggressive and we go for another million Bitcoin, it's worth $34 trillion to the nation. In this case, there's a bit of reflexivity. If the United States starts to more aggressively stockpile Bitcoin, it's going to accelerate the growth of the network. It's going to accelerate capital flowing in the network. It's going to increase and expand the overall digital capital network. If we move to a triple max strategy, you'll end up with 4 million Bitcoin. That's worth $73 trillion to America. And of course, President Trump has laid out a guideline. We should be the superpower. If you want a superpower strategy, here's a superpower strategy. Acquire Bitcoin consistently. By the way, over what time frame? Consistently daily between now and the 0.99. 0.99 is January of the year 2035, the point at which 99% of the Bitcoin supply has been mined. The asset becomes effectively capped for all practical purposes, because the last 1% comes out over 100 years. 0.99 between now and then you've got 10 years for the digital gold rush. You should get your Bitcoin before there's no more Bitcoin for you. And you can see here, in this strategy, we acquire it consistently, and then we use surpluses from the US government to continue to save in Bitcoin. It's worth $106 trillion to the United States. And so what does that look like? Well, the Lummis plan, which is grand, is modest in some ways, and a modest strategic Bitcoin reserve plan neutralizes the national debt. Sometimes doing modest things are actually brilliant, as long as you do the thing. It's like the people that bought just a little bit of Bitcoin in 2012. It was a modest investment. It made them billionaires. A modest thing 20 years in advance is a brilliant thing. If you're more aggressive, the triple max plan negates the national debt. The superpower plan creates a global superpower. We bought 78% of the United States for $40 million. $40 million purchased nearly 80% of this country. Think about it for a second. Bitcoin is the greatest opportunity of the 21st century, right? It's worth anywhere from $3 trillion to $106 trillion, depending upon how programmatic and aggressive we want to pursue this opportunity. These opportunities don't come along often. This is the once-in-a-century opportunity. And as Donald Trump has said,
never sell your Bitcoin, right?
And I'll leave you with the final thought. What happens if we allow another nation to claim title to Bitcoin superpower? If we don't claim it, we give them control of the network, we give them all the wealth in the world, we risk being impoverished and imperiled by a hostile nation that controls all the world's digital energy. You could have clung to your glass beads when the world went to the gold standard. You could have clung to your steam engines when the world went to internal combustion. You could have kept your wood-burning stoves when Rockefeller offered you petroleum. We could have dismissed nuclear power. We once had another project. We had a Manhattan project. It was a large investment in nuclear energy. Do you want to control the world's digital energy? Because the digital economy will run on digital energy. The choice is ours, either prosperity or poverty in the 21st century. Bitcoin is manifest destiny for America. Thank you. Senator.
Thanks for your support. Great job.
I have to give KC credit. It was interesting. Yeah, I'll give. I don't know if I even want to talk about this. I'll just say this. It was it sounded to me like a really well-crafted sales pitch. I've often said I view Michael Saylor as kind of a slimy used car salesman. Some of the things he said I could agree with. The best point I think he made was when he talked about the embracing of, instead of wood burning stoves, you move towards, petroleum products. That little brief sentence there at the end about how this is part of progress. He made many claims on there that I felt like were just made up, leap of faith. So I'm gonna have to think on this a little bit before I offer too many opinions. It was interesting though.
Playing with my notes, doing damage to ears. Hang on to my throat, make it difficult to steer.
This idea that somehow or another the government, we have to have this to survive as a superpower, I think that's bullshit. But it leads me to think, if it's really that critical, if it's that important, then why don't we just create our own? Why should the American Treasury and our government buy into this as, this new creature, knowing full well that Michael Saylor already owns 20% of it or something? Why couldn't we just create our own? If the country needs a digital currency, and that is going to be the cornerstone of our ability to remain sovereign going forward or be the dominant power, why couldn't we just create a blockchain? You're telling me we can't do that? We can't hire enough smart people to write the code to start fresh. This idea that now the government is going to run willy-nilly into Bitcoin, and that's going to be the new thing. Well, I can understand why everybody the guys who bought this shit at $1 a coin, I can see why they're cheerleading for this. Well, hell, I would too. But my question is, if you're going to make this part of our government fiscal policies, part of our treasury, wouldn't you want to start from zero to say, okay, we're going to create a government Bitcoin, and it's going to be on blockchain, and it's going to be decentralized, and we're going to start selling it on Monday. So get your pennies together, and we're going to have an IPO, an initial public offering. So he's trying to sell this as, it's a matter of national security. If you want to remain sovereign, you have to do all this. But I'm like, why yours? And another issue I took with this was when he went down this whole idea of, we have to control the airspace. If we don't control the airspace, how do we control the airspace if we want to remain sovereign? Well, we have Air Force bases strategically operated around the world. But his analogy or what have you, his metaphor was predicated on that in order to control the airspace, you can only use what? A helicopter? Well, no, there's many different ways you control airspace. It's not like we need to control the airspace and there's only one product. So he kind of made an argument that was the exact opposite of what he was trying to do. At least that's the way I perceived it. If you want to control airspace, he talked about the Gulf War, what have you. If you want to control the airspace, there's not just one tool that allows you to do that. And his argument is that if you want to control cyberspace, there's only one tool. I'm like, what you're saying here is just factually inaccurate. It sounded good. So, I may have more to say on this later. I need to think about it a little bit. Censored content says guns are more important than money. You better bet your ass censored content. That's all this horse shit about, you're going to control the world because you control cyberspace. Yeah, and I get it. I asked Mrs. Pirate, I was like, well, what do you think about all this? I mean, is it this idea that you can shut the whole world down by turning off the internet? I'm like, if the whole fucking internet goes tits into the wind tomorrow, the sun's still going to come up. The sun's still going to go down. Mrs. Pirate, I was like, what do you think? Like, we can't go to Walmart and get a can of soup? And she's like, yeah, you won't be able to get anything, even your money out of the bank. I'm like, well, maybe for a while, but eventually the bankers would have to open up and say, well, yeah, here's the thing. We operated before without computers. What makes anybody think that we can't operate again? So I'm a really, I guess, contrarian when it comes to this concept that if the computers go down, we're going to have an apocalyptic event. Like it's it's going to be destroy the world as we know it. See, I don't subscribe to that. Would we be forced to go back as business as it was before? Absolutely. So the worst you would have, in my opinion, is a temporary interruption in your lifestyle. So maybe for a period of time you can't access your money because the computers are down. But that doesn't mean that they won't have to take steps going forward. I mean, if you can't accept, if Walmart can't sell me food because the credit card machines are down, they either fix the credit card machines or they go back to the old way. Because we sold groceries before credit cards, so this idea that the entire world is at peril is somehow or another under this stranglehold of digital. I don't buy it. And I will add this as well. He kept talking about digital energy. I think it's worth repeating that they have changed this. When they first started to sell me Bitcoin, it was the digital gold. If it was said once, it was said 10,000 times. Now they've changed that. Then it was Bitcoin's going to replace the dollar. Then they've changed that. You notice he went to great lengths to say that Bitcoin is not in competition with the dollar. So now they've tweaked that a little bit. So now they're going to run what? Together, like as a team. But why just Bitcoin? And then he went about this thing about saying like Bitcoin is the only one. Back again, like saying that's illogical. If whoever wrote the code for Bitcoin can write the code for another one. The only thing that I know that's true is that this thing was started years ago and a whole bunch of people speculated on it. And for that reason alone, they want that to be the supremacy. They want it to win because it benefits them. So, I don't know. Think some more about it. But the idea that this is, they did say, he kept going back to this, it's digital energy. I'm like, what little bit I know about digital energy is that it takes a shit ton of electricity just to mine this stuff. But they're trying to paint this thing now as that Bitcoin is digital energy. I wanted to ask him, stop right there. What does that mean? And I think he glazed over that really fast. And now it's going to become a talking point now. But I don't know. I'd like to hear somebody explain to me, like I'm 5 years old, what that means. It's digital energy shit. Dylan Miller says, who's to say they didn't start Bitcoin? I think he means the government to begin with. That's interesting, Dylan. That's a possibility. I have no idea, my friend. Maybe it was some secret operation done, under the guise of national security or something. I don't know. I thought it was interesting that part of his elevator pitch here was that it was a path for us to pay off our debt. Anybody paying attention knows that the United States we're at a crossroads when it comes to our debt, specifically when it's compared to our GDP, our gross domestic product. We're quickly reaching the point to where our product, our GDP, everything we make in this country is going towards just paying debt. Well, that's synonymous with a family member. But like if I go to work and I come home and give Mrs. Pirate my paycheck, and every penny of it just goes towards the interest on credit cards. At that rate, everybody knows what that means. You're done. When all you're paying is the interest, that means you'll never pay anything off and you'll never get ahead, and eventually you're doomed. Things will start not getting paid for. So I thought it was interesting that he went to great lengths there to show that this can be the silver bullet to come in and save us as far as his projections going out on all that. It says when he calls digital energy, it's a metaphor. Yep. He was implying that going forward, that all business will be done via Bitcoin, and if you're not part of that, then you will. And he actually said it was kind of a wild claim to make, that whoever is the dominant superpower will enrich themselves, and whoever's not will become a subject, if you will, or a serf. I mean, he used really overly dramatic words, stuff like destitute, and I don't know. I don't necessarily know if I believe that. It was interesting to me that he kept talking about, well, if you need to move $8 billion, it can be done, in seconds. I'm like, how many people do you know that need to move $8 million? Or $8 billion? Why is it, in what world does moving $8 billion have to happen really fast? I'm like, this salesmanship about it's all instantaneous and quick. I'm like, how does that benefit the average person? You're working stiff. The last time I checked, Mrs. Pirates never needed to move $8 billion for us, and it had to happen real fast, like within the hour. I don't know. I mean, I'm biased on this. I've been a no on Bitcoin for some time now. I've been wrong. I mean, I had opportunity to buy it at 30, and it's at 88. I mean, then again, when I was contemplating buying it at 30,000, I was thinking about it with the full knowledge that there were people who bought that shit for like 100 coins for $1 or less, and that kind of stuff troubles me, man. It troubles me. It's hard for me to get past that. No, and that may be an error on my part. I don't know, but it's like Mrs. Pirate said. The early movers on this are the ones who are like Michael Saylor said himself 20 years ago, the people who were buying Bitcoin for, they put $1,000 or $2,000 in it when it was nothing. And now they're, worth hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billionaires. Well, good for them. But that's another example of that Ponzi scheme shit that I was talking about earlier. pointing to people who were early in on the scam, I say scam, and that's not fair. People who were early movers on this, who speculated, which was a gamble. They just took a flyer and they made this incredible wealth. I don't think that serves as an example of what can be expected in the future. Donkey Kong says he's a hell of a salesman. Exactly, Donkey Kong. I was a salesman of some report myself for a number of years, and I can recognize game. Game recognizes game. And I'm telling you, that guy, he frightens me. I learned something though. I don't know if you guys picked up on it, but when he pointed to the graph, that thing about 99%. In 2035, at the current mining rate, where these companies like Mara or any kid that has an A6 computer in his college dorm sucking free electricity up to produce these, to solve these mathematical puzzles to be awarded a coin or part of a coin, that will, according to him, 2035, that will peak 99%. They call it the 99% mark of what is coming will all but be gone. So if you look at this like a mine, like Highcroft, for instance, by 2035, according to him, all of the digital gold will be out of the computer. 99% will no longer be available to be mined. It will already be on the blockchain in somebody's care and custody ownership. And then according to him, the last 1%, he said, will take 100 years to get that out. Now, why that is, I don't understand. I don't understand why that would take, if you get 99% out in the first 20 years, why would it take another 100 to get the last 1% out? That's for people who understand the mining process, and I don't pretend to even understand how that works. But I just know that I take him at his word that by 2035, 99% of it out. The sales pitch there, in case you missed it, was, and he came right out and said it, like, get yours while you can. Because the idea is that by 2035, there will be no more left to buy from the producer. For instance, Mara, they won't be binding them with their supercomputers and then selling them on the open market, which produces a, what would you call it? That's a supply. So once 99% of it is already out of the ground, if you will, and sold on the open market, the supply will shrink up. And if anybody paid attention in eighth grade, once the supply is no longer there, meaning new Bitcoins coming onto the market, you'll no longer have the price that reflects that. The price will increase. That's the sales pitch. So, Mrs. Pyre and I looked at her. I had you guys on mute and asked her. I said, "What do you think about all this?" And her point was right on the mark. She's like, yeah, maybe buy a little bit and leave it for our two boys, 20 years from now, maybe 2035, maybe it'll be valuable for them. But when it's gone from where you could buy 100 coins for $1, now they're wanting $88,000 to $100,000 a coin. It's hard for us to make an argument that we should buy, but it almost 60 years old, that we should put some of our family treasury into it so that, 20 years from now, it'll be worth more. I just don't see the opportunity there. And I could be wrong, but I'm happy to be wrong. I mean, it's like one of those things where if everyone else gets incredibly rich off of it, I'm like, good for you. You reached for the brass ring and you grabbed it. My fear is that I can take, like, let's just say, for instance, I take $100,000 right now and buy one coin. Well, if it drops to 40 grand over the course of the next 2 or 3 years, loses half my money, or 50 grand, half my money just fucking disappears like a fart in a hurricane. And then it goes into one of what they call crypto winners or whatever, but it lingers there. If his forecast for all this growth doesn't come to fruition, then what? I go from 50 years old to 70, watching yet again my investment fall by half. That doesn't make my retirement better. So I think that you can understand why at my age I would still be apprehensive about all this. I will note this as well. I know I'm poo-pooing the whole thing up, but it's my. If somebody wants to jump in and the back of the caboose here and go with the positive side of this, I encourage them to do so. But for me, he offered a whole bunch of charts that showed all this rainbow and blue sky. And it sounded to me like every other sales pitch. Anybody else who's trying to pitch you, whether you're investing in their scented candle business or a campground or a trucking business, they always make projections, and they're always based on everything being rosy and great. And not a single time did he ever look into the camera and say, this thing could go the other direction. The idea that it has to go up, I have a problem with that. It's kind of like the old joke, it's got to go up. It only goes one direction. I'm like, no, it's just not true. If for whatever reason, and I can think of about a dozen off the top of my head, for whatever reason, this thing falls out of favor, you're right back to like the tulip mania, or the whole the greater fool thing, is that there's no more greater fools out there. Everybody who bought this has bought it. Nobody new wants to play along. You no longer have people buying it, another fool. So where I can buy it at 60 grand and sell it to somebody else at 70, you no longer have that pool. So all of the people at the end are what we call bag holders. And I'm terrified of becoming one of those. For me, anytime somebody's pitching me an idea and they never bring up a downside, it makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up. There's not a single thing that you can do in this world, I don't care what it is, getting married, starting a business, I don't give a shit. There's always a downside. Not a single thing on this planet, in this life, is all rosy. There's always pros and cons. And I'm leery when I hear a sales pitch and they don't even touch on. You think that in an effort to show some sort of sincerity, they would at least touch on some of the potential hazards. But when you have somebody like that who's just, it's all rainbows and unicorns, and they don't point to even a single solitary negative or something, a potential, I'm saying there's no way. It's like, if it sounds like it's too good to be true, it's probably too good to be true. And that's my problem with this kind of sales pitch that we just listened to, is every single thing there was coming up roses. It was like, it paints a picture like this is a slam dunk. It's guaranteed. If you don't get in on it, you're going to lose. And all of that troubles me. It has all of the hallmarks of a con. Twisty says, sell me this pen. Exactly. Bitcoin says, if you're hungry, eat your Bitcoin. Yeah, he played that snapshot of Trump saying, never sell your Bitcoin. Well, for one, he was at a Bitcoin conference, and he's a politician. He's learning to be a politician. And he was telling the crowd what they wanted to hear. That whole thing about never sell your Bitcoin, I need somebody to explain to me, well, how's that work? What's the point? I know if I buy a house, I know when I buy it, I'm going to do one of two things. I'm either going to rent it out and make money off of it. The cash comes my way. How do you rent out Bitcoin? Mrs. Pirate is giving me the eye roll. I heard him say that. Well, how do you rent Bitcoin? Oh, she says she doesn't know. She's saying that was his point. She's saying that during his pitch that he said you can rent it. I don't understand the concept, and maybe that's just where I need to learn more before I make a decision or change my opinion on it. But my whole point is, when I buy a house, again, I have two options. I can rent it out and get money for it. Cash money now, not something on paper. Real money changes hands. I'll buy a house for $100 grand. $1,000 a month comes back to me from day one. So 1,000 months down the road, I got my money back, and I still own the house. That concept is very simple. Two, I buy the house at a low price, sell it, what they call flipping it, just turn around and sell it, mark it up a little bit, hoping that I can find somebody who's willing to pay just a little bit more, or I can do value added. I can go put paint and carpet in it and double my money. But either way, it comes down to either selling it or renting it. So this whole concept of never sell your Bitcoin, I'm like, so let me get this right. I take $100,000 of cash, I buy this coin, and then I never sell it. Well, how does that help my son get an airplane? How does that help me get a new fishing boat? Do I go into the fishing boat dealership and say, I'd like one of your fishing boats? And he says, how are you going to pay for that? Do I say, I'll let you look at my Bitcoin account? I don't get the whole concept of never sell your Bitcoin. I'm like, well, then what do I do with it? It sounds like somebody saying to me, give me your money, your dollars, and I'm going to give you an IOU for something, but I'm asking you to never cash the IOU in. Because that's what it is. When you buy Bitcoin, you're buying a ledger entry that says somebody owes you something, just like our stock. I'm just trying to keep it real here. So my point is, I give you the $100,000, I'm entitled to the Bitcoin. And now I own the Bitcoin just like a stock. If the Bitcoin is worth twice what I paid for it, well, that's fine. But don't you need to sell it and get the money out of it so that I can go buy that fishing boat? So again, I'm lost on this whole, they kind of lose me with the old never sell your Bitcoin. I'm like, then what do I do with it? Leo says, stake it, I think. Well, I get that, Leo. The idea is that when you stake it, you promise them that you won't cash out for a while and they give you some interest. So then, okay, Leo, so that I stake it and it makes interest and they put the interest in the account, how do I get that money out? They just add it to your IOU.
Against your crypto. Same way you use traditional assets like the buy as a bank.
Okay. Mrs. Pirate did some quick research to help me out. She says they have a thing where you can borrow money against it. So I guess much like I have a line of credit against my house that's paid for, if I want to go buy a fishing boat tomorrow, I walk into my bank and I say, give me $100,000 against my house. They give me the cash. I go buy the fishing boat. The house never becomes a part of it, but now I have a loan payment. If I borrow against my house, against the appreciation of my house, my line of credit, a HELOC, and I buy the fishing boat, I got a payment now. I got a boat payment. But the boat isn't pledged as the asset. It's my fucking house. So if I don't make the boat payment, they take my house. So again, if you have a Bitcoin and they let you borrow against that, do you have a payment now? Right. She's like, and if you default on your loan, then they take your Bitcoin. So all that is it's just, again, she's saying it's like an asset, right? So all you have to ask yourself, yeah, I get it. So the only way you can never sell it is if you just make a loan against it, right? So when you make a loan against it, now you're paying interest, which is something you and I for 30 years, we've been adamantly against. Taking loans out and letting somebody else make money off of us. So again, it sounds to me like this is just a workaround to get people to borrow money and pay a bank interest.
No, because if your Bitcoin keeps going up, like in your house, equity in your house, then your Bitcoin is going to pay for your interest, and you're going to have the boat.
Only when you sell it, though, because the interest can go back down. But here's the thing: if the Bitcoin goes up and up and up, and they raise my credit level, what happens if Bitcoin goes down? Like I said, this whole thing is predicated on it never going down. I get that. I get all that. But this concept of the more the Bitcoin goes up, the more your line of credit goes up. I get it. But you just made my argument for you. You're taking a loan against it. The Bitcoin, all you're doing is taking a loan against it. And the loan that they give you is predicated on what it's worth, right? So what happens if it goes into the toilet? Exactly. That's my point. Right. But I'm just saying if Bitcoin falls by half, the bank's not going to loan you anymore on it. Exactly. That's right. Yeah. You already have your one loan, right? Yeah, I get it. So it works. So it's a mechanism to get a loan. It's a mechanism to get a loan. Right. That's what I said. If you don't want to sell. So if you don't want to sell, all you get is an asset to borrow against. Exactly. I get it. So again, we're back to a speculative asset. Yeah, Tech We Love says those are unstable loan conditions. Precisely, Tech. On this, you and I, Tech, we argue every day. I usually, whatever thing you take, I usually take the other side of it. You're my favorite guy to sword fight with. But on this one, we are in lockstep. It's an unstable loan condition and nothing more. Right. On each individual loan. But if I buy Bitcoin, I take the risk, because if I buy there's no way around it. If I buy Bitcoin at 80 grand and it falls for whatever reason, once again, everybody says, oh, it'll never happen. I'm like, yeah, and then there'll be an excuse or a reason why it will. I'm just saying, if it does, it falls by half, then half my money is gone forever. So the idea is, you say, what's the risk reward here? I know that when I buy a house in Florida, the chances of it being devalued by half, well, they're assets. I thought they were assets. So I'm comparing. So which asset should you buy? Real estate or Bitcoin? I do too. Yeah. Right. Then it'd be Bitcoin. Yep, exactly. With hindsight, with the benefit of hindsight, a year ago, you say I've been better off to buy Bitcoin. But my whole point is, I choose to look at things as far as exposure to risk. And I say, which one of these two assets has the likelihood or the possibility of dropping by half? Well, based on my lifetime experience, yep, shoulda, woulda, coulda. Again, all the people who got in early are winners. Yeah, Mrs. Pirate said the people who got in early, she said that's a red herring. It's a different subject altogether, but the people who got in it early, I think it's disingenuous to act like all those people stayed. See, they have this big thing where they continually talk about the people who bought Bitcoin put $1,000 in it when you could get 100 Bitcoin, for $1 or whatever. But I don't think the majority of those people are still around. And on this, Mrs. Pirate and I agree that we think the vast majority of those people long ago cashed out. If they had a brain in their fucking head, they did. If you go from where you got $1,000 in an asset and it's worth 20 million, and you're not smart enough to sell that and book that win, well then, I don't know. And again, maybe that's the way ballers roll, but I'm not my ass. I've worked too hard to be able to turn $1,000 into 20 million. I'm gonna push that sell button as fast as I could. So I can't help but believe that my wife is right, that there are people. The majority of the people who rode that wave up are long gone. Now, does that mean that there aren't people around still who have theirs? Yeah, there might be there, and they might be the ultimate boss when it's all over with. But I don't think there's any credence to this rumor or these statements that are made that all these people who were early movers are still in. Leo says it's all gambling, stocks, crypto. Just go bet on black or red. Yeah, unfortunately, Leo, I mean, that's an oversimplification, but I don't disagree with you. They have turned almost everything into a giant gamble. I've said the only two things that I believe, and this is because I'm a Luddite, I'm an old school guy. The only two things that aren't a gamble any longer are, for me, is real estate. And it's just quite simply because it is the finite resource. There's not an infinite amount of dirt. God's not making any more land. An acre, there's a fixed amount. They talk about Bitcoin having a fixed amount and being decentralized. Real estate is decentralized because it's spread out over the whole world. And more importantly, they're not making any more. And the other one I would argue is going into business for yourself. I would argue that anybody who has maybe 100 grand or inheritance, whatever, I think if you're dedicated and work at it now, I'm not talking about somebody who's just going to try to get rich quick and quit after a year or two and piss all the money away. But if you put your money into a business where you have immediate control, where the harder you work, the larger your chances are of success, I would think that those things aren't necessarily a gamble. But short of being the commander of your own ship, starting a business and operating it, and or buying a piece of real estate, everything else is a fucking gamble. And for those out there who say, well, pirate, real estate's a gamble, it can fall. I'm like, no, it can't. Because people are born, they have sex, there's no stopping it, and their babies are born. And as long as there's more people, as long as people are being born, people need a hole to crawl into. It may be the most slumlord shithole at the end of the county, but everybody needs to get out of the rain. So, you know. But yeah, I'm with you. It seems obvious to me that everything is just a giant gamble any longer. Yeah, Donkey Kong says, in order for a Ponzi scheme to keep working, they need new buyers. Yeah, and see, I think that's where we're at, Donkey Kong. That's what scares me. This sudden push by Saylor, when he got into this, anybody's been paying attention, he's got into this thing where he sells stock in his company and then uses the money to buy Bitcoin, and that drives the price up. And you know what that's called. I mean, he's artificially pumping the stock up. Furthermore, I'm like, why in the fuck would anybody buy stock in Michael Saylor's company when you can just go buy the Bitcoin? It's crazy to me. I'm like, if you want Bitcoin, just go buy it. And the answer they say to that is leverage. That your money goes a lot farther. You get more Bitcoin by buying his stock. And I'm like, man, this thing screams con from everything I've learned and accumulated. That I could be wrong. And that's why everybody needs to decide for themselves. You need to research it and act on your own instincts. Mike Claypool says, I think landscaping right now because they deported all the Mexicans. Now people need landscapers. I spoke about that, Mike. I said something long ago before Trump enacted all this. I said, if your business model, if your entrepreneurial efforts are founded on the backs of immigrant labor, you would do well to have a plan in place. If you're a roofing I got a guy who runs about 8 to 10 roofing crews, what they call crews. He's the contractor. Him and his son, they go out, they give the bids, they run the advertisements. They have a piece of property where the truck unloads all of the shingles that come in on pallets. They own a forklift, all that. But him and his son, they don't go to a single job site. The minute you hire him, after he gives you a price, he sends out a crew of Mexicans. There's about between 6 and 8 will show up at your house, depending upon how big your house is. They will do the tear off. They will put the new one on. Him and his son never drive a nail. And he runs anywhere from 6 to 8 crews at a time. And that's a perfect example of, at any given time, those guys could just disappear. And then he'll go from, making this incredible amount of money that he's been making off this cheap labor to, holy shit, what are we going to do now? Now, it may not matter for a guy like him. I can tell you, I want to be careful here. I don't want to reveal too much, but the guy has got more money than God right now. I mean, he's got any place you can hide a fucking duffel bag full of money. He's got one there. It's almost like a drug dealer. But I can tell you, so I would think that even if the whole thing collapsed today, he'd be like, okay, well, I got mine while the getting was good. But if he wishes to continue his business as it's been operated for the past 20 years, he's going to have to find people to fill those crews. Tech We Love says he views Bitcoin as a way to try to suck money out of legit countries and to scam countries. Hard to get the scammer even if you nuke their hideouts because the money scammed is in crypto. I don't know what you mean by that, Tech. I don't know what is a legit country and what's a scam country. I don't even know what that means. I mean, a country is a country. I mean, leadership comes and goes, and political systems change, but a country is a country. I'm having a hard time figuring out what you mean by a scam country. Censor content, our friend from Canada says, so if they get rid of the dollar, and adopt Bitcoin, then how many Bitcoin will it take to buy a Bitcoin? Yep, I get it. That's a funny joke, Sensor. There was a big shift. That was one of his talking points. He was like, we're not here to replace the dollar. Kind of like we're going to be a partner with the dollar. And I've said that from the beginning, Sensor Content. I'd get into these discussions with Preacher and some of the other people on here, and I'd be like, every single time I hear this talk about Bitcoin, the first thing I say is, when you get ready to buy your fishing boat, you don't pay with Bitcoin. First thing you got to say is, how much is Bitcoin worth today? And then they'll give you a quote, $88,000. I'm like, they don't say 88,000 euros, 88,000 yuan, 88,000 pesos. No, it's $88,000. I'm like, okay, well, I need to buy a fishing boat, so sell 1/3 of my coin. And then they turn it into dollars, and I go shopping with my American dollars. And it's been that way from the beginning. I'm like, so again, it's some sort of a placeholder or a coupon. And it fluctuates just like any other speculative asset. And that was another problem when they were selling this thing forever as digital gold. It's a safe haven. It's a place to protect your money. And then when we have a hiccup or the market catches the flu, you watch it dive. And it shouldn't do that. I'm like, well, I thought this was a safe place to park it. So if it falls, if the stock market starts falling, all the major indices, and you see Bitcoin falling like a bloody Niagara Falls at the same time, there goes all that bullshit about it's a safe haven for money. Well, that's a fucking lie. I just saw it with my own eyes. The Donkey Kong says, Pirate is the guy you want to bring with you when you go buy a new car. I'm not allowed to go, Kong, because I've lost the ability to be polite or delicate in these matters, and it's kind of like it's not worth it. So when the family goes to buy a car, they go. I'd like to think that I have been a good influence on them over my life, and that they bargain hard, and they don't put up with any dumb shit, and that they're not suckers, to buy the undercoating or the, would you like $1,000 for the one with the pinstripe on it type thing. But yeah, there was a time though, back in the day, I used to go and give them hell. Mr. Claypool, I'm reading back through some of these comments. He said, that's what my son said yesterday when I bought 500 more shares of AMC. He said, you're just wasting your money. The only thing I can say about that, Mr. Claypool, is for the time being, he's been right. And that's the simple fact of the matter. It would be a lie. Anybody who said 2 years ago that you're stupid for buying AMC, it's going to fall. It's going to $1. This is not popular, but they were right. And before anybody says, oh, Pirate, that's bullshit. We're not at $1, we're at $3. Look, ease up there, fucking Spartacus. $1, $3. You're missing the point. We were at $70 pre-split. We did all that other horse shit. And then we fell. Then we hit 20 and 30s. And then we went to 10 and 9 and then 7. And then a single digit midget. Anything below $10, we used to call the single digit midget. So to be fair, the people who said a year ago, 2 years ago, almost 3 years ago, you need to stop buying this because it's going to fall a lot more, they were right. Now, does that mean we won't have this, the great MOAS, the great squeeze, that we won't see profits? No, it doesn't mean that. It just means that the people who said you shouldn't buy right now, it's going to get cheaper, they were right. There's no denying that. Getting around it. We just lost $23 on GameStop, hit $22.80. $22.96, hovering just below 23. and see what else I missed while I was running my mouth. Dylan Miller says Satoshi owns 1.1 million Bitcoin. I believe Satoshi is the government, and that's how we pay off our debt. I wish that would be the case, Dylan Miller. I'm a patriot. I love my country. I don't like the fact that we have this debt hanging over us like the sword of Damocles. I hate it, and that's why I hate the politicians who've let this happen to us. They were in charge of. We put them in charge, and they destroyed us, credit-wise. There's no excuse for that. So I would love for that to be true, Dylan Miller. I would love for that to be true, that all along this was my government's efforts to create a new product to sell the world, and then as a result pay off a lot of our debt. I'll just tell you this, Dylan Miller. I don't give my government that much credit. I really don't, dude. That's the problem. That's the problem. That as much as I would want that to be true, I've never seen anything in my lifetime that would lead me to believe that our government would be that clever. Just don't. The Donkey Kong had a question. What happens to Bitcoin when the mining stops? Yeah, that's kind of the point of the 99% thing about Donkey Kong. The idea then is, for one, miners will be done. So let's talk about that for a second. Mara and some of the other companies who have invested, heavily in all the computers, the buildings, the lease, they'll be out of business because there's nothing left to mine. I would imagine at that point in time, they're going to try to pivot. You'll see them like, oh, we're going to mine Ripple now, XRP, and then they'll start selling their book. XRP is what you really need to have. That's the new thing. If you want to be, so they got to find something else to mine. Otherwise, they just close up shop. Throw all the computers in a dumpster or sell them off to gamers? That's my understanding, that the cards in those can be used for gaming. But again, your point was well made. What happens? So for the miners, they either find some other magical mystery coin that now they can start mining those, or they're done. Now that begs the question: did they save enough of their coins? Did Mara save enough of their Bitcoins to where their business can then become some sort of an investment firm? Or did they sell everything as they went along and all they have now is the dollars in the bank? I don't know. But the argument generally, Kong, is that Bitcoin should go up. Again, their argument is that it's supply and demand. 2035, there will be no more new Bitcoin brought to the market. They're not going to bale that hay anymore. So if you have a barn full of hay, your hay should become worth more as a result. That's the sales pitch. Twisty Swifty made a really good point earlier that I'd missed. That Trump said crypto capital, not Bitcoin capital. Trump mentioned Bitcoin almost as an afterthought. Yeah, I remember when that went down, Twisty. In fact, a lot of people lost their minds because I think he specifically spoke about, oh yes, please. He specifically spoke about, I think, Ripple, XRP, and something, Ethereum or whatever. And I think everybody lost their mind. There was like a 24-hour cycle there where they're like, oh my God. And then, of course, somebody must have came to the president, whispered in his ear, Mr. President, you forgot to mention Bitcoin. And then so he walked that back. It's kind of like clean up on aisle 3. And then the next day he come out with a comment about Bitcoin. But yeah, I think your point is well made that he talked about crypto in general, not specifically just Bitcoin. Yeah, I need to go out and move it. You guys will excuse me for a minute. Mrs. Pirate's poking me with a stick, and she needed to. I have a sprinkler that I turned on this morning, and I haven't moved it. I should move it in an hour, and it's been running for 4. So if you'll give me a moment away from the microphone, I'll be back just as quickly as I can.
And Maddie?
Hi, Pirate. Hello, everyone.
Randy has to go off with the bits because all
back, folks. Come back to a nice big plate of blueberry pancakes sitting by my throne. I know I'm going to have to. I need to do some investigating and find out when our water bill arrives here at Camelot. I need to make sure that I am scarce, because I think when Mrs. Pirate gets our water bill for this month, it's not going to be pretty around here. GameStop all the way down to 22.12, still falling. Down 22%. Twisty Swifty says, "God damn it, Pirate. She needs to train the Twisty Missy." Yep. I don't know if it's so much training. You got to suck up a lot, man. Kiss and hug and all that kind of shit. You did save my ass, though. I took diesel out this morning at 7 o'clock. I thought, ooh, I forgot to water this sod yesterday, so I'll turn the sprinkler on and give it a good drink today. I made myself a mental note to come out an hour to move the sprinkler, but yeah, 5 hours ago. So for whatever, I don't know, I'm looking on the bright side of things. The area where that sprinkler was at it got plenty of water today. Mr. Claypool says, price target on it, I think he's talking about GameStop, is $19.
And I'm happy, Pirate, that I sold some of my shares yesterday.
Yeah, I remember you telling us that. We were all giving you congratulations. That was very smart of you.
Yeah. I was not sure, whether I made a good call or not, but after seeing so many earning calls and everything, I thought this is going to go up and come down.
Yep, you deserve credit for that. You made a wise decision. I'm glad for you.
Oh, thank you. I didn't make much money, but I saved a lot of money by not losing it.
You avoided the loss, exactly.
Yeah. I think if it crosses 19, it might even go to 10 or 11.
Yep, it can. I have no idea what the bottom will be. I made no fewer than 11 attempts to call the bottom on GameStop, or excuse me, AMC. And I embarrassed myself every single time. And I didn't just pull the numbers out of my ass. There were some very real, either events, news. There was a method to my madness, and each time I was convinced, based on what I was seeing, that was it. That was the bottom. And 11 times I've been wrong. So I just stopped playing the game.
Yeah, same here. And now, after I learned my mistake, AMC, I accumulated like 5,800 shares with an average price of $19. So with this, maybe I thought, let's go to at least make some good calls.
You and I have very similar positions. I have 6,600 shares, 6,640 or something like that. But my average price is like $26.
Oh,
you you're way better off than I am, and so I congratulate you for that as well. But yeah, I don't know what's going to happen. All I know, I'm just a simple country boy. I just know that AMC is not a $2.93 company. It's just not. Everything else aside, it's worth it. So that's all I'm not even focused on MOAS any longer. I'm not focused on the squeeze. It's going to go to $100,000 a share. I just set all that aside. Still, I'm hopeful. I just say to myself, I own 6,000 shares of this shit, and it's not worth $3. I know that.
Yeah, I'm scared to buy more because I don't know where the end is going to go down.
Exactly. You'll never catch the bottom.
Yes.
They say buy at the knees and sell at the neck. You're never going to be able to buy at the feet, and you're never going to sell at the head. And I've said the same thing with all this talk about when to get out of AMC during a squeeze. I caution people. I said, it's not any easier to pick a top to sell at as it is to find a bottom to buy at. It's easier
exactly.
to look at a chart that's 2 days old and then say, well, here's where you should have done it. I'm like, well, do that in real time though. And I get it. Casey's got videos out about volume and falling volume and all that stuff, but even that can be deceiving.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
The rules of the game haven't changed for 100 years. You buy low and sell high, but it doesn't mean you buy at the bottom and sell at the top. You just buy low and sell high. And I give you credit for what you did. You said you didn't make a lot of money. Even if you just broke even, you got out, and now you can buy back in, and your cost basis will be lower, and that's a win as well.
Yes, that's what that's what I did. I didn't make any money in those shares. Maybe I hardly made $15 or $20, but I just, as soon as it came break even, it went to 29. I was hoping it is going to go more, but it was falling down. So I thought, let's sell it out.
Good man.
And I break even.
How you play the game. That's how you win this game. Yeah.
Yeah. Now the other thing I think about GME is, they should have done this Bitcoin play when it was in 60s or 30s or something like that. Now I feel they're chasing.
That's what Claypool said. That's what Claypool said earlier. The same he said about AMC, that they shouldn't have bought HYMC, the gold mine. They should have bought Bitcoin at $30,000. But it doesn't matter. What's done is it doesn't do any good to rehash the history and say, well, it should have, could have, would have. All that matters is what they're doing now.
Yeah, they are now just like us, like retailers chasing a stock.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel it.
My wife kept you guys up just for content. I've been sharing with you that my son has got a side hustle with Uber Eats, and they got this thing called, I think, Spark from Walmart, where they deliver groceries. He's done quite well for himself. It was a side hustle to afford him an income while he's gathering his flight time for his pilot's work. And I told you that Mrs. Pirate rides with him as sort of a co-pilot, battle buddy, just keeps him company. She likes it, riding around town, you get to see what's going on town. It's just, who doesn't like riding around? And then they stumbled upon this idea that, well, she might as well get certified or whatever, get her an account so he can double dip. Well, I'm pleased to announce that she got her approval this morning. You have to get on a waiting list. You don't just sign up for that stuff. They only want so many people participating in any given market. So she was on a waiting list, and she got a notification this morning that her application had been approved, which will allow them to double dip. I'll talk to you guys about how it's kind of a hack, where they're riding around in our little minivan, and now they'll be doing 2 deliveries instead of just 1. So there's big excitement around here today that he's ready to get out there and get after those dollars, man. Mike Claypool says, how much do you think it'll cost to fill your swimming pool? Mrs. Pirate says, I don't even want to know. If I had to guess, I'm going to say $300. I know up north you could hire a guy to come in with a water truck. Same people who delivered water to our farm if we didn't have city water, and if our wells, because of a drought condition or a lack of rain, our cisterns weren't filling up, you could get a truckload of water delivered for like $300, but I can't remember how many gallons it was. But if I had to guess, Mr. Claypool, somewhere between, let's just call it between $300 and $600. But I have this monstrous roof, and I've got some rain gutters that are there. I have got a plan. I'm going to hook up a little, I'm going to take some pieces of rain gutter, and I'm going to pipe or divert, if you will, my downspouts into the pool. And then we may just be patient and see, because for instance, I've seen thunderstorms here where our old pool, if it was like, say 6 inches from the top from flooding over, on one rainy night, it could raise that water level 6 inches. And that wasn't even having the downspouts diverted into the pool. That was just a general runoff that found its way there. So in true pirate fashion, Mr. Claypool, I have a scam. If I didn't think it would come back to bite me in the ass, I would hook up my pump and I would just pump salt water from the ocean into it. But we discovered with our old pool, even if you went for a swim or took a paddleboard ride or took a kayak out and you got in that salt water, if you came up from the beach and got into our swimming pool, within about 2 days, we would have this really bad algae growing. It was like a black mold that grew right at the water line, right at the very top. And man, it was like a moldy, greasy type thing. And you could kill it with chlorine, but it wouldn't come off. And you had to like almost scrape it with a putty knife and a rag to get it off. And it happened on 2 occasions where we had to institute this real strict policy about house guests. You've got to hit that outdoor shower, because what happens is it's all the little microorganisms and all the little things that are in that water, that becomes part of your bathing suit, and it doesn't take much, that stuff, it takes over quick. So, but were it not for that, I would just pump salt water into the pool, because it's a saltwater pool anyhow. It has a catalyzer or some sort of catalytic converter that electrocutes a metal plate as the water passes over it, and it releases the chlorine molecules from the salt, and that produces chlorine via salt water. But yeah, if it was not for that, I'd just go ahead and pump that ocean water in there. But I'm going to see if I can't make the rainwater work. I could use my sprinkler pump to pump fresh water from our sprinkler, if I could get that damn thing to work. Right now, that's another project that's on hold. It's lost its prime. The issue with that is our water table here is full of iron. You've heard me talk about it before, where the parts of the stucco on our house gets an orange color to it, or the sidewalk turns orange. It's not mold, it's the iron content in the water, and it literally rusts. So you end up with this rusty color. So I'm not really sure if I wouldn't shoot myself in the foot by using my lawn sprinkler pump to fill the pool. So we'll probably end up biting the bullet, and if I'm not blessed with rain, it'll be the water department. I think Mrs. Pirate can call them and tell them that, because for every gallon that we pay for coming into the house, they charge us a gallon of sewer going out. And I've heard sometimes that you can call them and tell them that you're going to do a pool fill, and they can look at your average usage. And for that 1 month, if you fill up, 15,000 gallons extra above your historical averages, that they won't give you the water for free, but what they will do is they'll deduct a commensurate amount for the sewer, because obviously the water didn't go into the sewer. But so if anything, we may be able to press the test button on that. Mr. Claypool saying, he says you could wait until the next hurricane here in another month or two. He's like, don't even say that. Both of my neighbors have hose bibs on the side of their houses that are really close, and they're gone frequently. I could go over there and hook a hose up real quick and get 2,000 or 3,000 gallons from each house, and they probably not even notice it. But I wouldn't be able to sleep at night stealing water from my neighbors. Yeah, hopefully some rain, Mr. Claypool. Hopefully some rain. Speaking of downspout gutters, that's another project I have to worry about. We've tore up all of that patio pavers, and while it's easy, I'm going to dig a ditch at the end of one of our downspouts so that instead of the rainwater just spitting out on our patio, it will go into a pipe underground and daylight out into the yard at the bottom of our ramp, the beach. So sooner or later, I'm going to have to go buy some pipe and bury that. It's no better time now, because once all the pavers go down, all that's finished, it will no longer be accessible. I think it would be wise to do now that it's just a matter of a little bit of a PVC pipe and some shovel action. I'll take some pictures of that little project to share with you guys when the time comes. Claypool says it's raining today, but it hasn't rained for months in Corpus Christi. His lake is down 20%. You get caught watering your grass, it's a $300 fine. Ooh, that's some ugly shit there. Yeah, see, we don't have that sort of. We're fortunate in this part of the Florida Panhandle. We sit on an incredible aquifer. I used to know the name of it. It escapes me at this moment, but it's one of the biggest underground bodies of water in the North American continent. Algonquin? That's an Indian. That's the name of an Indian tribe. At any rate, there's this incredible water source here, and because of that, there is a lot of water in the Panhandle that goes all the way down to southern Florida. The way I understand it is that I can't remember exactly which ones, but there are several major cities and metropolitan areas in South Florida that their water comes all the way from up here where we're at. Oh, well, that's crazy. I had to Google it because it was bothering me. And of course, the name is the Floridan Aquifer, like Florida with an N on the end of it. The Floridan Aquifer is found beneath all of Florida and portions of Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, and extends into the Gulf of America and the Atlantic Ocean. The Floridan Aquifer averages 1,000 feet thick, and fresh water can extend to a depth of 2,000 feet below land surface. So yeah, there's an ocean, if you will, of water, or at least I shouldn't say an ocean. That's a little bit dramatic. It would at least be the same as the Great Lakes. Easily, it would be like having I don't know which one of them are smaller, but just imagine, if you would, one of the Great Lakes being underground. That's a lot of water. For whatever reason, my little pipe that runs down 35, 38 feet, I can't seem to get it. There's practically, like I said, billions of gallons of water, and if it's all right down there, I'm not having much luck here getting any of it lately. But I think that's pilot error. Something I'm doing wrong out there, but I don't have time to focus on it right now. Every little bit of energy that I have, and whenever my back heals up and my knees are willing to play along, I have to finish the swimming pool. we've done a great job. I'm proud of us, Mr. Pirate, of staying ahead of our contractors. When we went into this deal, we took on a big portion of it ourselves in order to keep the cost down as much as possible. Everything from the demolition to some of the changes to the seawall and all that. But what we didn't want to do was give them a reason to claim that their failure to progress was because we were holding up the show. So we have made a very strong effort to stay well ahead of them in the timeline. GameStop lost 22. It's down to 21.67. Oh, or at least it fell there. I guess it hit 21.66. Well, it's currently at 23. No, that can't be right. They've got something wrong. Oh, there we go. Now they just changed it. I'm like, it hit 2160 and they showed the ticker symbol on Thinkorswim as 23, but it's 2176 now. But yeah, we've lost the 22 mark. Down 23.82. Let's just call it down 24%. Pretty ugly. I mentioned the other day that I had bought probably half of our position at the $26 mark, and I thought that was boast-worthy because at the time it was 27 and I failed to follow my own advice. 27, 28, even 26.50, knowing that this was coming. I should have probably dumped 100 shares, much like our friend Len did, and John, and then I could either be buying back now or watching. Yeah, GrayLeaf. I don't have congratulations on that. I was congratulating you, and I looked up and saw that my microphone was turned off. I don't have the opportunity to lower my cost basis any longer. The number one rule of this game is not a penny more than you can afford to lose, and I don't. We have reached that threshold and actually tiptoed across the line a little bit, but we don't have. Mr. Fire and I have play by the rules of this game, and I won't like it if I lose what I have, but I'm not gonna go hungry. I'm not gonna get my electric turned off or get kicked out of my house, but I won't like it one bit. But if I were to buy, I'd need to buy a pretty good chunk now to reduce my cost basis. And if I were to do that, I'd end up in that space where I'd start losing sleep, because I would start getting into that area where I can't afford to lose this much. So the first rule, and I would encourage everyone to remember that, is that not a single red cent more than you can afford to lose. And when I say lose, I mean lose all of it. I don't mean hold for a while until it comes back. I mean know full well that you'll never see the money again. And that's a hard and fast rule. So for us, we are in handcuffs. In the sailing world, they call it in irons, the old-fashioned ways where they would put people in handcuffs and irons. So they call it the doldrums. You get out on a dead calm sea with a sailboat, and there's not a breath of wind, and the sails all fall slack, and the boat quits traveling. So they call that being you're trapped in irons, and that's where we find ourselves now. We are in a permanent holding pattern until the winds begin to blow in our favor again.
To welcome you to AMC theaters, where we make movies better.
I'm still convinced that this thing, Amy in particular, is going to have its day, if you will. It's going to have a run of some magnitude, and there are people going to make a lot of money off of it. I'm be the first one to tell you, I'm as jealous as can be, very envious of all of the people who are just now coming into this. I mean, all of us have been here for 4 years and waged this war, and we've kind of been beaten down to the ground, all that stuff. But there are people among us, and I welcome them. I'm glad for them. They have joined us for whatever reason. They've just now come upon this, and they're acting on their instincts. And as a result, they're building nice positions with cost bases around $3 or $4 or sub $5. And I think they're going to see something magical in the future. I'm envious of them. Mike says, have you thought about a separate AMC account? This would be a good time to buy in on a separate account because you can always take the profit. That's game for me. That's just a mental game, Mike. If I would buy another account right now, brand new, and put 10 grand in it, it's just an accounting trick. The first thing I would do, Mr. Claypool, is sit down with a calculator and look at what it did to my overall position. So, but again, back to my thoughts when you talk about having a separate AMC account, I need you to understand the main point I was making is not another penny, not any more than you can afford to lose. So when you talk about starting a separate account, even though it's a separate account, I'd still have more money in the play than I would feel comfortable losing. The fact that it's split into another account doesn't change that any. No, I can't. You can't say, well, I'll just start a new account and put $10,000 in it, and now and act like it's some separate issue that's all on its own. The simple fact is, once I reach a level that I say this is the amount of money I'm going to allot to this one particular ticker, and beyond that, I don't want to risk losing any more money. So the fact that it would be in a separate account would just be a trick, a sleight of hand. Yeah, I get it, GrayLeaf. So all you can do is wait. You and I are alike in that we're down substantially on paper on our accounts. Even if I were inclined to want to sell for whatever reason, if I found the deal of a century on a fishing boat or a yacht or whatever, I needed to produce some capital. The last thing I would do was sell shares of a company, sell my stock, knowing that I'm down 90%. Only you got to be completely ignorant to do that. Honestly, there's nothing left. If you're down 90%, you might as well be honest with yourself. You're down. It's all gone. That little measly 10% that's left doesn't represent anything. So that's only a child would sell, book the loss, and say, well, at least I saved 10% of my money. That's ridiculous. I would rather risk never seeing the 10% again, but at least wake up every day knowing that today's the day I can be made whole. See, if you sell and walk away with, I saved 10% of my money, well, you have just locked yourself in. No matter what happens going forward, your fate is set. You lost 90% of your money. And I don't know about the rest of you, but we don't roll like that here at Camelot. We're not losing. I don't like losing 10%. Much less 90%, get the fuck out of here. I'll hold this shit for 10 generations before I'll let any of my family book a 90% loss. I would rather the company go bankrupt, shut the whole thing down, and turn my stock into toilet paper before I would sell it and book a 90% loss. That's where I don't understand these people who are all over Twitter and X telling people that they should sell. Now I get it. If their audience that they're trying to reach is somebody that jumped into this at $7 and now it's down to $3.50 or something. I don't even know that I wouldn't even advise somebody booking a 50% loss. But my point, I think, is well made. That if they're talking to somebody who just got in recently and they have a stop loss and it falls, then fine. If your world is I buy, and if we lose more than 12%, I'm out. I mitigate, and that's really there's something to be said for playing by those hard and fast rules. I'm not willing to lose any more than say 12% of my money. So you buy it. It goes down 12% and you're like, fuck it, I'm out. There's a very good argument for that. But that's not who those people are trying to reach. When you see them on Twitter or X and they're all screaming sell or get out or you're idiots and all that shit, they're talking to me. They're talking to GrayLeaf. They're talking to KC. They're talking to Pro Jeweler. They're trying to, in their infinite wisdom, trying to tell you, yeah, you're down 80, 90%. You should sell. I'm like, do you realize how fucking stupid you sound when you say that? But if they're being paid to go out there and say it, they don't care. So more often than not, I don't even respond to them. My biggest question to them has remained unchanged over 4 years. Why do you care what some fat, old, drunken pirate does with his money? Why do you care? What difference does it make to you? What I do with my money? I could see Mrs. Pirate getting all her feathers in a ruffle over it because she's got a dog in the fight. But why does a stranger give two shits on what I spend my money on? But they're out there, man. They're out there in droves. Pro Jeweler said he got him some at $291. I hate you, Pro Jeweler. Fucking prick. He's always got money to spend. I don't know what they're paying him, but it's too fucking much. Love says they either want you to suffer losses like them when they quit, they're paid to care, or they short AMC. Yep. I think more often than not, I think your first one, Tech, encompasses most of that group falls under that heading number one, door number one, if you will. They have already booked their losses. I don't know, maybe they got out when they were down 50%, 30%, 70%. I don't know what the number. Somewhere along the line, they had a substantial position. They said, fuck it. They sold and got out. They lost money, and it's done. Their story is over with. They can get back in today, but they need the stock to go up enough to cover their losses before they can even get whole. But yeah, I think there's a lot of that. And because they've done it there's some little voice in the back of their head that's jealous of the people who have remained, because if we are right, it rubs their nose in it. It drives it home, and that's unpalatable for them to have to think that, wait, man, there's people out there that are still holding. They're down 90%. They refuse to sell, because what it tells them, right, a little voice in the back of their brain says, you shouldn't have sold. And if they get paid, if they hit this thing and it does really well, you're going to feel even worse about yourself. So I think there's a lot of that. There's some sort of maybe a coping mechanism that they booked a loss, they got out, and therefore they feel need to be very vocal about how others should do the same. I think that's probably the biggest part of that sample size. The other groups you talk about, that they are paid to care, I think that might be the second biggest. And so you put them in the order that I would agree that they're in descending order, what makes up the biggest part. I think there are a few people who are paid as influencers to come on the internet and try to influence, just like we saw with the soda company. There was a big thing, if you paid any attention to it, the Doge and all them, they were talking about reducing SNAP, the welfare, we used to call it food stamps, but this idea that people on food stamps can go in and buy potato chips, Pringles, and Coca-Cola with the food stamp. Food stamp was meant to be an emergency, it's in the name, supplemental nutritional assistance program. Well, nutrition isn't a Coke. Coke doesn't provide you nutrition. Pringles don't provide you nutrition. But because it's so profitable for the Coca-Cola Corporation, they want to make sure that you can buy Coke with food stamps. And the government right now is like, look, this needs to stop. You can buy those kids, lunch meat, peas, potatoes, eggs, butter, things to feed a child. But a child, you're not, Coca-Cola? No, you want to buy those treats, buy them on your own. So there was a giant dust up on the internet, and they found out really quickly that it was all manufactured. It wasn't organic. It's more what they call it that astroturfing. They hired, I don't know, a dozen or so influencers, people who have big followings on the internet, and they gave every one of them talking points. How can you deny a young child a treat? All of that sort of horse shit. So it's obvious to me that there are people out there who pay money to have people go on the internet and work as a puppet to say what they're told to say. And I don't think there's any logical person wouldn't think that if they're willing to do it for Coca-Cola being included on food stamps, well, then they're going to do it for a stock that they have billions of losses. I mean, it's just logical. And then your last one, of course, was where they're short on AMC. And on that one, Tech We Love, I think that's the very minimum. I don't think retail short stock. It takes the idea of infinite losses is really scary, and that's not lost, no pun intended, on the retail. So I don't think a lot of retail investors engage in shorting. I don't know what the number is. Maybe I might ask Rock that, how many, but I don't think that. So because there aren't many people who are willing to short any stock in retail, I don't think that they would short the stock and then go on the internet to talk their book. Now, if it's a what do they call it? Institutional buyer. If the tooths are short, then yeah, but they would fall under the heading of paid influencer. If BlackRock has a huge short position, I could see them hiring somebody to go on Twitter and talk shit. But I don't think that they're going to ask their people to do it. So yeah, I'm agreeing with you on all three of those points. Tech We Love had a follow-up. He said the crazy thing is if they had booked a loss and they gotten back in now, and the stock goes up to 6, they're back to even. So I think they're dumb, paid to care, short. $21.16, according to Thinkorswim, that it hit just about 10 minutes ago. It has rebounded some back up to $21.42. Pretty ugly chart there, down 24.84%. Let's just call it 25%. So it gave up in one day 1/4 of its value. That's nasty. That's nasty stuff, man. GameStop, Jesse, puked up 24% of its value today. Fell. Yep, not good at all. Amy, what's it down? $2.91. Down 3.8. That's not good either. It's better than 20. It's better than a 25% collapse, but being down 4% in one session isn't something to be excited about. That's for sure. Eric Weathington says, yeah, it's not apes going down before the moon.
It's Casey's theories, correct? Sorry, Pirate.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Casey's theory is correct that Lauren Kitty's purchasing shares either yesterday or today or the day before. Then there'll be a T35. So I would say in 35 days it's going to go back up. They'll probably hang around here for a while.
Mr. Playful says, seems like Amy follows Jimmy. Yeah, it's been that way for the better part of 4 years. I've often said they're two sides of the same coin. I didn't read that anywhere. That's a piratism. I made that up. There may be other people using it, but that's some of my weak attempts at being creative. But I've said all along that there are two sides of the same coin. We could see it. I mean, the countless days over 4 years, Mr. Claypool, the charts. We've seen charts that look like they were screenshots of each other, like over the course of 6 hours, sometimes the entire day, an entire trading day, where the two charts for businesses that have absolutely nothing in common. It would be different if they were in the same sector. You know, if it was, it's like one thing if you have Ford stock and General Motors and you watch them trade in tandem. Well, they're in the same sector. They're subject to the same, the same influences. But the biggest movie chain in the world has nothing to do with a video game retail outlet. They're not. They have nothing in common. So how could you explain the constant? And I'm not talking about some random anomaly where this charts look similar. We can go back and dig through some of Casey's channels materials, and I can show charts. I wish I could get in front of a jury of 12 honest people and say, explain to me. You don't need to know anything about the stock market. You don't need to know anything about technical analysis. Just ask me how two completely unrelated businesses can trade on the stock market in exactly lockstep. They go up together, they come down together, they barcode together. And there's no way that that's organic. And if there was natural price discovery, which is a nice way of saying if this wasn't being manipulated, that couldn't happen. there are laws, mathematical, the laws of statistics, the laws of probability, the odds of a stock trading even for one day on the exact same pattern, just naturally, like accidental, if you will, are probably in the thousands to one. But to take the idea the next step further, to say that it happens on a repetitive basis, it has to be in the hundreds of millions to one that it's happening naturally. So what that tells you is, unless you're an idiot, that it's being manipulated, and that should incense the American public. What it means is we have proof that the stock market it's not legitimate. It's all a fugazi. It's all a scam. And I don't know why the people in the SEC don't go in and just, I would love to be in one of those powerful positions to be able to go in with a blue windbreaker on and say, step away from your desk. I don't know that you necessarily put people under arrest, but just shut down these Citadel and all the rest of them, and say, or take it another direction. Just suspend it. Just come on and make an announcement and say, we're freezing AMC stock. You can't do anything with it until we get done with this investigation. Holy sheep shit. Can you imagine? Just say, there's something illegal going on here. We don't know what it is yet. We're not accusing anybody or anything. That's what, we're not saying that they're suspects. Maybe they're a person of interest. The old game where they call people a person of interest, because once you call them a suspect, you have to charge them within a given period of time. But I'd love to see them say, well, maybe Citadel is a person of interest, Susquehanna, all the rest of these fucking crooks. And then we got to do an investigation to explain. And then you start out with going to these clearinghouses. You go to the clearinghouses, you go to the big shops in the stock market and say, how do you explain this anomaly? Somebody, and they can't. Sooner or later, you're going to drill down on it and say, well, there's only one reason this can happen. There's no other reason that this happens unless somebody's controlling prices. I'm like, okay, now we're getting somewhere, because that's illegal. Controlling the prices of the stock market is a crime. We're back again to, I remember the day that it happened, when Ken Griffin looked into the camera and said, as market makers, we make the stock price what we need it to be. That's a confession of a crime. He looked into a camera and told people, we manipulate the markets. And crickets. That was a terrifying moment for me, because I thought to myself, this fucking guy looked into the camera and told everybody, yeah, we set the price of what we want. What are you going to do about it? And nothing. They didn't do anything. And I thought to myself, yeah, this isn't happening now. Something's going to change. This guy, he's just, he just basically spit in our face and said, what are you going to do about it? And the simple truth was, they didn't do anything. Nothing. So I hung all my hopes on the new administration coming in. I went to great lengths to tell all of you that I thought something would happen in March, middle of March. I was wrong for the 12th time. Didn't necessarily call the bottom, but that was one of my hopes, that we would see something happening by then. And here we are. March is over with, for all intents and purposes. March is over with. We are approaching, historic lows, and I don't know what to think of it. I said it before. JJ the jet plane become a friend to me, and someone that I respect a great deal. From the manner in which he's lived his life, and we disagree on this. He still thinks that we're right on the verge of the edge of it. But I don't mind telling you folks that I have steeled myself. I have strengthened my resolve that this could take many more years. And I just need to be honest. I'm honest with my family, and I'm honest with you guys about it. I think that was my last chance for romance, was Trump coming in and doing something at this time frame. I don't see that on my radar screen now. So now I'm left to, maybe someday there'll be some black swan event that'll be big enough, maybe a financial collapse. I still think the financial collapse will lead to, all accounts being settled, and that includes ours. But that collapse may not come for, it could not be, maybe another 5 or 6 years. Who knows? So I'm sorry if that sounded a little bit fuddish or gloom and doom, but come in here and bullshit people and lie. I tell you the truth. And that's why I see it right now.
Maybe April 2nd will be the day the market flag.
April Fool's Day. The day after April Fool's Day.
I think that's when Trump said American Revolution, where the tariffs go into effect. So maybe you were just 3 weeks off.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see it happen and be a few weeks off. I mean, after 4 years, I like to think I get a little credit for having enough balls to give my theory and then put real dates on it. And I did it a year in advance. And I'm a little disappointed that I wasn't correct. I pride myself in being right all the time, or at least most of the time. But I'll have to own it on this one. I'm not. I was wrong. And if I am correct and it hits now and I'm off by 3 or 4 weeks, then I'll still obviously have plenty of bragging rights there. I'm just trying to be as honest with and forthcoming as I can be. That I just don't think it's happening now. Tech We Love says, I'll have a lot of shares if this takes 5 or 6 years. Yeah, that's the part that gives me comfort, Tech. I mean, whatever apes that stayed the course, whether there's 3 million, 4 million, or 2 million of us, they're not selling. They never have. They won't. They've never sold a single share. They still buy every payday, every time they get every tax return, every Christmas bonus, they buy a little bit more. And all that means is that the hole that they have dug for themselves will get deeper and deeper and deeper. I still believe that. For me, this whole thing now has become an issue of timeliness, and that each person is different, where we're at in life and all that, and we've covered all that ground before. But Easterby said, hopefully Trump's foes know something. Or I think maybe he said, hopefully Trump knows something. It's not as if he's in the dark about it. See, that's what I can't figure out, EB. My whole theory was predicated on him being an adversary to Ken Griffin. Ken Griffin giving money to Donald Trump's political rivals when he donated to people that actually ran against him in the primary. Trump's not the kind of guy to forget about shit like that. He holds a grudge. I mean, he's old school. The fact that they tried to shit all over Truth Social when they kicked Trump from Twitter during an election cycle and tried to prevent him from winning the presidency by denying him an opportunity to reach out to the people who follow X for their news. And then he said, well, fuck it, I'll build my own. Then he went, and he, of course, we talked about this, where he had Devin Newsom, retired, or previously had been a congressman, a senator. He made him this chief executive officer or something. And then they came right out and said, we are the victims. They tried to destroy Truth Social through naked shorting and all that. And he came right out and spoke about it. And I'm thinking to myself, and I said to myself, well, that's good. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Casey and I just agreed on it. Casey thought that it was just Trump trying to make more money. And I thought, well, regardless of whether he's trying to make money or not, if he's going to shine a light on criminal activity that's being used to hurt him, and it's the same sort of robbery that's fucking us, then how we can win from that? And I was convinced that there was no getting around that the minute that Trump took power, that he would drop the hammer on these guys. There would be investigations, heads would roll at some of these, and I'm just at a loss. We've seen nothing. I mean, yeah, they've appointed a few people, they've asked a few people to leave, some people have stepped down, but nothing in the way of investigations, nothing in the way, I don't understand the lack of activity on it. And the only thing that I can think of is that somehow or another, somebody in the Trump camp or Trump himself has decided that it's better for him, big picture, to play along. Hard for me to believe that, though. It really is. Yeah, Evie says still early. Elon's also a victim. Yeah, Elon must. They's on camera talking about how mean, you don't have to take our word for it. There's plenty of clips out there where interviewers, where he was speaking to people about how he was a victim of predatory shorting, how they tried to destroy his company. Not once, I think he had 3 separate distinct short attacks where they really came after him and tried to just drive him into the metaphorical grave. And so he's gone on record talking about all of that. And now he's in power. He has the president's ear. I mean, he's arguably probably one of the most influential people in Washington right now. And you're telling me he doesn't hate predatory shorting? So he's not encouraging the president to do something about it? Like I said, all of it defies logic. And logic is what I operate on. That's my go-to weapon in my toolbox. Hard for me to understand right now. But like I said, maybe you're right. You might have touched on it. You said it's still early. So maybe my thinking was that they wanted to be able to blame Trump for all of this. So they couldn't do it the minute he was inaugurated, that they'd need some time to run off the clock so that they could claim, at least to the naive out there, this wasn't our fault. Orange Man bad. Orange Man did this. So I just kind of pulled a number out of my ass saying, well, at the end of January 20th, inauguration day, it's just 10 days left in the month. So let's just forget about January. So you got March is a month, and then April. So I'm thinking, okay, that's 2 months into, or excuse me, January was over with. You had February and March. So I thought that, after the 2 months had gone by, that would give them enough time for the political cover that they need to say, yeah, this wasn't us. This is Trump's been in office for 2 months, and these are all his new policies. Much like they're blaming him. Like you had Jerome Powell saying that the reason inflation is bad is because of Trump's tariffs. The goddamn tariffs haven't even been implemented yet. And you've got Jerome Powell saying it's Trump's fault that we have inflation because of the tariffs. That's what I wanted to see. That's what I expected to happen. I expected to see the system begin to collapse. The economy and system, I mean, all the banking and all that. And then I wanted them to say, yeah, it's Trump's fault. He's been in, that's his policy. But for whatever reason, it hasn't happened. And maybe Easter Beast is correct. Maybe I'm just too eager. And when I picked a 90-day window, like I said, you might be right, EB. Maybe it'll be the second year of his presidency. I mean, he's only in for 4 years. Who knows? But maybe they're waiting until Trump's presidency is almost over with. They know that the country right now is enamored with conservative policies. J.D. Vance looks to be a shoo-in. Unless he does something really stupid, J.D. Vance will be the nominee and the next president. So maybe they're looking ahead. Maybe they're saying to themselves, Trump is a foregone conclusion, but here's what we'll do. We'll wait until we'll wait until they're getting ready to have the next presidential election 4 years from now. And we'll burn this whole system down then. And then that'll give us a chance to deny J.D. Vance the presidency. The economy is trashed, the stock market's crashed, your 401k has been decimated, and it's Orange Man's fault. So don't vote for J.D. Vance. So if that's the case, then we're 3 years away from them letting the metaphorical or the theatrical house of cards collapse. Either way, that makes it 7 years in for me, and it's not something I'm pleased to think about. Hayden J says there's also a picture of Elon having money with Ken Griffin, so romantic. Well, you need to remember, Hayden J, all those guys turn in the same social circles. The super rich, the top 1%, they all attend the same functions. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're swapping spit and taking moonlit walks in the park. The fact that there's a picture of Kenny Griffin sitting, even having dinner, it doesn't necessarily mean that they are joined at the hip. Yeah, Donkey Kong said the same thing. I don't read much into that. It's just the nature of the beast. They all go to the same things. All the entertainment. I mean, you got to go somewhere. You have to live your life. And these people, you know, they go to, you know, sporting events, they, you know, the Super Bowl, what have you. They'll attend, you know, they go to their golfing clubs, the golf outings, the Masters, you know, to go see, you know, Formula One races, what have you. So it's not, I don't think it means anything when you see a photograph of them together. I know that crowd, a big part of it is it's all about reputation. It's like a pecking order. Even the women, you know, they get on all sorts of philanthropic boards, and they're little do-gooders, and they're giving, you know, they go help run the Red Cross or the Salvation Army or the Feed the Poor Orphans of Haiti group, and they all get together in that, and it's all, you know, they have dinners where they try to raise money for their little pet projects, and all of those things they're just ego exercises. But because of that, you'll see a lot of them who aren't necessarily friends in real life, but they'll find themselves in the same room or the same dinner table. So I would urge caution. Just because you see two people in the same photograph doesn't necessarily mean that they're in league with each other. Hidden J Real Estate says, how about the Brett Harrison video, the likes being suppressed on X? That is very sus. Yeah, that's interesting. That's been a topic for, I don't know, 2 years now. He was one of the guys, Brett Harrison was one of the guys, for those of you who don't know, he's one of the guys who was integral in the FTX. Sam Bankman, I call him Fraud, his name's Friedman, but Fraudman. This guy was integral to that. And he made a video where he revealed a whole bunch of the details. And there seemed to be a consistent effort to suppress that video. Every time it would get reposted or people would give it a thumbs up, it would shadow banned, I think they call it, and all that. The only thing I can think about on that, Hayden, is that Elon Musk doesn't sit in an office and run X. So you can't be naive about it. These things could be happening, and he could have, you know, for one, I don't think it's a secret that even though Elon Musk did a purge with X, there are still bad actors there. I've seen a lot of people claiming that they're the same people who work to try to suppress AGA comments, who are openly hostile to Trump. That those people who engaged in all that, they weren't all shown the door. Some of those people are still in there. So whoever's going about that, trying to shadow ban that video from Brett Harrison, could be one of those people. No, but again, somebody that, when you get to the level, when you play the game where Musk is at, he's not intimate with the day-to-day workings. You got to remember, Hayden J, the fucking guy has a rocket ship company that's bigger than NASA. Just that alone would consume a mortal man. Imagine the level of attention that would require. So, and this is where delegation of authority comes in. He must be a master at that. But he doesn't just have SpaceX. Then he's got Starlink. Jesus, really? Satellites, a satellite network that circles the entire world in a geosynchronous orbit. You don't think that requires some management and problems pop up? What else do we have? Oh, let's look again. Oh, the biggest electric car vehicle maker in the world, Tesla. So all of that, you know, to manage the day-to-day problems with that. Then you've got the Neuralink, where he's got people working on computer devices that they can implant in some head where some poor crippled kid can get up out of a wheelchair and walk. Yeah, that's going to take a little time. There's going to be somebody have to work on that. Research and development and the medical testing, navigating the labyrinth of the Food and Drug Administration, testing all of that. Yeah, he's got that on his plate, on his dance card. What else does Elon have on his menu? I'm forgetting something. Oh, the boring company. He's got that giant boring company that's drilling underground tunnels to try to work for cutting edge way to alleviate traffic problems. Yep, Easter Beast is helping me out. He's got a robot. They're trying to develop robots, autonomous robots, who can end up being, we can all have our own personal slaves that will allow us to just chase our dreams and have a robot do all the mundane tasks that we normally are burdened with in life. So he's got that going on. I think I'm beating a dead horse here, but so it shouldn't come as a surprise that he can't bog himself down with the minutia or the day-to-day things like why Brett Harrison's video is being suppressed. It'd be so easy for something like that to escape and on all of this, I forgot the biggest one. The richest fucking guy in the world doing all of these things, and for a while there, he was sleeping on an air mattress in a building to try to help our government dig our way out of bankruptcy. The guy's like, yeah, this country that has afforded me so many opportunities, that has given me a platform to where I can chase my dreams of being like a rocket ship guy, going to Mars, doing the stuff that little boys dream of, and it may happen for him, and it's because of this wonderful country. And then he sees us going like a snowball headed for hell for bankruptcy, and he's like, okay, I got all this shit to do. Now I got to go to Washington and help Trump figure out who's stealing all of our money. So yeah, you'll just have to excuse Elon if he's not intimately aware of every little detail that goes on in his businesses. In case you can't tell, I'm a big fan. I've become a big fan of Elon. He's a personal hero to me. I think people who fail to see that, I question their judgment. I could spend 8 hours a day just on X defending defending Elon Musk, and I would gladly do it. I would gladly do it because like I said, he's become a personal hero to me. But I can't understand the people. I can't understand what it is that makes a man or a woman hate somebody so bad who's clearly done so much for humanity. It defies logic. I want to set them down, with a cold beer or a glass of iced tea or maybe an iced coffee and say, I'm all ears. I'm going to be really quiet for a while. I want you to explain to me, tell me why. What on X? It's become so trendy to be an asshole and complain and hate. And like, they want to deny you a hero. I'm like, well, I don't know how old you are. So let's just say you're 35 years old. Who are your personal heroes? Who do you point to and say, that's a winner? This person right here, this is a winner. This is what I want my little boy to grow up to be like. And more often than not, they can't find any because they're so enamored. They're so consumed with the drama and the hate that they won't even allow themselves the luxury of picking out somebody and saying, yep, that guy there, he's a hero. See a new name in chat I don't recognize, Edward J. Congratulations. And I don't mean you may not be new, you're just new to me. But, it's good to see you join us. We always like to see new folks pop in, hang out. He says he got his shares and is accumulating more so he can wait for the MOAS to happen. Well, welcome on board. Tech We Love says that Elon's busy finding the next baby mama. Yeah, I don't blame him. I mean, the guy's, he's following his natural instincts to procreate, to the closest a man will ever come to living forever to cheating death is to have children. You have to go with the full knowledge that you will die someday, and the most you can hope for is that your genes will live on through your progeny. And it's one of those things where most people, maybe some people would have more children if they could afford them. Like you hear constantly, well, I don't want to have children until I'm ready, or I'm not going to have children until I can afford them. Well, as you can quite imagine, if you're the richest guy in the world that's no longer an issue. So your desire is to leave a whole bunch of children walk this earth after you're dead. I can understand how a guy who's the richest man in the world would be knocking girls up left and right. I don't know that it's moral. I don't know that you're starting to run afoul of all sorts of religious convictions and all sorts of things. But just knowing what a man's instincts are and how things work in the real world, I don't think it's a mystery as to why the richest guy in the world is leaving babies around. Edward said he's new here. Thanks for oh yeah, no worries, man. Just so you'll know, Edward, this whole entire group became friends about 4 years ago on Casey Shaw's channel. He streamed live Monday through Friday, 7 days a week, from bell to bell, and then some. And after 4 years, some real life got in the way, and he was not able to dedicate that sort of time any longer. And so in an effort for us to continue to come together and enjoy each other's company and friendship, we took it upon ourselves to offer some live streams. So you'll have people like Papa Mac and Preacher and GrayLeaf. And GrayLeaf here lately, she's taken on the lion's share of the work. She's done the heavy lifting, sometimes as many as 4 days a week. And then absolute worst case scenario, I will go live if I have to, but it's not my, I'm ill-equipped to run charts and add photographs and all that. The most I can do is come on and tell lame jokes and work with a microphone. But just be aware that if you go to find the chat and you don't find it on GrayLeaf's live, that you may need to look for Preacher, or more often right now, Papa Mac. And for anybody else in the sound of my voice, within earshot of my voice, it's not particularly hard to find this group. All you have to do is type in AMC Live, and I don't think on any given day there's more than maybe one or two. I don't think there's another one. There may be people who offer videos or clips, but if you look for specifically AMC, and some of them say AMC/GameStop or GME, that you'll find us in short order, and it's usually anywhere from 30 to 80 people who hang out at any given time. There's 2 containers of hand cleaner and Old Red if he needs one too. D said he once said in front of his teenage daughter that he loved Elon. She gave him the dirtiest look and said, "Why?" I listed all the reasons. I asked, "Why do you have so much disdain for him?" Yeah, I love it, Tom. That's perfect. That's the exact thing. I was like, and I mean it, Tom. I was like, I would say, and I'm not being argumentative. I want to learn, and if I hold this guy in such high regard and I'm missing something, then I want to know about it.
What's up, everybody?
Hey, Quack Quack. For me, Tom, when I get engaged with these people, I'm itching for a fight. I'm bored, so I pick a fight with somebody on X. More often than not, the very first rebuttal I get from them is, he would be nothing without the government. They try to paint him with like he's some sort of that he's one of the very people that are robbing the government. Like, oh, you got Elon Musk looking for waste in the government. Do you know how much money he's got from the government? And I'm like, just because you get money from the government doesn't in and of itself make you a grifter or a con artist. We have Hank that provide for the national defense, and it's paid for, via tax dollars. We have airplanes. Lockheed Martin builds, the finest weapons. When your country sends your knight in shining armor into battle to defend you, blacksmith, and get a samurai sword, so the military has to they need to be provided their suit of armor and their sword. So not everybody who gets money from the government is inherently evil. Now, can there be deficiencies made, or is there some fraud and abuse or waste in there? Yeah. But most big government contractors, they don't want to take part in fraud and waste, because once you're discovered, then you're no longer able to dip, because it's profitable. You can be incredibly profitable and not rob the government. There's enough profit in it just doing business without stealing. But but their usually go-to phrase is, well, do you know how much money Elon's been made? And all of it is just weak talking points. Like, for instance, the whole his SpaceX thing. They refused to give him any sort of substantial aid to help him, and then he has to turn around and go save the NASA astronauts because the fucking NASA couldn't do it. Think about the hypocrisy of that. When it comes time to give out money or funding towards rocket development or to help with space exploration, they're like, yeah, fuck you, Elon, we're not giving you any money. And then they got two guys that are fucking hung out to dry, and they got to go back to that same guy and go, hey, can you go pick up our guys for us? It's that whole fucking bunch, man. So I don't, but again, they'll be like, yeah, he wouldn't be anything if it wasn't for government. I'm like, stop it. Please stop it. That's not the way it works. Every single entity that gets large enough, sooner or later, will see themselves negotiating with our government. Case in point, I'll give you an example. When we were into farming with the cattle in Indiana, we were obviously out in a rural area. The Honda Corporation came to Indiana to build a plant. I don't know if they're building the Honda Accords or what cars, but I think it's an automobile. And I'm talking, there was nothing there. They bought 6 or 7 farms, big farms, thousands of acres, a couple thousand acres, right near an interstate. They paid to have an entire, or they levied, they went to the state of Indiana. I'm not sure how it worked, but they put in an exit ramp. There was no exit. You couldn't get off the interstate there by that land. So they put in a giant clover leaf, both eastbound and westbound, so you could get off there. They altered the electrical grid and all that sort of thing, all because they knew that it was going to bring tax dollars. I mean, they had narrowed down the place to build that Honda factory, and it fell down to Indiana and 2 specific places. And the people, everybody won. The farmers who sold their land, they got probably 10 times what the land was worth. They were able to sell their farms, load up all their tractors, go somewhere and buy another piece of land from somebody who was retiring or the heirs didn't want to farm, and then put the rest of the money in the bank for having generational wealth. Everybody from the people who sold the land to Honda to the people who were hired to help build the plant. And to this very day, you can look it up. There's just monstrous automobile manufacturing. Then they sent out a message, we're hiring now. Everybody knew that was coming. They interviewed people and they hired, 3 shifts a day, 8 hours a day, high paying jobs, benefits, all of that shit. And then the entire community of Greensburg, Indiana, which was just a sleepy little town with, one trick pony, exploded overnight. Everything, and then the real estate and all those things that came with it. And a lot of that was because the Indiana politicians, they had to offer up some, what do they call it? They had to offer up some enticements. And I don't remember what the details were, whether they let the Honda operate for, 20 years with no state tax, or they give them, all sorts of favorable conditions. But the idea was, you might let them operate there without paying any taxes for, I don't know, forever, whatever. But it doesn't matter. The net good for the entire community in the state is incredible, because Honda could go to Tennessee and build a factory. So again, nobody ever pointed the finger at Honda and said, Honda's a bunch of crooks, and the only reason they're successful is because Indiana helped them build a plant. I'm like, you're an idiot. You're a child. You shouldn't even be speaking right now. you know, and Elon's the same thing. Just because they find that he has been the recipient of some sort of a program, like maybe specifically back when the big EV craze was going on, like tax breaks, or you could buy an electrical vehicle and they reduced the price a little bit and the government made up the difference. I don't remember how all that worked, but they're fond of saying that is just evidence that he's nothing more than a crook. And I'm like, man, there's no winning with you people. You're never, again, is anybody good enough for you? There's same people who are known to spend all of their time poo-pooing it up and shitting all over him. If you were to corner them and say, listen, let's change the subject for a minute. Who do you like? Okay, I get it. You don't like Elon Musk. You think he's a devil. You don't like Trump. You think he's a loser and a con artist. Tell me who you look up to. Who would you hope that your child grows up to be like? And they give you that deer in the headlight look, because these fucking people, that they have nothing in them but hate. Back to Tom D's, when he asked his daughter why she holds him in so much disdain, she said it's not just me that has disdain, but most of my friends. Well, yeah, that's a good one, Tom. I would be like, that's not what I asked you. So that's like that, Tom, that's like that bandwagon thing. Like, the reason I hate him is because my friends do, and I want to be popular. All my friends hate him. I'm like, I didn't ask you how many people you knew that hate him. I asked you why. So that tells you right there, that's something right there, Tom. It's like the very first thing out of her mouth is, it's not just me, all my friends. What that tells me is it's more important for her just to be part of the group and be popular, which that shouldn't come as a surprise for any teenage girl. And I would say, well, that's the number one reason right there that you need to learn to think for yourself. If you're going through life and you immediately formulate your opinions about somebody, and your go-to analysis is, your litmus test is, what do all my friends think? That's a bad habit to develop. But I'll read farther. Tom says, and she said, because he has all those kids and he doesn't spend time with them. Throwing money at them is not parenting, she said. That's fair enough, and I think that's a valid observation. But I'm not talking about what kind of a parent he is. See, the world is full of people who have baby mamas. I mean, really? I mean, you want to dig into the statistics on the whole single mother trend? So he's not, but again, the whole idea that he's not, doesn't spend time with his kids, okay, but is that a reason? I mean, there's plenty of people who do that. There's people who remain married, have a mother and daughter in the same house, and live 20 years together, and one of the parents never spends any time with the kids. I mean, there's this concept that just because two people live under the same roof, that it's all kumbaya. That's another thing. It's like, it's not a mystery that there are many men out there who just sire children and go about their life providing for them, but they're not really particularly interested in being friends with their children or spending any sort of quality time, as they say, with them. But I would hardly think that having fallen short as a father would serve as a reason for so much vitriol. I'm like, so really? So that's the whole thing's built about him not being a good parent? I'm like, if that's the fucking case, half of America belongs in the fucking toilet. As far as throwing money at them, I would argue that that's a no-win. If a guy has kids and doesn't take care of them, then he's a deadbeat. If he has kids and he doesn't spend time with them, but he provides for all their needs, then he's just throwing money at them. So again, it's like, if your idea is that somehow or another he needs to be a good father in order for him to be respected, I would disagree with that. People are humans. No one is perfect, and maybe, just maybe, for whatever reason, he wasn't cut out to be a father in the traditional sense. But I don't think that would rise to the level. I don't think that would be, in and of itself, would be enough of a reason to just castigate him or in some way refuse to acknowledge all these other wonderful things. I guess what it comes down to is, shouldn't a man be judged by the entire body of his work, like whatever he's done over the course of his entire life, or do we seize on one shortcoming? So a man is only as good as his biggest mistake. So there we go. What else we got here? Becky Love says, tell her you can do a lot worse than parents throwing money at them. Exactly. Lots of people wish their parents would throw some money at them. Edward J says, all of them just Trump haters. That back in the day, all the Dems loved and adored Elon for his EVs. Now they terrorize and bomb his cars. Crazy and radical. Yeah, exactly, Edward J. It's more hypocrisy. Like I said, that they're it's whatever. What have you done for me lately? When he was the electric car vehicle guy, and it was all be green, climate change and all that. They thought he just walked on water, like the sun came out of his ass when it rose in the morning. The very minute he's like, yeah, I'm going to support Trump, well, they just turned the whole table over. I'm like, well, wait a minute. What are you so? Again, how did that change? Everything about him can't change. Edward J. They did the same thing to Trump regarding racism. Trump lived in the boxing world. You don't think there's black folks that turn into circles of the boxing world? They dominate that world. Casino businesses, construction, football, athletes, professional athletes, celebrities, movie stars. Trump was friends with all of those people. There's even pictures of like Oprah Winfrey talking about how Trump should run for president someday because he would be great at it and all that support. And the very minute he comes down that escalator and says, I'm running for president, and by the way, I'm going to run as a Republican and conservative, you're a racist. You're a racist. For starters, you gotta be ignorant to buy into that shit. The fact that they threw it out there shouldn't come as a surprise, because that's been the go-to card. The whole racism things. It's like their ibuprofen. We were in the Army, I was in the military, Air Force. You could fucking chop your leg off at the knee and they'd give you 800 milligrams of Motrin or ibuprofen. Motrin and all that kind of shit. That's their idea of Trump. The racism has become their wild card in the game of no matter what the circumstances, just flop it out, you're racist. And that's supposed to be the end all beat all of the game. And they tried it with him. And I thought to myself, this shows you how ridiculous this thing with racism has become. Because the evidence, you didn't even have to look for the evidence. Just a casual passerby, the casual observer could see it in photographs and parties and social settings. I've been around racist people. I know what real racism looks like. And I promise you, they don't behave like Donald Trump behaved all those years. They don't spend any time around them socially. Anyone who's known anybody who's really racist would be the first one to tell you Donald Trump is not a racist. But that didn't stop them, because if it just got a few votes for them, that's good enough. But again, it's back to the hypocrisy that the Democrats show on a regular basis, and this is one of those things that troubles me, is that everything about their party is deceit. It's about deceiving you, tricking you into supporting them, tricking you into voting for them. And my thing is, if you have to deceive me into supporting you, then do you really deserve my support? And it's troublesome, because it's their go-to modus operandi. Twisty Swifty said, hell, I wish my father would leave me the fuck alone and throw money at me. Yeah, man. Yeah. It's all about your perspective, isn't it, Twisty? I had a friend I went through high school with, good football player, ended up playing for Ohio State, went to college, did pretty good for himself there, and he made it. He made it to the show. Guy's name was Chris Thomas. A great guy, one of the coolest dudes I've ever known in my life. Black dude from where I grew up. Ended up getting on board with the Dallas Cowboys. Had a locker. Said one of his claim to fame was I had a locker one door down from Herschel Walker. So he'd go into the locker room to suit up, and he never did well. Once he made it into the big pond with the big fish, he found out that he wasn't as good as he thought he was. So his career with the Dallas Cowboys was short-lived. He ended up returning home to Cincinnati and became a Cincinnati cop. Was a fine police officer. He loved motorcycles. Grew up with a bunch of us. We were all riding motorcycles together as young men. He got on the motorcycle squad. He did motorcycle patrol or cycle cop thing for Cincinnati, and he was doing helping out with the Secret Service when one of the presidents came through Cincinnati, and in one of the intersections he was hit by a car. It was a bad wreck, and it fucked him up pretty good. But where I'm going with this long drawn out story is Herschel Walker was also a very famous football player. They got pictures of him at Donald Trump's child's birthday parties and stuff. I mean, he was social events with, I think it was Don Jr. or one of Donald Trump's children sitting up on Herschel Walker's lap like you would any other Dutch uncle. Where I come from, a Dutch uncle is someone who hangs around the family long enough that you kind of almost consider them an uncle. Like I had many kids call me Uncle Ronnie. There was no blood between us. It's just we were around so much. That's a Dutch uncle. But yeah, and even if he wasn't a Dutch uncle, the fact that Herschel Walker was at one of their family functions, an intimate family function, and got Donald Trump's kids up on his lap and is laughing and talking all that stuff. Racists don't behave that way. If you think that's how a racist operates, you need to educate yourself some more. And all of this stuff was years before Trump made a run for the White House. And those sort of examples are numerous and they're easy to find, but it didn't stop them. And it's because they lie. They lie and deceive for power, and people should be aware of that. The whole racism thing is so tiresome. I'm at the point where I'm just sick of hearing it my entire life. Everything is too much time. It sucks all the oxygen out of the room. There's so many other things, more pressing issues that we can be working on to make our lives better. But man, they just won't let it die. I guess there's so much money involved in it. But race baiters, they just need to keep that thing alive. It gets old. You'll get, the same old, the ones who try to cash in on that hatred, to keep that hate alive. And anytime you have anyone who's accomplished, you take someone like Ben Carson, the first neurosurgeon to separate Siamese twins or conjoined twins. Not only were they conjoined, but they shared the same brain. Two perfect bodies, I guess, born, but their skulls were connected. It was the first one in medical history to go through the hours and hours it took, and imagine the skill set to open those kids' skulls up and cut their two brains in half and allow them to live normal lives. An incredibly accomplished man, soft-spoken, eloquent, intelligent, and because he's a conservative and Republican, he's out. They totally disregard him. And you would think that culture and that community would embrace someone like that who has achieved so much and has done so much in his life that he commands respect and authority, but they don't. They do the exact opposite, and it's because he doesn't serve their purposes. He will in no short order, men like him destroy that whole narrative that America's a racist country and that we're hostile. The whole concept, everything from cops are hunting black men like it's open season, all of that foolishness. Men like Ben Carson are living, walking examples of how it's all just a lie. And instead of embracing him and holding him up as an example of what their children should aspire to be like, they castigate him. Edward J says, yep, the hate for Trump is so ridiculous. You're like, Jesus, chill out, people. He's just trying to do what he announced and promised on his campaign, making America great, that's all. And if he succeeds, everybody will be better, even the haters. I couldn't agree more, Edward. And that's the whole point is you have to give him credit for one thing, and they won't even do this. He did it. He told everybody what he was going to do. Unlike the stereotypical politician in our world where they promise all sorts of things just to get elected. And then when they go in, they lie, show where they lied and did the other. Trump, he told everybody right up front, I'm going to close the borders. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And I'm like, it's refreshing to finally have somebody who stands in front of a TV camera and says, if you elect me, this is what I'm going to do. The country does it. And then the guy actually keeps his word. Donkey Kong said the amazing thing about Ben Carson is he came from a single parent home and lived in the projects. Yeah. It's an amazing story, man. He's one of my heroes. The guy's mom forced him to read. She made him read all the time. And then she would make him do like a little book report for it, to prove that he had not only read the book, but he understood the content. And from what I understood, I don't want to go so far as to say she was illiterate, but it might have been even that. And then she would grade him on it, like give him an A+ or a B or whatever. He said it wasn't until years later that she didn't even know, that she couldn't even grasp the concept of the books that he was reading. It didn't matter though, she was shoving it down his throat, and the proof is in the pudding. Yeah, he's got an amazing story. Again, one of my personal heroes. The guy is a walking superhero. We've got the Marvel comics, Spider-Man, the Hulk, Iron Man, and that shit's all fine and good, a little entertainment. Ben Carson's the real deal, the flesh and blood, living, walking embodiment of the American dream, that anybody can be anything they want if you're willing to put in the hard work and make good decisions. And those guys, heart surgeons, somebody who can lay your loved one down on the table, cut their chest open, take their heart out, like I'd take a carburetor off of a motorcycle, clean it all out, rebuild it, if you will, and put it back in their chest. Sew them up, and 6 weeks later, your family member's home and alive, walking around with you. Those guys are modern day superheroes. It's the same thing with the people like Elon Musk and all of these others. We have heroes that walk among us, but we have lost the ability, I guess, to some extent, to recognize them. And because of that, we fail all too often to show our kids, like, this is who you should aspire to be like. If you work hard, you can be like this guy. This is what a winner looks like. This is what a person of achievement. This is how your life can matter. You see what this person's doing, and you try to pick up some of their habits. And I don't know, because the path it's so much easier just to be in the old, well, it's not as easy for our crowd now. You boomers and Generation X, you all had it easy. And the game's rigged against us. Maybe it's just that much easier. It's just a way, it's like malingering. And malingering in the military is when you fake an injury or a fake sickness to avoid work. Maybe it's similar to that whole thing of malingering, where it allows them, it gives them the cover, the coping mechanism they need to just remain lazy or remain inactive, and because of that, they'll never achieve anything, but they don't have to carry the guilt. They know that if they don't do something positive with their life, that they wasted it, and with that comes in a wave of guilt. So maybe somehow or another, this has become a way to shift that guilt off, so they can be as lazy as they want. They can not participate in anything for the betterment of their own lives. And they don't even have the guilt, because they've subscribed to that philosophy that it's just not their fault. "5 minutes to power hour." promised myself I was going to take it easy today and let my body recuperate, but I have a sneaky suspicion that after the closing bell, I'm probably going to crawl out there. I'm making such good progress on that wall, I'm eager to see it completed. Maybe some chemicals, better living through chemistry. Certain if I hit the medicine cabinet, I'll find something to make all of it quit hurting.
Pay me what I'm owed, yeah.
I had a polling question. I was going to see if I could enlist the help of GrayLeaf to put up it. I couldn't distill it down enough to one question. But I think we can use it for content if I just throw the question out there. It's a little bit of a different subject, but do you guys, there's 25 of us in here right now, do you think that people, I was going to say retarded people, but I don't want to piss anybody off. Do you think that people who are mentally disabled in some fashion, even if it's mildly or severely, do you think they should be allowed to vote in our politics? I have several other questions, and that's why I couldn't put it in a poll, because the next question I was going to ask as part B to this is, would you support a law that says only people who own land can vote? That if you don't own a land in the United States, that you're denied a vote? The third part to the question is, do you think people who do not work and do not pay taxes should vote? If you don't pay a dime into the system, should you have a seat at the table to say where that money gets spent, obviously? So again, if you don't pay taxes or if you don't work and contribute, should you be allowed to vote? And before anybody answers, I know what the Constitution says. Don't start with that dumb shit. I probably know as much about the Constitution as anybody. I think Food Dog had it all memorized. I wouldn't want to run up against him, but I understand the laws. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, if you were king for a day, what are your thoughts on those three topics? Should mentally disabled people, even if they're mildly retarded, moderately retarded, severely handicapped, any of those on the spectrum, should they be allowed to vote for politics? Part two was, if you don't own a home or land, and by own, I mean, don't necessarily mean have it paid off, but you are the owner of record. Maybe you have a mortgage or what have you. But that's the second part. And then obviously the last one was, if you don't pay taxes or file taxes, maybe you don't necessarily pay, maybe you had a bad year, but I think the spirit of my question, I think, is evident. If you're not participating in the system where you file taxes and pay or receive a refund, should you be allowed to vote? GrayLeaf says no vote. Donkey Kong says, I think you should have some skin in the game. Well, the first part of the question was geared as a thought experiment too. If someone is mentally incapacitated, or if they lack what would even be the basics, in terms of knowledge, is it not harmful to allow them to vote? And I guess you could take that to the next step. Is it logical to think that they're not even voting for themselves, that some caretaker or caregiver is instructing them on what to vote, since they lack the capacity for original thought or critical thinking? isn't it fair to say that they're probably being just told how to vote, and because of that, somebody else is getting 2 votes instead of the one that they're entitled to? Funky Pizza said he is self-proclaimed retard, not medically diagnosed. Yeah, you identify as a tard, Funky? Is that what it is? I get it, man. I always thought that was funny. This whole thing here currently about you can't use the word retard, you can't say that, and it's offensive and all that. I'm like, the word, it has a very specific meaning. On an engine, if you retard the timing, you slow it down. Retarded doesn't just necessarily speak to somebody's intellectual abilities. It's actually a verb in many cases, where if you retard the timing, then you turn it back, or you alter it to slow it down. But I thought it was funny that the word police have decided that you can't say that because it's offensive. I'm like, well, that's because it's used. If you use it, if you call somebody else retarded who's not, you're implying that they have the same intellectual challenges that someone who is factually retarded. So in that case, it's a pejorative or it's a slur. But again, it's kind of like there's many other phrases with the word police. It's like, it doesn't change anything. If you call somebody retarded versus call them mentally let's just say mentally disabled, they both mean exactly the same thing. So it's always thought it was kind of humorous that you're not allowed to call somebody a retard, but you could refer to them as mentally handicapped. They both mean exactly the same thing. But I guess if we've run around for like a generation, and I'll tell my friend, my friend shakes a beer up before he opens it, and he's surprised because the foam sprays him in the face, and I look at him and I go, dude, you're fucking mentally handicapped. If I do that for like a generation, will that become the next phrase that's banned? Like, you can't say he's mentally handicapped. That's a slur. So again, the whole concept of that you can't use the word I find it ridiculous. GrayLeaf says she agrees, being told how, perhaps a test or a class. If they show a desire to vote, some are highly functioning. Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, I thought about that, GrayLeaf. Like, maybe there should be a literacy test that you have to. For instance, maybe you should have to, have at least basic reading skills. But then I could see how that could be a problem because of maybe someone's illiterate. They grew up and never learned to read, but they have fully function. They have full use of all their faculties. They understand geopolitical events. They're abreast of news. They understand all of that. So I guess maybe having a test wouldn't exactly work. But I would think something more along the lines, GrayLeaf, of, and hear me out on this, is that if you're mentally deficient to the extent that you get a government check, i.e. if you're on Social Security and you getting Social Security disability benefits because you are mentally retarded, then that would be right there enough. I think that would be a good place to draw the line. I'm like, if you're so fucked up in the head that you can't work and you need to be supported through tax dollars, you're out. So maybe that would work greatly if we, instead of having a test or even any sort of verbal test, just do the same thing to say everybody can vote except for the people who are getting a paycheck because you're mentally disabled. If you're so mentally disabled that you are on getting a handout, then you lack the decision-making abilities to vote. And I think that might be a good place to start. Edward J says, and if you don't pay taxes or some way contributing to the economy, you should not have any right to vote at all. Yep, that's kind of what I was getting at, Edward. Again, how do you let people who don't pay into the system, they don't have jobs, they don't have work, why should they be afforded an opinion or any say in the management of things? You wouldn't do that in any other setting. Funky Pizza says he was working at a corrections facility for his vending machine job, and he said, I lost it. And lost it. He lost the job because he asked a correction officer if she was retarded. That's fucked up, man. that's that's really. I'm sorry you lost your job, dude. Fuck you. That's funny. It's funny and fucked up all at the same time. I guess the second question or the third that I asked was if you should be allowed to vote if you don't own land or a house. That one I'm not sure about, because there are people who can go their entire lives and just be a renter and still be a positive for their community. So on that one, I think that question was poorly conceived. I should have thought that one through before I asked you all that one, because I could see now that I've thought about it for more than a second, how someone could go their entire life and never own a piece of land or own a house, but they could still be beneficial to their entire community. Maybe they just, for whatever reason, they rent a place to live, but in all other manners, they work and obviously and spend money and contribute to the economy in that way, pay taxes and all those things. So I guess, but I know at one point in time there were some laws on the books. I think when our country was very young, I think, but that doesn't mean anything. I mean, there was a time where before the women's suffrage, women couldn't vote and black folks couldn't vote and all that. But I think what it's rooted in, no pun intended, was that people, if you don't own land, if you don't own something here where you're tied intimately to the country, that you shouldn't have as much of a say. But that one there, after I said it, I thought that's a flawed concept for the obvious reasons. Funky Pizza said he still has his vending job, but he lost that particular spot. Oh, I get it. I didn't know if you lost your job and had to go find. I knew you were still in vending, but I didn't know if you had to go start another route or something. But he said he lost that particular spot. The warden emailed my boss and said I wasn't allowed back there. Some of the other officers thought it was funny. Yeah. Oh, well, fuck them. If they can't take a joke, man, fuck them. Twisty Swifty had a question. It says, what's the difference of a handle telling someone, or I think he meant handler, of a handler telling someone to vote versus what Taylor Swift said who to vote for? Our voting for Trump endorses, for that matter. To me, the answer to that, Twisty, is very simple. When Taylor Swift goes out on the stage and tells people who to vote for, she's just using her popularity to try to influence people. I don't think she can exert the sort of influence on a person that a caregiver or a handler for someone who's mentally retarded would. A person who, if you are charged with the care and custody of someone who's mentally retarded, and you can take them to the booth or help them vote mail in, you have 100%. There's no way around it. You have their vote. It's captured, and they're going to vote exactly as you determine. But all Taylor Swift is doing is putting her opinion out there, and then it's left on to whether or not the person is susceptible or not to influence from celebrities. But I would argue that they're not even. That's not even close to the same. Funky Pizza said he asked the officer if she was retarded because she was very rude to him that day, every day for a year. I asked her if she was retarded, and I didn't even call her retarded. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, that would be, when I was a younger man, I would be inclined to act that way, Funky. I'd be all like, are you fucking retarded? But now that I'm matured a little bit, I would probably approach things a little bit different. And one of the things I would advise is just look her straight in the face in a very calm voice and ask her, why are you so rude to me every day? I'm just curious. Or if you wanted to soften it up even more, you can ask them, are you aware that you're incredibly rude to me every day? Because maybe she's just too fucking dumb to even realize she's being rude. But I would let her answer that. Are you aware that almost every day you're rude to me? And then watch her blather and blobber. And of course, she's going to deny. Nobody ever takes responsibility. A decent person would apologize, give you a reason that somehow or another you rubbed them the wrong way, or maybe upon your first meeting you said something that they took the wrong way, so they immediately thought that you were adversarial, and she, met you with aggression as a result of that. But if she couldn't give me an honest reason of why she was being rude every day, I would say, well, if you are aware of it, why? What have I done that warrants you being so rude and nasty to me? Of course, at the end, you can always wind it up and say, well, are you just a cunt all the time? I mean, you can always fall back to the street, but I would encourage you to start out with the old, explain to me why you're so mean. I was going to say, explain to me why you're such a bitch all the time. You can't even do that, though, because immediately you'll be attacked as calling her names and all that. So you have to be really kid gloved. You have to handle them and like you would a child, and just be like, could you explain to me why you're consistently rude to me? And then watch them start to stutter and stumble. And then after that, you can cut as deep as you like. Mrs. Pirate said to tell you guys a story. She had a boss that wouldn't talk to her. She worked for a firm, and the guy that owned it was an engineer, and she was his personal secretary at the time, administrative assistant. And he would come in and walk by her desk, and he literally had to walk within, you could reach out and touch each other. And every morning for a couple of years, and wouldn't even say hello when he came in. Walk straight past her without even a fucking greeting. And we've often wondered why, if it was some sort of a strange flex, if it was his way, if he felt like if it was like she was beneath him, that because she was a mere secretary and he was the owner, one of the principal owners of the the company, that she wasn't entitled to even a greeting. I thought perhaps because Mrs. Pirate she's still a smoke show to this day, but I thought that perhaps it had something to do because she was so attractive that he didn't want anything to do with her that could be remotely construed as having some sort of a personal relationship with her, to run afoul. Because the guy, it's an interesting story. He had kind of a fucked up family life for a while. He was the guy that I told you guys the story, or maybe on KC's channel, that when he was away on vacation, his wife took his dog his ex-wife. Well, they'd recently divorced, but at any rate, she took his dog to the vet and had it put down. Perfectly healthy dog. The little dog's name was Champ. I can remember it like it was yesterday. She used to bring it to the office. But he took the guy's Champ too. He named another. What kind of a psycho one names two dogs the same name? But anyhow, the guy took his ex-wife took the dog to the veterinarian and had it put down. Funky Pizza said, I laid it out exactly how it went down. Ultimately, still lost that job. Worked out for the better, ultimately. That's what happened to him. As soon as he walked into place, he instantly bombarded me with things wrong with the machines, or things that were out of never a good morning, right? Yeah, you were just a whipping boy. He said, I saw this disrespectful, and after a whole year, I finally confronted her. Well, maybe some of that's on you, Funky Pizza. I mean, look, you're the guy that comes in with the vending machines, and I don't think anybody in here hasn't fallen victim to your fucking shenanigans. We've all been. There's not a person listening to me right now, Funky, who hasn't put $1 in the machine to get a Snickers bar and got fucked out of it, where the Snickers bar kind of falls halfway and gets hung up. So you got to own some of this shit, Funky. I know you're that fucking dude, and it's because of you and your shitty machines. So you gotta own that. You know, if you've been gone and she's been there for a whole week, and she's got to listen to everybody bitching because you're fucking them out of their Snickers bars, then you're gonna hear about it, man. So maybe you deserved what you got. Well, you want to come through the door, Funky, and she's supposed to jump up and give you a big hug? Give you a big hug and a sloppy kiss? Good to see you, Funky. How you doing? Was she supposed to make a half an hour full of chit chat before she gets you up against the wall and says, "Hey, you fucked us out of our Snickers all this week"?
Emotional damage.
Real rugged. What are you doing, man? Did you finally make it in here for Power Hour?
Yeah, I think we're past that. Oh, is it? What time is it? Oh, I guess it's
16 or 15 minutes into Power Hour.
I'm just here to tell y'all that we're oversold today. We knew it would swing back down. I'm sorry. I would probably agree with you. I was listening on the chat before that leader there was probably trying to walk past your wife and had his hand in his pants to cover up his boner. And so, he probably didn't want to make an about face. But I think we're going to rebound here. I think it's way oversold. So I tell you what, right about now, if I could have a go-getter wife, a little bit more of a go-getter wife who was like more fiscally responsible, like a Miss Pirate. Ooh, I'd take that right now. I like that. That's a very good quality these days. You gotta have that. So, just saying. But back to GME, I think it has to turn around here. It has to.
But do you understand now why?
I did hear your remarks earlier, Pirate, about not, buying more and all that jazz, and I hear you there. So I did buy a few shares myself today. Didn't go crazy, but I
I hope nobody misunderstands me on that, Rugged. It's like I'm not advocating for everybody to stop buying. I'm saying play by the rules. I'm gonna go on a limb here and say that you haven't reached the point yet where you've got more money in this than you can lose. Right. I mean, I hope that at some point, I don't know, a year from now, 10 years from now, that you may say, okay, that's all the money I'm going to put at risk for AMC. Maybe I'm wrong on this. Maybe there's people out there that says, listen, I have no limit. I will buy for the rest of my life. Well, I think that runs afoul of the basic rules of investing. Rule number one was never any more than you can afford to lose. So if you haven't reached that point yet, Rugged, you still have, I'm assuming that your portfolio hasn't reached the point yet to where you go, I can't afford. I guess my point's well made. I'm beating a dead horse. You haven't got yet to that point where you can say that's all I'm willing to put into this. But that number's different for everybody.
Yeah. Right. Mm-hmm. I just, I don't think you can discount the fact that they have, just because they don't have an idea right now of what direction necessarily to take the business in. It's not like they're broke without a paddle or whatever. They I think operationally speaking, I think their efforts right now are focused on not necessarily, they are looking at some other new businesses in parallel with the card grading and the PSA, and I think that's a good opportunity. But I also think that they're doing the right thing and focusing on getting out of leases and closing some stores down where they have 10 GameStop stores in a town or whatever, and that's great. I mean, I don't know how often you need to go to GameStop, where it's like, what, you go there like every week? No, I don't think so. So if you have to drive a little bit longer to get to one, fine.
Did you mean to say up Schitt's Creek without a paddle?
Something like that. Yeah, something like that.
You don't think they're up Schitt's Creek without a paddle?
No, I don't.
I don't think they're up Schitt's Creek without a paddle. But
yeah.
I think it would be less than honest to say right now that they have a solid business model. They don't.
No, so I think they do need to find. They need to find another lane of some sort, like maybe get into a video streaming. Like for I believe the gaming. There's a gaming company. Maybe your son knows of it. Is it Steam or whatever? I think they're privately held or something, but some entity like that does, if they could find an opportunity to put $1 billion into that or something, that gaming platform is sensational.
Are you troubled at all about, after 4 years of this, for us, at least our group, always being AMC, now there's this shift towards, okay, it's GameStop. Almost all of the focus is on GameStop. Almost nothing is discussed about AMC. Are you concerned at all about that? And now, listen, one more thought. Now it's Bitcoin. GameStop and Bitcoin. It's like we keep straying farther and farther. I mean, are you troubled at all by that?
Well, okay, so yes and no, and I'm going to tell you no because I think the noise kind of needs to possibly go away, because as long as I feel like these the people out there that are against us have taken it very personally, and this is not a play that they're looking even to make money off of. I think it's to send a message. I don't think they're trying to make money, just like I don't think China's trying to make money off of putting raw fentanyl materials into Mexico. I don't think they're trying to do that. So I think that this is they're trying to send a message that this is our turf, and does GameStop fundamentally look like it's in a better position right now? Yes, for the purpose of its cash on hand. Now, business wise, if AMC had $4 billion in the bank right now, AMC would be the better company because it has, I think, a lot more potential in its line of business. So
KC showed up this morning and shared a few thoughts with me. GrayLeaf was a little late lighting off, and we just had a brief conversation. But one of the thoughts that he shared with me was that he thinks that Ryan Cohen is trying to transform GameStop into a holding company, and he compared it to Berkshire Hathaway. Their business model going forward will be investments and holding.
It could be.
And I thought that was interesting.
Well, and if that's their goal, then it's a little difficult to shift our mindsets from a sort of a squeeze play mindset to a long-term fundamental mindset. And that is hard to digest, especially when you're watching the ticker day by day, hour by hour, whatever. So I think fundamentally, if I told you for a fact that this company would, your share of let's say GameStop will be worth $100 a share in 3 years, and AMC will be worth $25 a share, hypothetically, whatever. Maybe that's not enough for people, whatever it is. I'm just saying that for fundamental purposes, if it would get to those values and hold those values and maybe have some nice pops and squeezes along the way, great. I think that's cool.
There was a time not to see. I had to be careful. I had to be careful what I said about GameStop because I've been very transparent. You know, I have over 6,000 shares of AMC and I have 100 shares of GameStop. So obviously I'm biased. So I had to be real careful because I didn't want it to appear like on live streams that I was just talking my book. Like I only want to promote what's good for me. But having said that, I had a problem with. Just lost my train of thought. Give me a second here. I'll recover. Oh, I know what I was going to say. The whole idea was, would you buy more? Would you buy more of this? And I'm like, well, if I was going to buy anything, I would probably buy more AMC. And they said, why? And I said, well, if I had 6,000 shares of AMC and only 100 of GameStop, why wouldn't you buy more of GameStop? And my answer was very short, because GameStop was at $29 and AMC was at $4. I know I felt like AMC is at a bottom, and I said GameStop can fall from $29 to $4. That was my response to that. I couldn't sell it. I couldn't go any deeper into that in it because it would appear like I was just preaching my book, selling my book, or like, okay, well, just because you have AMC. And I'm like, no, I'm like AMC's at 5, GameStop is at 29. If they do to GameStop what they did to AMC, then GameStop's going to 5. And that was my whole thing was, I'm not buying more of either one of these, but if I were, I would probably buy more AMC because I'm looking at AMC like it's got to be at the bottom. It's at fucking $4. I mean, what it was going to go to $1? With the difference between 4 and 1 is no big deal. The difference between 29 and 12 is incredible. So that was why I was like, but I kept most of that to myself because I didn't want it to appear like, you know, I was letting my bias show.
Yeah. So let's just think of it. Let's just look at this fundamentally for a second. GameStop from yesterday has dropped $8 per share, correct? So
25%. It
so
gave up 1/4 of its entire value in one day.
Okay. What is $8 times 400 total shares outstanding 450? So 458
3,600.
450 million. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So what you see happening here is GameStop has lost since yesterday $3.6 billion worth of market cap. I don't look at share prices. I don't look at stock. Share prices can be attractive for getting buyers, but the notes offering was for like 1.3 or 1.2 or whatever, but it dropped 3.6. Okay, that's an oversold overreaction, and you're already starting to see where it's starting to turn around. And you know, if I could have bought more today, I probably would have, but I bought just a few.
All right, well, I'm gonna put you on the spot then.
Yes.
Put a number. Put a number on it. How far is GameStop gonna fall? What's the bottom gonna be?
It's not gonna fall anymore.
So what's the number? Right now it's at 21.50. It hit 21. It hit 21.16.
Yeah.
At 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
So was that the bottom? You're calling at the bottom right there. All right, you heard it first, folks.
I'm fine with that.
Rugged said the bottom was in at 1 o'clock today.
I'll go for that. I really don't care. I really don't care. I think anywhere circa 20, whatever, is your bottom. That's the way I look at it right now. So
Rugged, do you
think at a bare minimum, the stock should be at least worth what the cash is in the business right now. At a minimum.
Minus liabilities. Yeah.
Which I don't even think they have much of. So.
Yeah, I don't think they do either. So yeah, the spirit of your comment remains. So what is that? What is that? What do they got? 4. I think Casey said 5.7 billion. Is that there? That's at the cash hoard. Somebody help me out. There's 27 people
I
in here.
thought it
What
was.
is the cash hoard?
I thought it was 4 or
I'll look it up.
4.4. Yeah.
Fuck it, I'll look it up myself.
Okay.
What is the current cash hoard
Let me just. I have to mute 1 second.
by GME? All right, here we go. GameStop cash on hand for 2024 was 1.19 billion. That's not right. What the fuck? The first thing that pops up, it says 1.1 billion.
They gave a 2024 date.
Okay. Yeah. Cash on hand as of October 2024 was 4.6 billion. According to their latest financial reports, the company has 4.6 billion. Then I got another one here that says 4.6. Okay, well, look, we'll just play the devil's advocate here and just say $4 billion. So they said at 4.1 billion cash on hand, 50% of its market cap, that's around 8 billion. So you're not quite correct, Darren Rugged. They're worth half. Their cash on hand is worth about half of what the market cap is.
Oh, sorry. I heard you say something. You're
half. They're worth half.
Yeah, they
cash
could be.
on hand is worth half of what their market cap is.
Yeah, and that's. I mean, so I'm saying that. I agree with that.
So if you just want to evaluate the company on what their cash is worth
at a minimum,
then you got it. That they're worth $12
at a minimum. Yeah, I think that's. I mean, right. You can't really go lower than that. I mean, because cash is cash. Well,
but $12 is half where we're at right now. So if I put $100,000 into this at $22, and it continues to fall, and then the floor becomes the amount of cash that they have in hand, I could still watch half my money disappear.
Yeah, well, it's
but there's still enterprise value. I get it. There's some enterprise value, and I understand that you can't just evaluate a company on how much cash they have in their war chest.
Yeah.
The problem is GameStop doesn't have a lot of goodwill in that regard. There's not a whole lot of enterprise. I don't see the enterprise value in a company that's not particularly very enterprising right now. And I get they're grading fucking Pokemon cards. And I don't think anyone would argue that the days of me taking my listen, I was a player, man. They should name one of those fucking stores after me. It should be called the Ronnie Pearson store, because I shit you not, my wife and kids were regulars there. It was Mecca for my little boys.
Okay.
Not a fucking month went by that they didn't go in there and get to pick out a little game off the wall and all that shit. And it doesn't happen anymore. And the reason I know this is because they're still gamers. They are. Yeah. The gaming to my boys is like athletics to other kids.
Yeah.
They don't go there anymore. Steam.
That's what.
I can't tell you how many Steam cards my wife has put in Christmas stockings. And
that's where they should invest in.
It's an online platform, so it's all Steam now. So what that tells me is Steam ate GameStop's lunch.
Yeah. So figure out a way to get into that shit.
Well, why isn't Ryan Cohen buying Steam?
Well, I don't know if they're publicly available. I looked at that.
Even if they're not, even if it's a private company, companies can be bought. It's easier to buy a private company than it is to buy a publicly traded company. The guy who bought my farm sold a casket company. They've been making caskets since the Civil War. They sold caskets to both the Confederates and the Union during the Civil War. His family had a multi-generational business. They had fuck you money. They had it doesn't matter. But my point was they were bought out by a private equity firm. Wall Street got together, and I don't know if they took them public or what have you, but I know it's easier to buy a private business than it is to buy a public one. So my question remains: why isn't Ryan Cohen, brokering a deal? That's mergers and acquisitions, and if not Steam, some other online entity that sells games but does it online, and then follow the trend and convert GameStop into it's still a GameStop. It's just online GameStop. and close down the brick and mortar stores other than the ones that are profitable. To me, it just seems like pretty logical. I mean, it's a logical progression. But instead, there's talk of, well, we're just going to gamble on Bitcoin. Fuck, man, really? You know, look, I'm an old-fashioned business guy. You know that, Rugged. I'm an old man. The world's changing. The world's changing under my feet. My world is long gone. I'm just a relic of the past. But it still defies logic to me. You know? I'm like, here's the thing, Rugged. The video games didn't go anywhere. It's in the name, GameStop. Stop in here and buy a game. It's not like people quit buying video games. Video gaming is stronger now than it's ever been. My boys are young men now. They still spend a lot of their free time, whether they're in college or on their side hustles or what have you. It's all spent gaming. So gaming hasn't gone anywhere. The desire for gaming is, so the product's still being sold. Whether this is Coca-Cola, cocaine, or a video game, the demand for the product is as strong as ever. But the brick and mortar store is done. And to ignore that, you do so at your own fucking peril. But that doesn't mean it has to be the end of GameStop. Why are they not moving in that direction?
So invest in the company. So if you can't buy shares right now or do a takeover or invest in Steam, then what stocks or what companies are available to buy equity in that produce those games that go on the Steam platform? So like this is a roundabout way of getting their feet into the game. So Steam is the platform, but not necessarily the actual. They don't develop the games.
No, they're the store. Right. GameStop doesn't develop. GameStop doesn't develop games. Here's my question. My question, Rugged. Why not? Why not they? Fuck Steam. They're sitting on this much cash. Why can't You know where I was going with this. Why can't they assemble a team of people and say, look, develop me an online store. They're called Steam. We're going to call ours Ice Cubes.
Okay.
Whatever. Fuck, I don't know. Call it GameStop Online or whatever. And just knock off what they're doing. You know, McDonald's, Ray Kroc built McDonald's, and the guy who decided to build Wendy's was an employee. He just went and built Wendy's. So why can't Ryan Cohen do an online game store and compete and do the same thing? I need to put myself on mute. My son has something to add on this.
Okay.
I think you can hear me thundering away.
Put him on. Let's hear from him. Come on.
There was a pitcher that tried to start a gaming company. I think it was Lenny Dykstra, and he lost his whole fortune on it.
Come on. Unmute yourself, Pyre. Let's hear from the expert here. You know, he knows gaming.
What's going on, Rugged?
Well, my son had a really good point. I'll share with you guys. And
what's up?
Maybe there's something to this. I'll let you guys decide. He said it's been tried. He heard me thunder. He's like, it's been tried. There's been 4 or 5 other people try to compete with Steam. He said they all failed. None of them could compete. None of them could penetrate the market. And I said, well, did they all have $4 billion to work with? And he said, yeah. He said, between venture capitalists and other people, he said they were well funded. He said it wasn't a matter they didn't have fun. He said they just couldn't. Steam was the early mover, so they've captured that market. So my question is, so what does GameStop do? I looked at my son. I said, they're dead. Nobody's going into GameStop to buy a fucking Fortnite CD disc any longer. So what do you expect them to do? They either penetrate the market online or they're done. They're finished as a game store. And my son never drew a breath. He said they need to do hardware. I'm like, okay, so they're no longer a game business. And he said, precisely. He said they need to sell headsets PS3 stations, mouses, mouse pads, gaming chairs.
Okay.
I'm like, okay, so they're not a game store anymore. He's like, exactly. He's like, you need to be where you walk in there and buy products that you like. So what he's saying for is that they need to turn into the next, I don't know, Best Buy. But you go into Best Buy. So that's his argument. And I should add too, he said collectibles, back with the Pokemon cards, the fucking, your anything that's collectibles. So that was his point, was that they need to pivot away from the game itself and do all of he called them peripherals, all the other things that are associated with gaming, but they're just not the game itself. So there you go. That come from a young man. It's a lifelong game.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
I just tend to I tend to look at things from a very basic point of view. People like to muddy the waters and talk about things in big broad terms. I'm like, let's get down to the rat killing. When I was in the tree business, I knew what my money came from. My money come from a dead tree in your yard. You got a dead tree in your yard. You don't even know you wouldn't know how to start a chainsaw if your life depended on it. You're a lawyer. You need the tree gone in your yard. You call the phone book up. I come to your house. The fucking dead tree's gone, and you owe me $1,000. All the fancy words and labels and branding never changed where my money came from. Where does GameStop's money come from? Historically, it came from selling the games. Did my wife and them buy a set of gaming headsets? Yeah, they might have bought one or two headsets, but that wasn't where the money went. The money went in the games until my son could download those games straight off of our internet into his account and that was the end. That was the last time my family got in a car and drove to GameStop with their money. So I can't believe that my family's the oddball. It isn't like my kids are the weirdos or the dumbasses who just don't shop at GameStop anymore. Their customers went away. I'm sorry, the customers have abandoned GameStop for what they came for traditionally. So my son's answer was, if they want to stay in business, you got to sell something else. And if your customer historically has been gamers, then embrace that, lean into it, and then buy all the other things that they don't sell on Steam. But I just triggered a thought to me. We're back to this whole concept of, do we need brick and mortar stores anymore in America? And that's really what this is about. I know it's uncomfortable for people to talk about, but it's really down to this thing of, fuck man, Amazon. I mean, you can order, you name it, and Amazon will bring it to your house. If you wait 3 days anymore, it's fucking crazy. Sometimes if you order before noon, it's here tomorrow. That's an amazing thing, and that infrastructure is here to stay. So the question is, going forward, are we going to need more brick and mortar stores or less?
I think definitely less, but the point I was trying to make earlier is that with regard to opportunities, is the video game software development companies, the companies that put their games onto the Steam platform, okay, because Steam is just a platform. The gaming part is there, cool. The demand is there, cool. But there's going to be continual demand necessitated to keep feeding the Steam machine. So, and a number of those companies are, in fact, still are publicly traded. They could easily invest in some of those. Now, if there's an opportunity to invest in,
you're talking about investing in companies that are just game developers.
Well,
what little bit I know about game development is that it's a fucking shot in the dark. It's a fickle thing. I mean, everybody's trying to come up with the next big Call of Duty. I get it if you hit it big.
Electronic Arts,
What's that?
Electronic Arts. So basically, some of your five big ones.
I get it. Yep.
Those. I'm just thinking that there's roundabout ways to kind of get in on that side. Maybe they're if they don't have as many stores, maybe they get into, like, you know, your son was saying, you know, they could get into the product development or invest in the companies and manufacturers that are already contracted now to produce the equipment. So suppliers
Would it surprise you? Would it surprise you to know that if I was king for a day, I would act very boldly? I would come out with I would come out with a press conference tomorrow and saying that I'm closing down 100% of my brick and mortar stores, every single one. I don't care if I signed a lease yesterday for 10 years. I would shut every single fucking store down, lay off every single employee, including KC Shaw. I would keep my C-suite personnel.
Yeah.
I would keep the executives at the very top, and I would tell them I'm locking you in a room to figure out what we're going to do to conduct business online. And if you don't have good ideas, you're fired.
Okay.
And if I could come up with some, I would. And I'll bet you the stock would go through the fucking roof. You've already got this mountain of this cash hoard. And I don't even care if the stores are profitable right now. I would start out with, but the point I would make is I would make a very clear statement saying we are completely abandoning the brick and mortar antiquated method of retail. We're a retail outlet, but we no longer feel the need to have a physical store. We are going 100% online, like Amazon. Nobody goes into a fucking Amazon store to do business. That's the future. That's the new world. And if you don't see it, then you're blind. My wife on a daily basis comes up with more and more shit that she can buy to have delivered here. And here's the thing that blows my mind, Rugged. It doesn't cost anymore. It'd be different if there was this big upcharge or a delivery charge. These retail places like Walmart and Amazon and all that, they're eating the delivery. Why the fuck would you get in a car and drive to Walmart to buy, I don't know, a fucking fishing pole or a tackle box
right now,
when I can just order it online and have it sent to my house? I already use 4 of these tackle boxes. I know it's my favorite tackle box. I know which one I'm going to buy. Why in the fuck wouldn't I just have it dropped in front of my house? And I see it every day. It's an amazing thing.
Hi, Byron. And if you want to sell your old one for the new one, who are you selling it to?
That doesn't happen a lot in America. The secondary market over here.
GameStop
we throw our shit in the trash.
That, right?
We throw our shit in the trash.
But GameStop does
stuff,
that.
The game.
That's what I'm referring to, because GameStop has this thing where
all I can tell you is my sons, both of them, been playing video games since they were 8 years old. Both of them are in their 20s. Not a single one of them have carried a fucking game into GameStop to trade it in or to resell it.
Yes,
so
and do your kids represent the experience that majority of kids in US have?
Let me ask them. I'm going to ask them. Because all their friends are gamers, so I'm going to ask them. Stand by.
I think that if it were me, like, I would probably be selling on eBay before I'd be trading in. I think I'd be concerned that I wouldn't be getting as much on a trade-in. It's like trying to sell a car, trade in a car versus selling it private party.
Rugged, are you a gamer?
Yes. Well, no. I used to be.
You used to be a gamer?
I transitioned.
Gamer.
Still, I've never gone to a shop like GameStop, but I think there's still people that are interested in it and remove them completely.
Yeah, there's a lot of fan base there that I think it's good to sell. And I closed down some of those stores. I wouldn't close down all of them because then you'll turn off a lot of people potentially. So, thank you.
And that's the thing. I think you were mentioning earlier on the stream, because I was listening in a bit, but I couldn't join. Like about Steam. Like Steam is such a big competition. Like if GameStop would go into online retail, like selling games, there's no way that they can compete with Steam. Amazon tried.
I got my
Microsoft
answer.
tried.
I don't know that it's a sample size big enough to represent a trend. My son said that they gouge you, that they don't give you enough for the old game, that you're better off to keep your game as a collectible. And he said all of his friends, just the people that he plays with, they just keep their old games. They don't see any value in what few dollars that they give them. They would rather just leave it lay on the shelf as a collectible and move forward. Now, again, I don't know what socioeconomic status my sons play with. I don't know, but I'm just telling. All I know is that for a big part of our life, going to GameStop and buying a product and walking out was huge. They should name one of the fucking stores after me. And it stopped because my kids could buy games online. Now, I get it. You're saying, well, they can't go trade their old games in. Maybe I can't speak to that. So there may be something to that. But for my son and his friends, they say that the few dollars that they offer them for their games isn't worth it, that they would just as soon, for that kind of money, they just as soon keep them as collectibles.
It don't matter either because
Yeah, but for kids that don't have enough money to buy the next game, it might still make a difference, and that also makes them like what's the term? I'm missing it. Like, it makes them more loyal customers, right? Because they tend to go to GameStop, so they will continue to go and buy later on, even if they'll have more money. They won't still sell their games, but they will probably go back to GameStop and get their future games.
He told me that they're also instituting a thing where now that they're going to talk about family sharing, where one person in the family can buy the game, but you can share the key that other people in your family can play it. He said that's an evolution that looks like they're starting to change more towards that. And he said, and along with that, it may not even be limited to just family members now, that if you buy a copy of the game, that you can share it with friends. And obviously, I know that's kind of counterintuitive because you'd say, well, one person in the community could buy a game and let everybody play it. But I think what it's leaning towards is they say that it doesn't really cannibalize their sales all that much. I don't know. But I'm just speaking in broader terms as to whether there's a need for a brick and mortar store. Not about anything else other than if their goal is to sell video games and everybody's buying video games online, well, you don't have to be a fucking business genius to understand what you need to do there.
Well, Pirate, I think you stepped away when I was discussing this with Rugged. That Amazon and I think Microsoft or EA tried to compete with Steam, and they invested shitloads of money and they failed because nobody can compete with Steam. Like, you have Epic Games, which is another platform which daily I think gives a free game, and sometimes it's really decent games that you would pay pretty decent money for, and they give them for free, and people still don't use that platform. Steam is such a monster.
So they have a monopoly, and that will last forever. They're like a car builder. They're like Henry Ford. They were the first guy to build a car, but nobody is ever going to build.
For like the last, I want to say 15, 20 years, yeah, they're number one, and there's it doesn't look like anything's going to change because it's a company that's made for the players. They don't look like they're there to screw you over. They're not there to push any politics.
So GameStop's done then. So GameStop as a game retailer, they're finished. There's no longer a need to sell games at a physical location. So again, it goes back to why would you keep a store open if they're not selling a product that anybody's coming there to get?
Well, if they're selling, there's still people that want to have physical copies, you cannot get that from Steam. If they're selling consoles, you cannot get that from Steam. They do have their own kind of a version of like Oculus, I think, and they have a version of like a gaming tablet thingy, but they don't have consoles.
That's my son's point.
So,
my son's point was if they want to revitalize their business, they need to stay away from selling games. Not stay away, but not make that their primary focus. That they need to sell. He called them all the ancillaries, all the other equipment that goes with it, the gaming chairs, the headsets, the mouses, the video games, the PS2, the PlayStation games, and all that. I'm like, okay, well then you're just a Best Buy.
But then
they're just essentially going to be like a Best Buy store.
At the same time, if I go to a gaming store and I buy a console and I'm not able to buy some games that I would want to play, then that would also suck. right? Because if you want a console and you want the CDs with the game, because
Yeah,
there are no.
I'm not saying that they shouldn't have them there to sell. I'm just saying they shouldn't count on them to be the cornerstone of their sales. Yeah, if a guy goes in there to buy a new PlayStation 2, he might want to get, fucking, I don't know, what, Evil Doom 3 or whatever. But I'm just saying the people who are out to buy Evil Doom 3 or whatever, Halo, they're not going there first. That 90% of that's going to be done online. So you have to replace that. If you've lost 90% of your customer base, if your core customer that buys video games, if 90% of those people, I'm just pulling that number out of my ass, if the majority of those people aren't coming in to buy games anymore, they're buying them online, then you have to replace that product with something, or your business is doomed. So I'm not saying they shouldn't have games for sale in the store. I'm just saying that nobody's coming there to buy the games except for the guy who's going to go buy a new PlayStation 2. So
I'm not sure about Xbox, but I think they also have this. But PlayStation for sure has I think their previous consoles and their current ones, they have a version that's with CDs, so you can play games off CDs, or just digital, so it doesn't have a CD slot, and you just have your account with stuff like that. And I don't know, there might also be an issue where at any point PlayStation could pull the plug and say, well, you actually don't own these games anymore, but we removed them from your account, or we blocked your account, or whatever. So there might be a thing where if you have the CD, you can still play it, but if you don't have, they can take it away. So that might also be something. I don't know.
My friend who just passed away, he called me up last year, his grandkids. He's like, man, I need to get my kids a gaming computer. I'm like, why don't you just get them a game console? He's like, no, all their friends have gaming computers. These are little kids now, 11 and 12 years old. So my question is, do you think that the whole concept of gaming consoles is done? Will we finally, is the natural progression of this is everybody just gets a gaming computer? Because I think there's a very real possibility that that'll happen. That everybody's, they're going to be even just an entry level gaming computer, and there's no longer going to be this PlayStation 2 or any of this other shit. My son said he's giving me a thumbs up that he thinks that's where it's going. My sons were on the cutting edge of it. They got gaming computers, I would argue, that at an age far younger than the average bear, but they were just early in the trend. I'm throwing this out there as a thought experiment. Is there a very real possibility that the whole gaming concept, the console thing, will just die, and it'll just be, you'll get either an entry level gaming computer or the high end, biggest, bestest, fast, but it's all going to be just gaming computers?
Pirate, there's pros and cons to both, and I agree with your son because I'm in the same boat. I am a PC user since forever. I've never still owned a console. I would want to, but I've never seen the benefit of spending that chunk of money for a console. But at the same time, there's people who prefer that, or they don't want to spend the amount of money that comes with building a PC or buying a pre-built PC. And it's the same argument you can make with iPhone users and Android, right? Because you can make a case that Android's a better phone or a better platform, right? Does that mean that the iPhone users are going to stop using iPhone because somebody told them Android's the future? I don't think so.
All I know is that my kids, my wife and I, before we even got married, her and I bought a PlayStation. We had the very first PlayStation that came out. We got the little disc you'd put in top of it, had the two little controllers, you hooked it up to a television, and we had a ball with it, her and I, young adults. My sons still have that game, and they've had every iteration after that. I bet you they've got no shortage of at least 4 consoles back in that room. And I'm here to tell you, Preacher, they've got an inch of dust on them. They haven't been played in fucking years.
Yes,
the closest they've come is they have a Wii game, I think it's called WII, and they play it on the big screen, and it's either a fishing game or a golf or bowling, maybe a bowling ball game.
Yeah, but you're talking about someone who can afford it.
Once a year, my wife and them will fire that up. Well, I'm just saying that there's that's what I'm getting at. If gaming computers get so cheap that it's not just the wealthy that can have them, because that's what happens, the shit.
But they don't pirate.
When the first flat screen TVs come out, they were $3,000. Now they give flat screens away. So I would think that sooner or later, gaming computers are going to be the same way. They're going to be cheap to buy.
Ask Ask your son if you want to get, and not a PC, if you want to play on 4K, on a 4K screen, ask them how much you would have to pay for a graphics card. Play games. Just the card, not the PC, not motherboard, no CPU, no coolers, no
But isn't that
no
like
RAM.
the Mercedes Benz? I'm not arguing for like the top of the line stuff. There's always
No, but like this,
it's like
as
a
you
gun.
said.
If you want to go hunting, I can get you a $200 gun to go hunting with, and I can show you guys that carry $2,000 weapons through the woods.
That's but
So
pirate.
gaming computer doesn't have to be 4K for.
But that's the thing.
Your first one.
Would you get a PC and have the performance worse than on a console for more money? Right? If you go for the
console? Oh, I didn't know that.
If you go on the PC
console
route,
gives you the equivalent of 4K, is what you're saying.
yeah, they're using some fancy things.
They are underpowered. Your consoles are underpowered, overpriced.
I don't know. It's interesting to talk about. I'm just like, I just look at it from what I see in my own life. The two little boys, they loved video games from the very earliest of ages. That was their guilty pleasure. Some kids played baseball, hockey, soccer, travel teams, basketball. They bought $200 cleats. My kids didn't enjoy that. My kids enjoyed video games. So where other parents might spend, money on their kids to have gymnastic lessons or dance and all that shit, my kids got another video game. And it wasn't anything extravagant. It was just, it was nice stuff. And it wasn't, the money that was spent was commensurate with what any family would spend on any sort of recreational activity, like I just mentioned. But I just know that for a big part of their young lives, we couldn't go anywhere without going to GameStop. If my wife went grocery shopping, she had to drive across the street into the mall and let those boys go into GameStop and look at the games. And inevitably, they would come out with a plastic bag with something in it. And I'm telling you, all of that came to an immediate fucking stop with Steam. And they can't be alone in that. My kids can't be the only ones who just said, yeah, fuck GameStop, I'm not going back there anymore.
Probably 25 friends that game. I think 4 my own.
That's the whole Warren Kidney
My son
piece.
said he has 25 friends that games. He said out of those, there's probably 5 of them that own consoles. Everybody else is PC gamers. But back to what I was just sharing with you is that it's just anecdotal evidence. I'm just looking at them from my tiny little life and how it affected me. There was a point of time where that's how it went, and then it's all because what they went there for was to look at new games to see what was out and see if they could talk their mom into buying one of those. And all of that stopped when they could come in the living room and say, hey mom, a new game just released on Steam. Can I have a credit card? Or I built up my grass cutting money. Instead of paying me, can I use your credit? And that was how I saw it happen. So anytime I look at GameStop and their viability as a business, I just look at them through the lens of a businessman. I'm like, my kids who were their core audience, they're gamers, hardcore fucking gamers. They quit shopping there. That's got to count for something.
So, look, I just checked at the Best Buy PlayStation, and the most expensive, the newest, most expensive version of the PlayStation with the CD tray, right? It's $499, so $500. The current generation of NVIDIA graphics cards, the cheapest one, and this is the lowest ever US price, right? That I have from the website. So it's not what you can buy that right now. This is the lowest it's ever been in the current generation. It's a 5070 GeForce at $549. So that's only the graphics card is more than the whole console. But then you have slightly better at $749, the second best at $999, so $1,000, and then the best one at $2,000, right?
Right.
So if you want to play a decent game, like a very demanding game with good quality at 4K, I would go at least second best. So that's at $1,000 just for its graphic card. And then you need a decent motherboard, you need a memory like RAM, then you need storage, you need a few terabytes of NVMe drives.
So you think the consoles are here to stay? Then the money shot is you think
there's always going to be a demand for consoles.
Aren't you limited on what you can play on a console? What I understand is if you have a gaming PC, you can play anything that's offered. If you have a gaming console, you only get what's built specifically for that console.
Well, you can play almost anything because there are a few exclusives that are on PlayStation or Xbox that you cannot play on PC. But yeah, most games you can play on PC. That's correct.
So I'll concede the point. So consoles are here to stay. How does that help GameStop? So again, we're back to they're going to be the free. If I wanted to go buy the new PlayStation, that's where I go to GameStop now. That's going to be their product.
Hey, Pirate.
It's going to be one of the places.
The whole Roaring Kitty thesis is GameStop has to change. They have to evolve. That's why he's so into Ryan Cohen, and he's basically said, he's got 5 years to turn this around because the gaming part is over.
Yep, that's what I said. That's why I said I would shut down the brick and mortar stores. I would fucking close them down tomorrow, every last one. I don't give a fuck how much money I'm making, and I would fire everybody, lay everybody off, and I would put the people in my executive team in a room and say, we are online now. The world is online. Amazon's online. Everything is online or delivered to your home. Brick and mortar's dead. It's fucking dead. I mean, it's a zombie. And the sooner people wrap their heads around it, the better off they'll be. Everything from paying for the real estate, the leases, the air conditioning, insurance, parking lot maintenance, air conditioning in the summer heat, all that shit is unnecessary. And the American market has changed. And if you ignore that, then you're just not paying attention to it. The only thing that remains for brick and mortar stores are things that, it shrinks. Every day there's one more thing that you can buy online and have delivered to your house and no longer require you to go out and fight the crazy motherfuckers in traffic in the parking lots to go in and get a dozen flowers. Everything now is available at the click of a mouse. So it'll be interesting to see going forward how they reinvent their business. Don't think me rude, but I've forgotten yet again to move my sprinkler. I think it's been 3 hours in the same spot. I'm going to put myself on mute for just a moment and go move the sprinkler system. And I'm eager to come back and rejoin this discussion because I'm learning a lot. I'll see you all in a few minutes.
Here's an
Hey, Preacher, how you been feeling, buddy?
I'm good. Just some as usual problems at work, a few smaller issues at home, so taking its toll.
Chin up, brother.
Yeah, we have to.
Let's see, GameStop on average gets 48% of gross profit on each dollar of used product revenue. I think they make far more margin on selling used games than they do on new games. But if they could increase the amount they paid to people for those games and do a significantly higher volume, and then maybe that's worth it. I don't know.
What was their revenue on the quarter four? Was it like 130 million?
I think so. That's what I remember. Something over 100 million. Better than previous quarter.
That's nothing outstanding.
Like GameStop, if they wanted to increase their exposure to still be involved with the gaming industry, while closing down stores. Again, they don't have to close all of them, but I still think they can invest in the gaming development companies, the hardware development companies, all that. I think there's opportunity to do that.
I don't know if you heard me earlier, Rugged, but there was a pro baseball player. I think it might have been Lenny Dykstra. He spent his whole nuts trying to develop a game and end up losing his whole fortune. So I think those are like, they're almost like the movies that we get at AMC. They're hit or miss on whether it's going to be successful or
I'm
not.
sorry I couldn't answer earlier. I had my kid up here and stuff.
With games, it depends, because you have games that, you know, there's tens or hundreds of millions poured into it, but you have this woke shit pushed through it, and the gaming community nowadays, they vote with their wallet immediately.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So those will flop like crazy, and you know, there's some of them even right now. They were released, like the most recent Assassin's Creed, for example. And then you're gonna have indie games made by one guy, which just go viral because people are having fun. So it's about, you know, knowing what the people enjoy, creating a game that, you know, gives the people what they expect from a game like that. So not that it's like books. Not that every book that's written has to be a good one, right?
Right.
Someone might just write a book that's shit, and they just wanted to write the book. Good, you did it, but that doesn't mean people have to read it. So
here's an article that just came out 1 hour ago. Ubisoft gets a $1.25 billion investment from Tencent for a new gaming unit.
Ubisoft went down like crazy. Yeah, they're the ones with this the latest Assassin's Creed. I don't remember what was their previous flop, but yeah, they're on a downward spiral. I wouldn't be surprised if this is part of like a buyout or some, you know, taking ownership of part of their, I don't know, board or whatever.
Look at the volume today on GameStop. 95 million. I don't even know what the volume was yesterday. Do you? I think it's more today than it was yesterday.
I've seen a post that a lot of the buying pressure went straight into the dark pools off exchange. So
okay. Let me see here. I'll take a quick look. All right, yesterday. Volume yesterday was 53 million. Volume today is 95 million. It's almost double.
So that kind of tells me that they needed a lot more volume just to push it down.
That's pretty crazy that the volume's this high. I didn't even realize that. So I wouldn't be surprised tonight to see us go back up to 23, 24. Who knows? But could be something that is associated with options that may not actually materialize till after close or something on Friday. I don't know. I think for those of you that do invest into a Roth IRA, I think you still have some time if that's of your interest. Make 2024 contributions if you haven't maxed that out. Not financial.
I'm back, gentlemen. Sorry about the interruption there. I went outside and there is an antique, like an old-timey paddle wheeler going by. I wish I'd have had my phone. It was the coolest thing, like the Mississippi Queen. We don't see a lot of those around here.
Ooh.
Preacher, my son had two thoughts he wanted me to share with you and see what you thought about them.
Yep.
One was he said that although he paid more for his gaming computer, He said he's used it for so many years now that he's watched them come out with no less than 3 iterations of PlayStation or one of them. And he said, those games are $500 a piece. He said, so, if you buy one of those games and then you want the next one, obviously that's another 500, and you buy the next one, that's another 500. He said that whole time he's been using the same gaming computer, and he's had friends who've had to update consoles 3 times. Excuse me, he said Xbox Live. But the better point that he made, and I'm curious to hear what your response is he said, if you buy a kid a gaming computer and he's in college or high school, that's a dual use. That thing can be used for school.
Yeah,
and
I
all
agree.
sorts of things where you're not going to do fucking homework on a PlayStation
I
or
agree.
do your college assignments.
Yeah. No, I fully agree. Look, I told you that's why
So
I'm
that they have
using
gaming,
a
we have
PC.
gaming computers here for $999. He said he found one the other day for one of his friends. Brand new now, not used shit off of Facebook Marketplace. Brand new, entry level, bargain basement gaming computer. He said good multi, but anyhow, it was $1,000. And I'm like, yeah, but if an Xbox is 500, and I said the argument is that people who are financially stressed, it already might be a stretch for them to buy a $500 gaming computer, much less because that's double the price. So maybe you're right. Maybe that is a function of some kids are fortunate just to be able to spend $500 on a game instead of saying, $1,000 for something that's infinitely better.
Look, it depends on the person. That's the thing, because there's people who are just, like maybe they have a job and they just have like 2 hours a day to just play games and they don't want to use it for anything else, just play games, right? And the PlayStations, now they're made to work on 4K TVs, which is what most people have, 4K TV, 60 hertz, that's it. Those cheaper computers are probably made to work on a 1080p monitor, which, most games you're trying to get more FPS rather than higher quality like 2K or 4K. So, of course, there's always going to be with something for everything. And as I said already, I use a PC. I never had the console, and I'm not planning to change that. I'm never gonna fully switch from a PC to a console. And with a PC, the thing is you can always buy something lower entry, and then with time just upgrade it. Just change the graphic card, change the processor and motherboard and whatever, and you keep some of the parts and you just buy a few more parts. You can always repair it. If it breaks, just replace the part that broke. So there's a lot of reasons why you should go with a PC and not a console, but that doesn't mean the market for console users disappears.
Right. Well, I had to direct my son back. I said, listen, we've kind of gotten straight off the topic. My core question was, why do we need the brick and mortar stores anymore? And I asked my son, I said, do you remember going to the GameStops? He's like, yeah, of course I do. And I'm like, you stopped. I said, do you think you're the only ones? He's like, no, we all quit going. All my friends, everyone just quit going. I'm like, you're the customers. You're the fucking customers, Yeah, moms and dads might go in there for Christmas. I would go in once a year to buy some stuff as a surprise. But the customers were the gamers. And I'm like, if your customer quits coming in, what does that say about your business? And my whole thing is the customer didn't quit buying games. They just quit buying them from brick and mortar stores. You don't have to be a genius to recognize all that. And I'm like, so you either got 2 choices. You either go to the new place, which is online, games are being sold online, or you change your business model. Now, what you say is true, and I believe you, and my son said the same thing, that multiple attempts have been made to reinvent the wheel and compete with Steam, and they have failed. Well, then what that tells me is Steam ate them. Steam ate their lunch. They're done. They refused. They should have been ahead of Steam. GameStop should have been an online presence, but they didn't. They let these Steam people come in. They became the online broker, and they, like the movie about the oil, is like they drank their milkshake. I drank your milkshake. So now you say, okay, they can't sell the shit in the brick and mortar store, the games. They can't compete online with Steam. There's nothing left. So you have to reinvent yourself and sell something else, and my whole thing is, so maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they should keep all the brick and mortar stores open and sell a new product. I would argue that that's a poor choice, because brick and mortar stores are dying. I don't care if it's video games or selling candles or fucking wigs or wrenches and sockets. It's online now.
That's
Well,
the
Barrett,
that's the new world.
that's kind of an assumption that you have to be the biggest or you're out, right? So that's like saying, well, if there's someone out there who has more houses to rent than you should stop doing this, right? Because you're not the biggest.
That's true. I see.
So-
yep, that's true. I get that.
I don't know. Like for me, if as long as they make money and they don't lose it, until it's still profitable at all, I don't see why not. And it's providing jobs. It's maintaining the name and reputation of the company, because if you remove the thing that makes GameStop from GameStop, what are you left with? It's like a
Exactly.
VC, I don't know, a hedge fund, or just a shell corporation with money, basically. I don't know.
Decent PC online for $429. Entry level, not everything. You won't be able to play everything, but you'll be able to play most games. And then if you did like $80 of upgrades, it would be really big.
He said he found a unit for $420. He said for $80 it'd be even more capable. So
Can I ask what GPU
$500.
what GPU it has on
Jesse,
it?
what GPU is that offering? He said some weird Chinese shit.
I mean, it's not that you get what you get, but what do you think they're putting in those Xboxes?
He said, what do you think they're putting in the Xboxes?
Let's see. So it's a custom. The PS5 has a custom AMD RDNA 2 GPU with 36 compute units capable of 10.28 teraflops. Blah blah blah.
He said they had one gaming computer that was like not a gaming computer but a console. He said they call it the Founders Edition or some shit. He said it was $2,000.
Those are just but those are just fancy.
Yeah.
Here's one at Walmart for $399. It has a better processor and similar graphics card to my computer right now. I know that one.
Said Walmart's got one they're offering right now for $399. It has a gaming card in it that's commensurate to what he has now. He's got it. The one I bought him, it's antiquated, obviously, but he plays everything on it. I don't know. It's interesting to talk about. I think the bigger question is if their target consumer doesn't come in to buy video games. Now, I'm not talking about the rarity of the guy. I'm talking about the general, the bulk of the gamers are buying online and Steam. Then they've got to they got to figure out something else to sell in that store to make up for that loss. Because it's not like games were just some oddball item to them. That was their primary product, was that whole wall full of games. Yeah, they sold, headsets. They sold, I remember going in there wouldn't be 2 gaming consoles on the wall. They might have a shelf with 2 or 3, a couple, 6 boxes of headsets, some mouse pads. I remember seeing all that shit. That entire wall was covered with games. Now, that wall's still covered with games, but nobody's going in there to buy them. not with the number that they did before. So you got to fix that. You're not going to force them to come back. They're never going to leave Steam in that convenience. So now you got to find another product, or you got to take the other product lines, all the other shit, the headsets, the gaming chairs, all that stuff. That then becomes your primary business. And then you're competing with, like I said, Best Buy or what have you. I will say this too, to throw a little more fire, a little more flood out there. I remember not 6 months ago, the big push, sell your AMC and get in, especially from the GameStop elitist. You should get GameStop is where it's at. GameStop is going to squeeze way before AMC. You need to get into GameStop. If sell your AMC and move into GameStop. I'm like, how did that work out for everybody? All those people 3 months ago who decided to sell some or all of their AMC rather and lock in their losses, or even if they broke even or what have you, and they talked all those people into piling all that money into GameStop at $30 and higher, and it's at 22 today. I wonder how those people are feeling. It's like there's this thing. They come online, they come into chat rooms, they come into live streams, they push retail to go one direction, and then they cut their fucking heads off within 3 or 4 months. I keep seeing it over and over again. It's almost to the point where when I see a bunch of people going on the internet and these social media platforms and live streams talking about you should buy this, I'm almost wanting to say, well, fuck, I need to short that shit. The minute I hear them starting to scream how this is going to be the next big thing, this is the next move, you can almost bet it's the exact opposite of what they're pushing. And this is no difference. And I'm telling you, it's out there. You don't have to take my word for it. You go back and look at the narrative surrounding GameStop for the past 6 months. It's been a full-on cheerleading. Buy. Ryan Cohen, buy GameStop. It's going to be great. And here we are. There's a pattern here. It's a clear pattern. Whether you go into, some of the other ones. I didn't fuck around with MMTLP or Bed Bath & Beyond. There's a whole bunch of them I know they considered GameStop. That became a way to kind of, it was almost like a slur towards the ticker. But even though there's a big push on the social media to say, this is the one, this is going to go, you get in on this. And everybody flocks to it like a bunch of pigeons at the town square when somebody threw down a handful of corn or grass seed. The money pours into it, and then they snatch the rug out and it collapses. And it's the sales pitch is always the same. It's going to get better someday, or it's going to squeeze, or it's going to go up. And it looks to me like, just if you were just a casual observer, it looks to me like people are just getting sheared. It's like they're harvesting a crop off of the retail over and over again.
I mean, that's what they've been doing forever, right?
Yep.
If they couldn't do this.
When was the last time you heard of anybody in retail that made any good money in the past 4 years in the stock market? 4 fucking years. Find me somebody who really killed it on a trade, on a big play. I don't know of anybody.
RK. DFV.
It's because everything we invest in is speculative, and we're not smart enough yet.
I mean, you have to be honest about the history. I mean, there's a 4-year sample size. There's a 4-year track record of this is going to be the play. This is the next one. Buy this.
By the way, because I was looking a bit, since we're talking about that PC for like $450 or $500, I looked into what GPU the PlayStation 5 is using, and it was using something like the equivalent of an AMD RX 6700. I think MSRP was around $350 for the GPU alone. That's in that console, right? So that's why. And I saw that Newegg was selling it refurbished. Well, the last ones they were selling were refurbished, and they were selling it for like $250. So
you can't watch porn on a console.
Yeah. Should GameStop become a computer store? Is that a good idea, Preacher? Could GameStop start selling computers?
Wait for Sensor to finish.
Installed and it opened up the floodgates on a whole new universe of internet porn. Roman orgy scenes, dominatrix queens, girl on girl on girl on girl on girl on guy on sheep.
There you go. Maybe that's what they should do. Yeah.
Thing is, there's already a few, let's say, big players in this area. None of them clearly dominating, because they all have pros and cons, and starting from like HP, Dell to which are more.
So is there an opportunity? Is there an opportunity to penetrate that market? And then you got the overlap between the computer people and the gaming. There's an overlap there. Is there any merit to that idea that maybe they should turn their brick and mortar stores, dedicate some of that place that was previously assigned to CD games, maybe use that space to have shelves full of, I don't know, computers?
Yeah.
Laptops,
like if you're gonna dedicate yourself, if you're gonna really dedicate yourself to and try to do a good job, I think there's space in there. But there's always the cost of holding hardware in storage that you're maybe not gonna sell, and every year there's the new series of everything basically. So whatever doesn't sell, you have to cut it in price because, well, you're never gonna sell it at the old price if the new shit coming in the market. So there's a risk in there, but if you do a good job, you can enter it.
Yeah, about 12 or 14 years ago, my son, oldest, was still in high school, or maybe not even at middle school. Hey, Dad, I want a gaming computer. What about all your consoles? My friends all have gaming computers. I want to play the gaming computer. So the wife and I decided for Christmas they'd get gaming computers. There was not a store in town that sold gaming computers in all of Pensacola, Gulf Breeze, Fort Walton Beach. There was one guy who had a little, like an old abandoned gas station on the side of the road. I remember walking in and asking him, he's like, I can build you one. And he's like, I'm like, what are all those computers over there? He's like, those are Bitcoin miners. They're old computers. They're running right now. They're mining Bitcoin. I'm like, what's that? He's like, nothing. I'm getting ready to tear all those down and sell them. He's like, I'm not making any money. He must have had 15, 20 of them. And he was like, I'll build you these 2 gaming computers and give you a price quote. We came home. Mrs. Pirate started searching on the internet. Lo and behold, she found a company, had a really nice website, all their shit. We did some research. Long story short, we just ordered them right off the internet. UPS guy dropped them off right at the front door in cardboard boxes. We had some trouble putting one of them together. Their customer support was second to none. Christmas morning came, both my boys got gaming computers for Christmas. And we never set foot in the store for them. That was 12 fucking years ago. And it's not gotten any better since then. So we're again to the whole thing of how much do you believe in brick and mortar going forward?
I think GameStop's got to get to be more like Netflix. Just buy up all the rights to all the games to sell them in a group bundle, because everything's on subscription now anyway.
I like that. Yeah.
So you just the same way that service carriers pick up multiple minutes for phones and then sell it to people cheap. Same sort of thing. Just make a deal with the company. I want this many accounts, and then you make bundles of the different popular games and you sell all the packages, because everything's by subscription now. They just got to corner that type of market.
Tom D, I wasn't ignoring your brother. I was trying to get myself a gummy. I got sidetracked here. His question was, how about those people who sold Ape, then bought back in after the split was over and got screwed? Yeah, I get it. You know who the smart people were, Tom? The smart people were the ones that when Ape was out and it was being sold, I think you could buy Ape for 70 cents a fucking unit. some crazy shit, which was essentially like buying a share of AMC for 70 cents or some ridiculous shit. There were people who they had faith. They said they're going to convert this into shares. Now, I'm going to be honest with you here. I didn't do it because I was already in deep enough, and I'm like, this thing's gotten crazy. I'm not sure if this ape stuff it could be a scam or not, but there were people out there who took it as a leap of faith and bought. They doubled down. Whatever they had as their position was in AMC, they bought the same amount of ape and they paid dick for it. They paid fuck all, almost nothing. And sure enough, when it converted, it essentially cut their cost basis in half. But yeah, there's been, you're right though, Tom, it's been just one crazy event after another. And for the majority of retail, they got fucked every time.
This is Les Grossman. Who is this? This is Flaming Vodka! Okay, Flaming Dragon. Fuckface. First, take a big step back and literally fuck your own face!
Oh, that's beautiful, man. That's Tom Cruise, man. I like the character he played in there. And that's the same movie that we got You Never Go Full Retard from. Good stuff. Mike Claypool said, yes, I've learned the $3 mark. It's going to hit again. I don't know what that means, Mike. You mean it's going to hit $3? I don't know what that means.
Hey, Rugged, can you look up Max Payne for GME like 5 weeks out?
Mike Claypool says he's got to head out. He's got to stop by Blockbuster and pick up some movies and some of their good popcorn. That's funny shit. I should have known, Tom. He said that's what he did, and he loaded the boat. Yeah, I wasn't that smart, Tom. At that point in time, I was already in so deep that I'd already started to peel back the money that I wanted to put in this. And looking back on it, that was one of the mistakes I made. I would have, if I had acted appropriately on that, my cost basis right now would be about $13 instead of 26. So I shit the bed on that one. Yep. Well done, Tom. It shouldn't surprise me at all. Oh, okay. Claypool said the last time he bought it $2.95. He cashed out at 11. Yep. Well done, Mike. I think you shared that with us once before. So that's what you're meaning, is to buy it again here at 3, and then you obviously trade out again at 11 or something. I get it. Yep. I can't buy anymore. I can't put another penny into it because I'm schluck rock, man. If I bought $10,000 worth of AMC right now at $3, that fucking shit would fall to $1.50 by the end of next month. And I don't want to do that to you guys. It's just the way it works with me. 12 fucking times I tried to call the bottom and I threw money at this, and only to get it chopped in half or more every time. I see no reason why to believe it wouldn't happen one more time. I'm not going to do it 13 times. At some point, you got to say, I'm fucking ignorant here. I got to stop. And that's where I'm at. Pissed off at my man Trump. I've been a die-hard Trumper from the very beginning. My wife and my boys went down to his rallies here in Pensacola.
the very first time all those years ago, I have defended him on every front, and I've been so supportive and so proud of everything he's done. But on this particular issue, he is really letting me down. I'm not a little upset over it. And it says I keep buying and the price goes lower. You know, Nana, in the old days, and I'm showing my age here, the old way of identifying a bottom was 3 days of increases. You had to see 3 days where the stock would close in the green in succession, and you'd like to see it something dramatic, not just a penny or two. You know, that was one of the things. Before you even thought about buying it, you're like, man, I like this stock, and it's falling and it's falling. I think it's cheap here. I think this is cheap here. I'd really like to have some of it. They call it catching a falling knife. You know, you try to catch it and it cuts your fingers off. You're like, but you don't want to buy it and then have it fall farther. Buy it and have it fall farther. So the old school way was, okay, wait till it's going up, and not just a little bit. You got to see a pure, unambiguous trend that it's no longer falling and it's going up. And that meant a minimum of 3 days of dramatic moves upwards. Then you can say, okay, I'm going to make my move on this. And if you applied that, the idea was you might have missed that initial pop up. You know, you didn't get the very, very bottom. See, that's what they're doing. That's what they have fucked us on. They have dry fucked us because people are so eager to catch the bottom. They would drive this thing down, and then we'd see a little tiny head fake to the upside, and then dumbasses like myself would pour money into it. And they're like, thank you, and then they'd fucking pull the rug out from under us again. And it's a greed on my part. I can't speak for others, but on my part, it was greed, trying to find that absolute bottom and buying in too soon, ignoring the old-fashioned ways of making sure that it's on its way up. And I ignored that, and I paid a price for it, because every single time I said, oh, it's at the bottom now, I'll plow a bunch of money back into this. And then you're like, yeah, that was a fucking head fake. And then before long, about 50% of that money's fucking gone. So for me, you know, even if I were inclined to pour more money into it, I would have to see a substantial move up. And they're like, whoa, fuck, you could have had it at 3, you know, and instead you bought in at 5. I'm like, yeah, I don't give a fuck about those $2. I need to know that this thing has bottomed out and it's heading north again. And I'm not talking about 2 days of in the green and some minuscule head fake to the upside. Nana Ape says, what did Trump do? It's not what he did, Nana. It's his failure to do something. I expected him to take up the sword, if you will, for us with with Ken Griffin and the market. Listen, we all agree, Nana, that there's something illegal happening, that there's naked short selling, and more importantly, the price manipulation. I don't even care. Let's just stop it with let's just set aside the naked shorting thing. The prices are being manipulated. We are not seeing price discovery because they have a short position. They are doing illegal things to keep the price from starting to go up because they don't protecting their short positions. So it's my argument that they're committing criminal acts. In no small part, the use of the dark pools. But my point, you asked, what did Trump do? It's not what he did, it's what he didn't do. I expected him to come out. They went after Truth Social. They went after Tesla. They've gone after us. It's all done in a criminal fashion. I thought for sure that he would do something to at least stop it. So yeah, it's what Trump didn't do. He hasn't done a fucking thing to stop these guys. And I'm pissed off about it. Oh man, maybe I'm one gummy deep, and I only ate it about 10 minutes ago, so it hasn't entered my bloodstream yet. This will probably be the last lucid thought I have this afternoon. But maybe, just maybe, this thing is so fucking big that somebody walked into Trump's office and said, you can't do what you want to do because the entire world economy is going to collapse. The entire banking system, you're going to create a Great Depression that makes 1929 look like a fucking church bazaar. You can't do this. And maybe Trump said, holy fuck. And maybe smart people sat around and showed him, said, listen, here's what's going on with the banks. Here's what's going on with Wall Street. Here's what's going on with the World International Monetary Funds. If you want to do what you think you want to do, just understand the whole machine is going to collapse. People are going to be, 25% unemployment. Suicide rates will go through the roof. Home foreclosures, 401ks are going to be cut in half. It's the same old shit they've always used, the old too big to fail. Don't you guys remember Hank Paulson and all the rest of those fucking crooks going into to the White House to tell the government, to tell the president how he needed to bail big banks out? That's where the saying too big to fail comes from. And maybe that's what we're seeing. Maybe despite everything, somebody's gone in and said, you can't. And I don't know what that means for us. Don't even get me started on the opportunity cost. I could have bought a condominium for $100,000 4 years ago. Rented that son of a bitch out, and I'd have half of my money back already in the form of rent. So it's bad enough that I'm not seeing a profit, and I'm not seeing that I haven't even seen my investment be made whole. I have to live with the fact that I could have done so much more in the past, well, it's going to be 5 years here now, in the past 4 or 5 years with that same $100,000. So I'm kind of kicking myself in the ass. Nana Ape said, maybe Trump is doing something behind the scenes. Never know. Like I said, it's one of the things. You're right, Nana. You got to be careful passing judgment, because if you're not in the loop, if you don't have all the knowledge of everything, but I can only base my decisions and my opinions on what I see, the information I have in my hand. And so I'd like to say I hope so, but I can't pay my bills with hope. Unfortunately, I have to pay mine with real dollars, the RDs. I told Mrs. Pirate, I warned her so long ago. I said, I don't want to be one of these guys sitting here years from now, still, on all this and telling myself, all the excuses and reasons why. And to that end, I have become that which I was fearful of. No escaping that now, though. Yeah, I get it, Nana. We're all in this shit together. We'll see you later, Tom. Thanks for hanging out with us.
One thing I wish Adam Aaron would have done is go negotiate with these movie release, I guess the producers, and try and get favorable terms for AMC until we get out of a little bit of trouble. Like, they should try and throw us a little bone, or even play hardball with them and say, hey, we're not going to show your shit unless you give us better terms.
Yeah, well, all you can hope is that he did his best. You'll never know. You don't know what was done. He could have done that very thing and been told no. Part of negotiation is that you don't always get what you want. So you might consider, I have no idea whether it had or didn't happen, but there's a very real possibility that they did that very thing. And Hollywood said, no, it is what it is. If you don't want to show our movies, we'll find somebody else who will.
But that's the thing. Like, if we're the biggest movie company, we should hold the best hand.
Well, don't ever forget the streaming is out there. There's other outlets. They're having a very hard time just getting them to do a theatrical run first. That in and of itself was a win. Just saying, listen, please let us show the movie for 3 weeks at our theaters before you go to Netflix. Because they can just go straight to Netflix with all this shit. All of it. They do it at the same time. It doesn't have to be either or. They can just say, listen, you got your choice. You can go to AMC to see Top Gun Maverick, or you can watch it on Netflix. If you want to go to the theater, see it on the big screen, the IMAX with the Dolby surround sound, then go to AMC. But if you want to watch it at home on your big screen, it's on Netflix. You can stream it on your iPad. So, I give them credit for at least getting them to, at least for the most part, honor these their agreement to give theatrical releases for the most part on most of these, at least give us a head start.
That's a great point.
I mean, it's similar to GameStop in the fact that our business model has changed too. You have to acknowledge that. Now, was streaming and home big screen TVs, was that the end of theaters? No, absolutely not. There was those who would have you believe that was the case, that nobody's ever going to movies again. But my sons who are in their 20s, when they want to take a girl out to a date, they don't want to bring them here to my house and watch a movie on Netflix. That may come later on. I understand the whole Netflix and chill, all that. I'm just saying, for the initial date or taking a girl who's a relative stranger to them out, there's still the time-honored tradition of taking them to see a movie. And so I don't know that that's ever going to disappear. But you have to at least acknowledge the fact that a large portion of your customers are now watching their movies on streaming. There's no getting around that. So unlike GameStop now, I don't think it's like the entire customer base that's left. It's not like everybody who used to go see movies now is going to stay home and watch them on Netflix, where I could argue that that's kind of what happened with Steam. I'm arguing that most of the vast majority of their customers stopped going to GameStop to buy the games, and they're buying them online. So it's not that dramatic. There's not the exodus of our customers in that regard, but you can't ignore the fact that a large portion of the customers that used to go to theaters will watch them via streaming. Now, to Adam Aaron's credit and the theater's credit, the theater business, for a multitude of reasons, is still alive and well. but we have lost some of our customers, and they're never going to come back. So you have to deal with that, and as far as AMC goes, for me, everyone has their own theater. I mean, their own opinions are like assholes. Everybody's got one. For me, it's about debt load. We took on so much debt to survive, and we had to. And the debt, I think the debt's manageable, but I think the cash flow. This is cash flow. You just can't run a business. I don't care if it's a landscaping service or if you're detailing cars or running a fucking restaurant. You just can't spend more than you make every month or every quarter. You can't run your household that way. You can't run a business that way. Math is a very strict thing. It's not fucking flexible. Eventually, your credit runs out. You can't meet your obligations, and they have a word for that. It's called bankruptcy. So that was what we were up against. And now, thanks to the efforts of Adam Aaron and the board and the rest of them, it would appear that bankruptcy is no longer an option. But right now, we are like a man who's treading water with his nose just poked up above it. We're not swimming or anything, and it's because of the debt servicing. So I've said many times, I want to hear press releases that say we have renegotiated more debt, or we have achieved more favorable terms, or we have gone other places and found revenue sources. I'm like, we talk about all the time about how we could dream in our dream world that we could have a partnership between GameStop, Ryan Cohen, and the movie theater, because he has all the cash and he has a dying business model. We have a steadfast business model. I'm not going to go so far as say thriving. It's not what it once was, but we have a viable business model that looks like it will last for generations to come. I think that's a fair thing to say, but we are drowning in debt or struggling with debt. So I'm like, why not approach him and say, I don't know, let's just say we're paying 11% interest or 9% interest. Why wouldn't he go to somebody like Ryan Cohen and say, we have a place where you can park those billions of dollars, and we're willing to give you, better than average return for that. Get that monkey off of our back for those pawn shop type rates that we took when we had no choice. When our credit was bad, when things looked bad for us at AMC, we had to take whatever terms they gave. Well, now, and they fucked our eyeballs out on that. Well, now that that's no longer the case, we don't have COVID, we're back to business, the movie theater's up and running. Seems to me like it would be a pretty straightforward task to go renegotiate that debt. And if the current debt holders won't do it, then you go seek new money. You go shopping for money. And then, and that's here's what I don't understand. It's kind of a mystery. Maybe one of you guys have some thoughts on this. Is that right now, everybody's talking about there's no place to park my money. There's no place to put money to get a good return. I'm like, you telling me that there isn't some really wealthy people out there who are willing to do some debt bonds or what have you, pay off some of AMC's debt and become the debtor? And I don't know. It's like you think it would be relatively easy to find somebody who wanted to loan you money if you were the biggest theater in the world and give them, a pretty good return, but not get ass raped like we're currently getting. Miss Nan's comment, she said, isn't it true that if it doesn't go to movie theaters first, they can't win awards? Yeah, I don't know nothing about that shit, Nana. The Oscars and all that other horse shit, I have no idea what their rules are for that shit. That's all that stuff's kind of jerk off anyhow. I don't pay much attention to that award stuff. But you may be right. There may be something in there that says in order for it to be nominated for an Oscar, it has to have a theatrical release first. I have no idea. Dynamite, he says pretty cool stuff, Mike, talking about the drive-in theaters. He said they opened up one near them 3 years ago called Memory Lane Drive. We have yet to go. We might have to go this summer. But see, that's a good point right there, Mike. It's been open 3 fucking years and you haven't gone. So imagine they're not drawing in the clientele. I loved drive-ins. I thought they were amazing. They were a big part of my childhood, my formative years, teenage years. I steamed up the back seat of my buddy Chevelle. I didn't have a car, but I had a friend. Actually, I had a girlfriend, and she had a friend, the 2 girls, and the one girl's boyfriend had a real nice Chevelle. So we double date, and it worked out real good for me because, him being the owner of the car, the front seat driver and all that. But my girlfriend and I got to ride in the back seat. We fogged up the windows pretty good, playing grab ass back there, but it was a wonderful experience. I used to go with my buddies and drink and all that kind of shit, but it's done. It's just I think inflation had a lot to do with that, because in order for you to make a drive-in work, you'd have to have 300 parking spots, 400 parking spots, to come close to doing what a theater does. I don't know. It's a shame, man. I'm with you though, Mike Claypool. We had it better, man. It was better. It's so many things. I can't help but think that life was so much better for us than it is for the kids today, young men and women today. They don't know all of the wonderful things that have been stolen from them. Mr. Playful says, actually, there are still 300 drive-in theaters still open in the United States. New York and Pennsylvania has a lot of them. Texas has a lot. When I go to Houston, there's one there that has 6 screens. Yep. Yeah, there's still a few back in my hometown of Ohio, Cincinnati area, but of the 5, I think 4 or 5 major drive-ins, I believe, I might be wrong on this, but I believe only 1 is still in operation. And here's the thing, they never show new releases. In order, at least the drive-in theaters that I see that are still currently in business, the best they can do is to show old classic films and movies and stuff. I don't think they can pay for the licensing or to do first run material. Now, I'm not saying that's nationwide. I'm just saying, just based on the few surviving drive-ins that I saw, that was what they had. I mean, it was one of the cooler things, man. If you had a pickup truck, you park the pickup truck backwards and put lawn chairs up in the truck, or sit up on the top of the cab, and you'd have like an elevated position, or sleeping bags. You throw out sleeping bags in the back of a pickup truck, or station wagon. You had a station wagon parking backwards. Of course, lawn chairs outside of the vehicle on front with the speakers. It was just kind of a communal event, community type thing. People coming and going, and conversation, and bumping into friends, what have you. Of course, because you could bring your own vehicle in, you could bring, your own cooler full of beer, drinks, ice down, beer. we would frequently stop by the Colonel's, get us a bucket of Kentucky Fried Chicken. So you take that in with you. You had Kentucky Fried Chicken in a bucket, and plenty of beer. That was a great night. Very rarely would we ever go to the snack bar or whatever, because that was a ripoff. You're like, man, that's a ripoff in there. I remember being really young, and they always had the one that I went to. It was in a place called Dent. It was a small community, and they called it the Dirty Dent because everybody went there to make out. But the front of the screen, it was just one screen. The front of the drive-in screen had a little patch of grass right up there, where obviously you couldn't park cars there. It was too close because you'd have to look straight up. And so that dead man, that no man's land between the screen and the first row of cars. Obviously, it would have a road going around it because you'd have to have a way for the cars to drive through. But the area that was in grass closest to the screen had a playground set, and it was just basic shit. A couple teeter-totters, the old fucking cast iron steel swing sets, indestructible shit. The very basics. And but that was a gathering point for kids. I think they had a sandbox and shit. Stuff like that, but the kids, get bored, or if the kids, that was always a big thing. Because can we go up to the playground? And more often than not, the parents would just let you go by yourself. And they'd be like, yeah, you come back here when the movie starts. When they start showing the previews, you bring your ass back here. Yeah, okay. And then it quickly went from that to, it seemed like no time at all you went from hanging out at the playground to wanting to go hang out with your friends, with the teenagers around the cars, and get away from your parents' car and hang out with them. Can I go watch the movie with my friends? And then the next step from that was you went to the movies without your parents. And if you were lucky, you went with a young lady. If you were really lucky, she'd let you kiss and hug, and sometimes even do a little bit more than that in the back seat of that car. It's a shame that none of that's available any longer. Like I said, the young people today don't know what they're missing. Our drive-in theater, the bad kids, the bad people, the rabble-rousers, they all stayed in the very back. There's like the back 2 rows. If you parked in the back 2 rows, you were there to party. You weren't there to watch the movie. You were there to make out or try to pick up girls, drink beer. Everybody get out of the cars and walk around from car to car beers. That's where the fights were. I saw some of the worst fist fights I've ever seen in my life with a driver. If you were in the back 2 rows, man, that was where the bad kids hung out. Mike Claypool says that's when you wanted bench seats in a car. Hell yeah, man. You wanted a big ass Crown Victoria with bench seats in the front and back. I mean, the seats were about the size of a twin bed. You better believe it, man. If you had somebody who had a big old Cadillac, Rome, Coupe de Ville, and big land yachts, had a seat in them about 7 feet long and 3 feet wide. Good stuff, man. You know how many times I had to say, nobody can see us back here. It was like you had to keep repeating that. That was the rebuttal, man. But it's okay. Nobody can see us back here. Nobody can see. They can't see in this car. Simpler times, man. Simpler times. Oh yeah, Mike Claypool says the Lincoln Town Car. Absolutely, man. The stinking Lincoln. The Lincoln Mark V. I bought one from a junkyard. We drug it home. It had those cars had 460 cubic inch big blocks. It was one of the biggest engine that Lincoln made at the time. pulled it out and put it in a Ford pickup truck, 4-wheel drive. I tried to make myself a monster truck. That's when Bigfoot was the first monster truck ever, and big events there in my hometown in Cincinnati. So I found myself a full-size Ford truck, 4-wheel drive, with a 351 Cleveland in it, I think. We pulled it out and put that junkyard engine in it, that 460. Years later in the military, one of my closest friends, and he actually instrumental in wanting to help me build a business. I bought him out a couple of years afterwards. He moved on, but his wife was, she worked for one of the biggest auto recyclers in this part of Pensacola, Florida, and he had junkyards all over, and because of that, they always had cars and all kinds of wild shit. That was their world. But and I think it was her brother-in-law. I think again his sister-in-law was married to the owner, but he always had crazy vehicles. One year he had a T-bucket, some sort of an old T-bucket that somebody stumbled across or wanted to sell, but he ended up with a Lincoln. I think it was a Lincoln Mark V. Big, huge land yacht, and we took that to go see a rock concert in. And man, that car was fun to ride in. It's like riding around in your living room. Naughty Nana wants to know, Dynamite, do you still do the nasty in your car? Damn, Nana, all up in his business, ain't you? Nana knows the Mercury Marquis, bigger than her parents' Lincoln. Yep, that Marquis was huge. I had a buddy who, that was his favorite car for the junkyard, or not the junkyard, for the crash-up derbies. Crash-up derbies I didn't participate in any of them. That was one of my bucket list items that I probably never fulfilled, but they had the crash-up derby where the last car running was the winner, but they had another one which was a figure 8 race, and those were batshit crazy because it's just like the name implies, it was a figure 8, and because it's a race, nobody wants to lift off the gas. So if two guys are getting ready to cross in the middle of that 8, it became like a game of chicken of who was going to slow down, let the other guy go through so that he could continue on his way. And as you can quite imagine, that ends up with a whole bunch of smashed up cars. But those guys love those big Mercury Marquis, man. Yep, Dynamite says that was the Crown Mercury's answer to the Crown Victoria. I had another friend whose mom and dad had a Crown Victoria, and she'd let him take it to high school every once in a while. Big giant car. And from time to time, we'd skip school, him and I. We'd take the car and hide out somewhere, and then first thing we do is nap because it's early in the morning. We didn't want to get out of bed, so I'd jump in the back seat, and he'd like stretch out in the front. And we'd sleep for a couple hours. Then we'd get up and run the roads. She had that. Those were the first cars that all really embraced the power windows. That was always the big thing, man. And if you got in one of those dudes, like Lincoln and some of the other ones, the driver's seat was always amazing, man, because you would look over there and you'd have. And then the buttons were big for the power windows, the big old metal buttons that stuck up. You had 4 buttons, man. It was so cool. Like I can manipulate every window in this car from right here. And then it had power rear view mirrors for both sides. Man, it was almost like sitting in the cockpit of an airplane. Cool stuff. I've loved cars all my life, probably because when I was young, I couldn't afford any of them. It was always just something to dream about. But I love all the old hot rod era, anything made from 1965, 67, all the way through to like 1969, I would think was That was the peak. There was some stuff that came out in the 70s and 71, but the fuel embargoes and the fuel shortage, the gasoline shortage, that was the end of that era. That destroyed automobile making, and that's never been the same since. But I was one of the lucky few, even though I didn't get to own any of them. I wasn't as fortunate as Nana, but I got to see. It was no big deal to go to our high school parking lot and see RT Challenger, a 68 Z28, 2 or 3 big block cars, Chevelle SS's. I mean, it was no big deal. They were just right there. And they weren't hangar queens. They weren't collectibles. These were cars the guys drove. Hemi Challengers, Super Bs. It wasn't about who had the loudest stereo. That wasn't until many, many years later, hell, the 80s. But you could have any old shit box as long as you had a big stereo in it. You were in on a cool good. And the drift cars didn't come along until way after that. But yeah, I was fortunate enough to be in that beautiful slot of time where those cars just rolled up and down the road. It was nothing to see. You weren't even. I mean, you enjoyed looking at them, but it wasn't even rare. Big ass Pontiac Trans Am, the Smokey and Bandit editions, black with the gold birds, the super birds. They call them the Thunder Chicken. For the Firebirds, they called it the Thunder Chicken. With the Trans Am with the shaker hood, you'd open the hood and the air cleaner stayed there with that 6.6 sticker on it. T-top, the amazing honeycomb wheels, and that nice dashboard with all that metal stuff. I mean, they were just amazing. The Firebirds, your formulas, they were all business. They didn't have the flash of the Trans Am, but they were brutally fast. And it says now she's got a walker with a seat. Yep, you got your rascal now. We had, there were kind of like 2 groups, man. You had the hot rod group, and then you had the truck group, your off-road guys, 4x4 trucks / Jeeps / your Broncos and any little subcategory. It was one of those 2 categories. What we didn't have was new cars. Nobody. Even if your parents had a new car, they didn't let you drive it to school. That's damn sure. But you normally follow one of those 2 categories. And the 4x4 group was normally consisted more of the poor boys, the Jeeps, the trucks, and all that, because the products were cheaper. And then if they were banged up or beat up, it wasn't really such a big deal. You weren't really considered a junker, if you will, because it was 4-wheel drive, by the way. You could have just as easily been trail riding the day before, and that's why you got a bent fender. You couldn't get away with that with the hot rod crew. Your shit had to look nice and be fast. Guys would work on them, fix them up, try to make them better, whether it was to look better or run better. But guys would spend countless thousands of hours in garages, shop, hanging out. You were kind of honor bound. Nobody ever kept score. You weren't obligated. If your buddy was getting ready to paint a car, you took your ass over there and helped. Brother, if you didn't do nothing but just wet sand a little bit, or maybe help him, clean up, or tape off. Take some masking tape, put some tape over some stuff. Anything we don't want painted, but you showed up and you helped. And there was usually some beer, and usually the guy who was doing it was honor bound to at least buy a pizza at the end of the evening. And then you just took it as a leap of faith that if you ever, if you decided to paint your car, he would show up and help you. Same thing with an engine change or pulling the transmission out or whatever. Fixing up interiors, the seats are all raggedy and shit, and the guy wants to unbolt them and get them out and carry them off to an upholstery shop somewhere. Kind of something to do together. Mike Claypool says, you forgot the El Caminos. Yep. I've shared that story, Mike. I drove an El Camino to my senior prom. I didn't have a car. My best friend, you heard me talk about it all the time, Dave, his grandma had a Cadillac, so him and his girlfriend, which is his wife to this very day, he's one of those guys who married his high school sweetheart, they took their grandma's Cadillac to prom. And he was like, hey man, you take my El Camino, because that's what he had. He drove an El Camino. So I was appreciative of it. I was thankful. I'm like, well, it was either that or I don't get to go to prom. Yeah, I drove an El Camino to prom. Yeah, Claypool said that's back when they made good cars. None of them had stupid computers. You better believe it, Mike. There was no fucking environmental shit. The garbage, the trash they put on pickup trucks now to try to cut all that stupid shit that breaks and causes you to have none of that shit. It was an engine and a transmission. You had a starter to get it going. You had an alternator to make electricity. You had some really basic ignition parts that made the spark plugs set fire to that gasoline air fuel mixture. Oh, and a water pump. You had to keep her cool. So you had a radiator and a water pump pushing the water through. And what? A mechanical fuel pump. Let's not forget that. The 2 9/16 bolts, 3 9/16 bolts on a little pump bolted straight to the side of the engine block with a lever, the coolest, most simplistic, a lever that went in and was driven by the crank. Every time the crank engine turned a revolution, that little pump would go in and out one time. And that pumped your fuel from a gas tank in the back up to your engine. There wasn't 6 things on that car that could go wrong. If you broke down, you could just take a blind guess, and then you had a 1 out of 6 chance that you'd hit the right system. That's outside of a flat tire, of course. You ain't gonna do that shit today. Fucking oxygen sensors, timing adjusted on the fly to, all kinds of crazy shit. Just the ignition system alone are fucking nightmares. ECMs, centralized computer modules, fucking, you kidding me? It should be a crime what they've done to vehicles. Plastic parts. 75% of the shit underneath the hood is made out of fucking plastic. Are you kidding me? Shit that gets brittle and breaks like hard candy after about 7 or 8 years. Are you fun? Yeah, fuck. Oh, really? But they did it and they got away with it, man. Nana, you see, Nana knows. Nana's a hot rod girl. She says you didn't have to pull the whole car apart to fix something. Exactly, Nana. Shit was readily accessible. You identified what the part was, or you talked to a buddy. He would help you identify what was broken. You unbolted the shit. You went and got a new one. You put it back on, and the very next day you drove the car again. Now, shit. Think about it, Nana. I broke down an old red. I went to Cincinnati. I told you guys I drove to Cincinnati to buy that race car trailer, or the enclosed car trailer that I turned into a rolling toolbox. I was dragging that thing home from Cincinnati and old red just stops. I was getting off to get gas. I was running about 80 miles an hour. I turned my signal on. I rolled over and hit a long exit ramp, lifted my foot off the throttle. As soon as I lifted my foot off the throttle, everything just died. Everything. Engine, no power steering, no brakes, nothing. I'm like, well, this is fucking bad. But I had a good head of steam going, and there was a big shoulder, so I just eased the whole rig off to the end of the shoulder. Checked into a hotel, called Mrs. Pirate. The cop shows up. I'm taking a piss on the side of the truck. Cop rolls up. I told him I'm broke down. I have my hood open. I'd already looked at the battery, fuses, and all that. He called me a tow truck. Of course, it's a truck and a trailer, so they towed it. I said, tow this to the nearest Ford dealership. He's like, you're in luck, man. The next exit down, there's a Ford dealership. It's in Pullman, Alabama. Thank the Lord. Checked into a hotel. But long story short, Nana, I go in the next day, to talk to the guy. Said the tow truck dropped my truck off here last night. I need to get looked at.
First thing they do is plug a laptop computer into it. I mean, they go out, open the door. He sets the laptop on the driver's seat, plugs it into the plug underneath the dashboard, and he's looking at all kinds of shit. He's telling me that the number 3, V8 engine, each piston has a number. He's like, your number 3 injector is only working at 20% capacity. That needs to be changed. I mean, he just by plugging a computer in, he told me 6 or 7 things that were pretty fucked up. Then he got to the money shot, was like, yeah, this computer module is locked up. That's why it shut your whole system down. Long story short, they fucked me for like $2,000, like $1,800, almost $2,000. If he worked on my truck more than an hour, I'll kiss your ass. But they replaced some sort of a little computer chip or a diode and ass raped me because he knew I was from Florida. I'm on the side of the road. What am I going to do? Tell him no? I'm like, okay, I'll have it towed to another shop and get it looked at. And we're back to this concept of automobile repair. But my point is, Nana, if it was any other vehicle, I could have said, well, I just need a fuel pump. And I could have changed it right there on the side of the fucking road. I had tools with me. But when you need a computer program and a computer just before you can find out what's broken, you're fucking done. Yeah, but those aren't, Dan, don't be confused. They do have a code reader. That's called a code reader that they plug under the dash. The plug, your wiring harness is right there under the dashboard. So that's where you plug those in. But the ones they sell at Pep Boys and all that, they're pretty basic. And it throws a code. You count how many times the light bulb flashes. And they got some other ones that may print out the exact code, but code 3.1, and then you got to go through but code 3.1 says that you need your low pressure, your high pressure oil pump is failing. Your car's not making enough oil pressure. You need a new oil pump. But some of them, if the problem is something that's not, it's more intricate than that. They've got some of them that even the cheap code readers won't read. But yeah. It's like a rigged system, man. Even for a guy who knows something, they don't even want him working on his own car. And don't get me started on, I'm sure a lot of you may or may not know this, they got check engine lights now that come on for no reason. It's programmed into the computer and the way they justify it is they'll say to themselves, well, at 38,000 miles, we need to check on if you want to do optimum maintenance, we need to check on your timing belt, and we need to do this, and this, and this. When there's nothing wrong with the car, there's not a fucking thing wrong with that car, but that check engine light comes on, it starts out as yellow before it goes to red. And all that is that they're trying to force you to pay somebody down the road to plug a computer into your car. It's pretty nasty shit when you think about it. I mean, it's pretty ugly that the automobile companies do that shit where they're victimizing you long after you've already paid for their product. And it's kind of weird because they have no idea of knowing where you're going to go to get it locked up. But they just said, as an industry, we'll work. So they all fell in line. They're like, yep, somebody's going to get the repair work. It may not be my Ford dealership, but this fucker's going to take it somewhere. We're going to fix it. Incredible. Yep, Dynamite's like the gas cap could be loose. Exactly. All right. You guys give me 5 minutes away. I got to go turn the sprinkler system off before I make our water bill any higher than it's going to be already. I'll be back in a minute if you're still here.
Look at the enemies go, running away with the slow steps. Standing around, not a whole lot to do. Pirates in the crow's nest. There's a place, can't recall where. Maybe that's for the best. I'm a player in a crazy game. Pirates in the crow's nest. Said that you're a know-it-all. Baby, you don't know yet. Tell me where you're going to. Maybe we can go next. Maybe we can go next. Pirates in the crow's nest. Dark days of the ancient gods, living in the darkness, running away from the certain death. Pirates in the crow's nest. There's a place in the sea, buried under your chest. There I see a piece of you and me. Pirates in the crow's nest. Said that you're a know-it-all. Baby, you don't know yet. Tell me where you're going to. Maybe we can go next. Maybe we can go next. Pirates in the crow's nest. There's a place, can't recall where. Maybe that's for the best. I'm a player in a crazy game. Pirates in the crow's nest. Said that you're a know-it-all. Baby, you don't know yet. Tell me where you're going to. Maybe we can go next. Maybe we can go next. Pirates in the crow's nest.
Uh-oh. GameStop's starting to go back up again. What's going on? Up 50 cents or something, or 35 cents. I go outside and come back. All I see is a double handful of little green candles going up. Uh-oh. Mom's got her notification.
I just saw a thing on the news that says Mark Rubio has revoked 300 student visas. I love it. I couldn't be more excited about it. These people who get a student visa to come to this country and then protest against our country. They're a guest here. They're not a citizen. They've been given a pass to come here and be a guest in our country and then go out and stand on the side of the road and protest, you know, burning flags and all that shit. It's like if I would come into your house for dinner and then start breaking the dishes. It's the most ridiculous shit. I'm glad. 300 of them. I hope he's just getting started.
Hey guys, I'm gonna drop off, so see you around. Have a good one.
See you, Ranger.
See ya.
Gotta get it. Get it.
Son, Mrs. Pirate's all excited because she just logged in for the first time to her little delivery app because my son's getting ready to start doing them. So they got their little tag team thing, their little hack where they're gonna run 2 accounts out of the minivan. So they're all jacked up right in the kitchen. They're waiting. They got to get 2 orders that line up at the same time. There's all sorts of drama going on here right now.
I need to start paying attention to that. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to do 40 items. That wouldn't work. It's really close. If we started it when this came up, maybe.
Well, they just left out of here like their asses was on fire. I guess he accepted one. He got a delivery for $34 for, I don't know, 4 miles or some shit. Big winner for him. So even though they couldn't get another order to go with it, they're taking on a leap of faith that sometime between now and the time it gets done, that she'll have something come through for her to be able to double dip. If not, that was the whole idea, was that she can still just ride along. So now they've got me sucked into it. I'm emotionally invested now. I told them they need to text me and let me know if she gets an order. I want to see it. She's all excited, so I'm hoping she gets to pop her cherry, as they used to say, lose her Uber Eats delivery girl virginity. I think it's called Spark. I keep saying Uber Eats, but I don't think he does the Uber Eats and the DoorDash. I think he'll do those if they're really dead. But I think this program's called Spark or Sparky, where you're literally delivering for Walmart. And I think they have 2 programs. One, you pull up and the Walmart people load you just like you would like a loading dock type shit, and then you go. And the other one is like you're a personal shopper, where you go into Walmart and take a cart and run around and get 30 items. They had one just come through now for 40 items. I think they were going to go over and just sit in Walmart's parking lot, which I think is just fucking hilarious. But my son, that one popped up and he's like, well, we'll just go ahead and take this one, so at least we're not just sitting over there for nothing. But once he takes that order, the clock is ticking. He has to pick that up within a certain period of time and drive it over to the condos on the beach or what have you. So I don't know. It's going to be fun to see how this plays out tonight. But just so we're clear, man, my wife is 59 years old and she had a hip replacement not a year ago. And she's out doing what Walmart deliveries for tips. That's the way we roll here, man. I'm proud of that. Insane. Like I say, a tiger can't change its stripes, man. I believe if we hit the MOAS tomorrow and I made $2 or $3 million off of this stock play, I shit you not, my wife will still flip coupons. She will still say, yeah, we can't have pizza till Thursday because they have deals on Thursday. I mean, it's just the way it is.
Well, I bet if you get another big old snowstorm out there, and what's that? I was going to say, if you get another big old snowstorm, I bet you'll be out there in Big Red pulling people out for $50 a pop or $100 a pop.
Yeah,
I know a moneymaker.
I told my son, I said, during spring break, I said, I don't know why you don't take Old Red, because I got a real nice snatch strap. I got chains. I got a couple big mean ass chains, but I got a real good nylon snatch strap. You put one on my ball hitch, put the other on your vehicle, and it's nice and elastic, and it doesn't, there's no shocking or jarring. And you can pull 99% of the people stuck in sand. You can pull them right out. I said, I don't know why you don't just drive up and down the beach. But it never did it for him, I guess. I think it was too random.
Yeah.
You really, the best time to do that sort of hustle is like during the Blue Angels, because what happens is when the Blue Angels are flying, there's no parking. People drive hours for that event. And the ones who arrive late or don't come, I mean, you got to go ridiculously early. Like the Blue Angels fly at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. You need to leave at 7 o'clock in the morning if you want to park. I'm not shitting you. 7 o'clock in the morning. If you think you're going to go over there at 1 o'clock when they fly at 3, you'll be lucky if you're not still just stuck in traffic. Most of you will be. You'll be stuck in. You'll watch the air show from the traffic you're stuck in. That's when people park in stupid shit. They pull up on sand dunes. They park in places they have no business to be in, and they instantly get stuck, especially with the sedans and stuff and minivans and SUVs that are only 2-wheel drive. And then that's a target-rich environment. That's when you roll the window down. You're like, hey,
I'll pull you out for $100. They're like, $100? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, well, a tow truck's going to charge you $100, but he's not going to get here for another hour. I'm here right now. They get all pissed off and mad at you. I'm like, look, man, I've been cussed out before, called filthy names. I'm like, God damn, dude, I'm just making an offer here. I'm not, and then the whole object is that if you don't help them for free, you're not a good person, the whole good Samaritan and all that thing. I'm like, dude, I'm out here hustling, trying to make a buck. I'm not out here just to earn, karma? You think I'm out here to try to write my karma or something? But more often than not, most people smile. They're like, man, I'd gladly pay you that. I'd pull them out. 10 minutes, they'd be on their way. And the next time, they won't pull into that white sugar sand to park. Yeah, Claypool, he's of the same tribe as I am. He's like $50 on his beaches. He's like, it's $200 if a tow truck comes. Yep, like Claypool said, you're putting strain on your transmission. Yep, I'm inconveniencing myself. I have other places to be. You're not joking. But to be fair, my truck, it doesn't really put a lot of strain on the transmission. It's an old Red's a 2003, and I can't remember the exact horsepower. But I can tell you this: I think it's 500 foot-pounds of torque. That's a lot of torque, and she will literally pull the house down. I pulled some monstrous shit. That race car trailer I had was 54 feet long. A lot of trailer from behind a dually. I added 2 of the Firestone airbags under my leaf stack. They added 5,000 pounds of capacity. Of course, it doesn't make your brakes any bigger. That's usually it's not pulling something that gets you in fucking hot water. It's not being able to stop it. But that's a topic for another day. But yeah, that old fucking truck, it will pull like a team of 100 horses, that's for sure. I pulled out, we ran Kodiaks in my company. They're about the size of like a deuce and a half or something, but I had Kodiak chipper trucks with the metal dump body on them. We pulled the Vermeer 1250 turbo chippers behind. And that was how we get rid of tree limbs. They'd feed them into that. It would blow them through the tree chipper and then blow the wood chips up into the truck. It had a crew box on it, tool box was not that. It was a heavy rig. They were gaffers, they were 366 big blocks in them. But those guys, they'd get them stuck in the sand down here in Florida, and I'd have to go pull them out. And I never had to even disconnect the wood chipper. I could pull the truck out with the chipper still connected to it. I could snatch the whole thing out. And it didn't matter how bad it was buried, as long as my truck was on solid footing. Yeah, Henry Ford, he built a fine truck for you if you want one. I ran that business 16 years and had a lot of Ford products. The Kodiaks were an exception to that. I ran a lot of Ford F700s, flatbeds. But And then I ran all Ford pickup trucks in our fleet to pull stump grinders, bobcats, skid steers, and chippers as required, and then foreman's trucks. And in 16 years, I never had a major system failure. Not a transmission, not an engine. The stuff that did fail was on my older F700s, and it would be like injector pumps and starters and things. But the smaller Ford trucks, and I say small, they were all 3/4 ton or 1 tons. Most of the time they were 1 tons. I never had any maintenance issues with those vehicles. And we worked them. I mean, I worked them like a rented mule. My friends were kind of equally split between Chevrolets and Fords. I mean, there was nothing prettier than a Chevrolet Silverado. And the 454 big block was an amazing engine. But and they were equally split. It was like we liked Ford and we liked Chevrolet, but the difference was they would salt those roads in Ohio to mitigate the snow. And that salt, for whatever reason, it ate the shit out of those Chevrolets. Seemed like the Fords didn't rust as bad. They rusted, but not at the rate. So Ford, both companies, both trucks had good mechanicals, engines, transmissions, rear ends, the things that made them move. They were both pretty much equal. The difference was that Ford just built a better cab and and bed and stuff. It was just the way it was. I might have made a grievous mistake, Nana. I was cheerleading Mrs. Pirate for all this bullshit. But one of their busiest times is right through supper time. I might have shot myself on the foot on this, telling her how I thought this was funny and encouraged her to do it and all that kind of shit. I might have made a big mistake here because I forgot that that's generally when she's cooking supper. This is when all this stuff is really ripping and running. I hope this doesn't get in the way of my entree selection. just keeping it real, GrayLeaf. It just dawned on me. I looked up. I'm like, oh, it's 5:30, and I'm thinking, wait a minute, they just left here. I'm like, we usually have supper between 6 o'clock and 8. I'm like, oh man, I didn't see this coming. I tell you what's going to happen, man. They're going to try to do the fast food thing. That's what's going. I can already see it coming, like writing on the wall. They're going to send a text, and it's going to be, do you want something from Subway? Do you want something? I can already see it. She did that yesterday, Nana. She threw a beef roast in there, and she calls them French dip sandwiches or whatever. But what they are is they're just a Philly cheesesteak. She buys like a roll, like a hoagie roll or a Subway roll. They slice it, and then she takes that beef pot roast or whatever, and then shreds it. And then there's onions in it, and it all cooks in a slow cooker. You have the options of putting pepperoncinis in it too, make it a little spicy, or bell peppers, but our stomach won't tolerate that. But anyhow, so it's like a shredded beef sandwich, and then it put the provolone cheese across the top when it's hot. Looks like a Philly cheesesteak, but then it has an au jus. It has some sort of the beef fat drippings and all that, and some other little spices, and you get a little dipping bowl for the juice. But so she did that yesterday, and then she usually gets the frozen Ore-Ida big French fries, like the steak fries. She scattered those over like a cookie tray and put them in the oven, so you get like a Philly cheesesteak and French fries. Yeah, you got it. French dip. Thank you, Nana. I think that's what she called it, a French dip. Whatever, man. I call it juice. But yeah, so that, and like I said, the steak fries, and of course we always have something sweet, a little something for dessert. But yeah, we're real big on the slow cooker around here. She does many, and it's not just convenient, but they're good. I mean, it's, you're talking about cooking some sort of protein, whether it's pork or beef, for hours on end. I mean, that's how you get all that tenderness, that fall off the bone goodness. Mike Claypool says foot-long hot dogs at Sonic on Thursdays. Buy one, get one free. Yep, we used to live next to a Sonic when I lived on the canals, and we would go by there and get chili dogs and stuff, chili cheese fries. And Mrs. Pirate was fond of, when the boys were little, Jesse was little, she'd take him in a stroller. She could walk from the house to the Sonic. Yeah, she liked all those. They have all sorts of odd, whether like frozen icy drinks. I think she liked one that was something lime, cherry limeade or something like that. And it says, you tell her how much you love her and miss her. No, I ain't doing all that, man. I live my life. I don't need to tell her. She knows by the way how I live. She knows exactly where I'm at. My life was an example of it, a dedication to family. That's right, Anna. Camelot isn't real. Is more befitting. Home cooked meals are more befitting the castle than carry out. I don't mind carry out. I mean, I can eat it. My problem was I lived in my truck for so many years. especially during the Trees Plus days, I lived in the truck. And so I ate every lunch for 16 years was a heart attack in a sack. You know, and I ate, you know, I was, you know, Hardee's, mushroom and Swiss, large fry, Coca-Cola. You know, when you live on that shit, you know, eating it in the car, driving down the road. I didn't even sit in the parking lot long enough to eat. I mean, I set a blistering pace for 16 years. And after a while, you know, you get sick of all that shit. Then after the wife and I spent enough time together where her recipe repertoire grew over the years for various reasons. And she had a few dishes that she'd become really good at that I enjoyed. Then it's after a while, you're like, I don't want nothing to do with it eating out. To this day, both my sons will know I don't. I'll bet you I haven't been to a restaurant to eat. I'm gonna say 3 times in the last 10 years. I'm not kidding. And they go all the time. The 3 of them, Sandy and the 2 boys. But even back at the farm, my aunt and uncle would show up out there and they'd be like, let's all go to Olive Garden or whatever. You know, we were hillbillies. Olive Garden was a nice restaurant. Let's all go to Olive Garden. They just knew. They'd all get to go. You know, my aunt, my uncle, my 3 nieces, niece and nephews, and they'd all, and then my bunch would go, but not me. I stayed at the farm. They'd get mad. They'd get over it though. Yeah, that's my favorite as well, Mike. I'll tell you who else sells one, but it's not even nearly as good. It's not even half as good, but that's Culver's. I don't know if over there towards Corpus Christi, if you guys have any of the Culver's, Culvers. Their restaurants are set up kind of white. Their brand is done in cursive, the cursive Culver's. But it's basically like a small steak and shake, not even steak and shake, like a ham. It's like a McDonald's, but their claim to fame is cheese curds and these really good high-end burgers. They use the high-quality beef and all that. They have a mushroom and Swiss there, but it's not the same. They don't have. I think it comes down to, it's awful to say, but that gravy, the Hardee's has that sort of a brown gravy that the mushrooms are in, and that they don't have that sort of gravy sauce with it. It comes from Culver's. It is better than nothing. Yeah, Nan, I can understand why you don't cook. I can imagine it would be quite, it'd really be hard to cook for one person and be efficient. Yeah, and the sad part about that, Claypool, is that gravy is something that they have to mass produce. It's not, it's not like they've got a 5-star Michelin chef making that stuff. For Hardee's to be able to sell that and for it to have to be uniform for all of the Hardee's, they've got to produce that gravy in 55-gallon drums. I had the opportunity 1 or 2 times up in the greater Cincinnati area to go to a giant, it was in an industrial park, and it was where they made certain products like chili and canned cooked green beans, like EB dinners and stuff. And it was amazing. You could drive down the road, man, you could smell that shit that they're cooking inside. It's pretty wild. The things that we take for granted that come, kind of pre-cooked or whatever, heat up and eat up. Those things are done on a scale that the average person can't even begin to grasp. There's a business in Florence, Kentucky, across the river from Cincinnati called Wild Flavors, WILD Flavors, and this place was huge. I'm talking, the building looked like an Amazon fulfillment center or something, and all they sold were spices, or more specifically, they sold flavors, as the name would imply, but it was all in concentrated. So like I found out that like they would sell soy sauce, for instance. If Kiko Man's soy sauce, they produce soy sauce, whatever. But if they needed like a base for that, then they would buy like these 55-gallon drums that is super condensed, that was made to be watered down before it was bottled individually. And they had it for everything. I mean, you can just imagine, whether it was syrups, sauces, ketchups, spices for various foods. And you think, how in the hell could you have a multi-billion-dollar business based off of just selling flavors? But they did. It was an amazing thing. I'm conflicted, Nana. On one hand, I want Mrs. Pirate to have an exciting time. I want her to make herself a lot of money and get a big tips and all that stuff. She's going to be so excited. So to reward her for her work and her participation in this. On the other hand, I don't want her to do really well because, you know, again, who's going to cook supper? So I'm torn here. I'm having an anxiety attack. I don't know if I should root for her or against her and her success. Damn, just about everybody's gone. We got 11 people in chat and 3 of us, myself and GrayLeaf, and audio in the back of the caboose. I guess it is getting late, isn't it? It's 5:30. Excuse me, I need to take a quick look over at X and see if I've missed anything. There's some funny shit. I glanced over at X to see if anything was up. I got a couple hate messages. I have a standard thing that I wrote, a little standard I have 2. If I get DMs from women,
I have one where I usually thank them and tell them that because of an agreement, a promise that I made to my wife of 30 years, that I wouldn't engage in private conversations on Twitter, and especially with beautiful women. And then I usually hit them with a compliment and say, and you certainly qualify. So consider this my last communication. I look forward to reading all of your posts. Take care. And I usually send that anytime I get, if someone follows me and I follow them back and they start with the DM stuff, I send that. That's to the women. The men I don't even communicate with. If they follow me, I follow them back. But I've got another one that's a standard that I have a cut and paste on. And it's when I see something that is just complete idiocracy, just the most ludicrous, ridiculous claims, whether it's a lie or something that is so just fundamentally ignorant that, and then I have one, a standard one. And it usually says as much that, you know, this is, call it out for what the horseshit it is. But the last part of it says, I have a strict policy about not letting litter, psychological trash, dirty up my feed, my timeline. And because of that, I have a code that I follow. You must be blocked. So goodbye. And I usually hit them with that and then block them. And I've even changed it here lately. I edited it to say I would encourage others to follow my example. The only way you're going to clean up Twitter or clean up X is if you refuse to engage people who say clearly ignorant shit. But I just got one that said, "Oh, the land of free speech." Like it's an effort to prevent them from having free speech. I'm like, it's nothing to do with free speech. Having free speech doesn't mean it's freedom to speak. It doesn't mean freedom to be heard. You know, it's like fucking rage on, you know, but if you want to post dumb shit, I don't have to listen to it. But it's funny. Chris Bloomfield coming in with the old classic. I remember those, Chris. Artie's hot ham and cheese sandwiches. That were his go-to, where he grew up in Pennsylvania. Says in Maryland they're hard to find. Yep, I remember those.
Popcorn in the air, we're ready for some fun. With every single trade, together we will run. The apes together strong, we'll soar high above. Through the highs and the lows, it's AMC we love. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free. Holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family, all my apes with me. In this circus of stocks, we find unity. Like birds of a feather, our flock is forever. Diamond Hand Apes can handle that weather. Apes together strong, we'll all take a stand. Together we're invincible, hand in hand. Hold on tight, hold on tight.
Have a good night, everybody.
Drivers. You too.
It was a fun day. Thanks. Entertainment.
You're welcome. I'm glad you enjoyed yourself.
Sounds like the gummy kicked in.
No. I'm reading. I was reading something, but I didn't want to ignore you, so I was trying to do two things at once.
I'm sorry.
No,
I'll see you tomorrow.
but it is kicking in, but one gummy doesn't do. All it does is take the edge off for me. I need about 3 before I start slurring my speech and stuff like that.
All right. Well, I will see you guys tomorrow. Thanks, GrayLeaf. You did good today.
Yeah, Fridays are always fun. Hopefully we'll have fun. Yep, thank you, GrayLeaf. We all owe you a heartfelt thanks.
Yeah, and we won't hold her being late. We'll just give her a verbal warning this time.
Maybe this
There you go.
In the clown show of the market where the trading candles glow, we gather our strength, ready for the show. Loyal to each other, we rise up, no fear. Together we're a force, the apes, we are here.
Night pirate, not sure where he went. I ducked out for a second there at GrayLeaf. I had a notification and something popped up and I wanted to read it. Took me a minute or two, so I kind of snuck off and came back. Especially when it gets late in the day like this, when the conversation begins to lull. Even I have my limits. It starts to get quiet. There's not much happening in chat in order for me to continue to keep my brain well fed with input. I'll try to sneak over onto X or read something or glance up at the television to see what the crawlers and tickers have to say.
Papa Mac, preacher, pirate, GrayLeaf, we're here to slay. Adam Aaron rides with us, with wisdom so bright. Cash is king in this ape revolution, we're ready to fight. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free. Holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family. I got all my apes with me. In this circus of stocks, we find unity. Crayons in our pockets, we're sharing the ride. Bananas in our hands with respect as our guide. Caring for each other through thick and thin. In this epic adventure, we know we will win. Popcorn in the air, we're ready for some fun. With every single trade, together we will run. The apes together strong, we'll soar high above. Through the highs and the lows, it's AMC we love. We were born in the chaos.
Look down, I see the last message in chat is man that says, "See my boobs." I have absolutely no idea what that means. Got my attention. I'm a man after all, but I have absolutely no clue what that means.
In this circus of stocks, we find unity. Like birds of a feather, our flock is forever. Diamond Hand Apes can handle that weather. Apes together strong, we'll all take a stand. Together we're invincible, hand in hand.
People says, should I have some gummies? You do a half of when you're messed up. I think you meant gummies. Should I have some gummies? You do a half of when you're messed up. You might have to edit that for me, Claypool.
all the apes.
That's all, folks.
Well, that's it, folks. I guess I'm gonna duck out of here. I'm gonna refill my glass of ice water. I'll probably turn my Discord on as I usually do. Sometimes I play poker. Sometimes I just hang out. But if you guys get bored, I'll be over there till night bedtime. But if not, I'll see you all tomorrow.
Okay, Pirate. Have a good evening, man.